Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1568 of the Breaking News streams. And right now, we have absolutely massive news coming out of Iran. We are seeing that U.S. forces have launched overwhelming strikes against the Iranians along their coast, and also we're even hearing about air defense fire inside of Tehran as well. And right now, Iran has just closed the Strait of Hormuz completely, and they've started attacking ships literally all over the Strait of Hormuz. So it's pure chaos right now, and it's a lot to cover, but it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the breaking news as it is unfolding live on air after we have been able to hear that the United States Armed Forces have conducted significant strikes along the entirety of the southern coast of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And at this moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran has now announced a complete closure and blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and has attacked 2 commercial vessels near to the area at this moment in time. We've also been able to hear of significant developments and statements from the U.S. government over the course of the day, including a wide variety of different statements, including statements that diplomatic solutions have not been completely exhausted, at least at the moment, but also additional statements saying that the Iranians will be striked hard as they have not been able to make a decision yet and should be punished for their lack of decision-making abilities. We have also been able to see as well that the United States of America has continued to enforce its blockade near to the blockade line of the Gulf of Oman, while additionally, further information according to the president has come out today about the crash of the AH-64 Apache within the Gulf of Oman. Additionally, we've also been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran has vowed retaliation to the strikes and will be apparently, or assumedly at this point, conducting retaliatory strikes against U.S. forces in Gulf state countries throughout the Middle East. We've also been able to see that at the same time, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad has put out some significant warnings, warning the U.S. citizens within the country to exercise extreme caution as an Iranian attack or attacks by Iranian militias could be conducted at any moment. Satellite imagery has also confirmed that there has been damage at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base within the Kingdom of Jordan, and we've also been able to report of additional airstrikes by the Israelis throughout the moment right now. But we actually have more breaking news coming out on air. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right this very minute, the U.S. has started a brand new wave of missile strikes against Iran. We had heard earlier that apparently the Bandar Abbas port was under heavy attack, including the islands near Bandar Abbas. And apparently there was a specific naval base that's sort of more toward, I guess you could say, the eastern side of Bandar that was apparently hit extremely badly by missile strikes from the U.S. forces. Right now, I can confirm that U.S. forces are carrying out another very large wave of strikes. And I want to reiterate this, by the way. The U.S. is calling these self-defense strikes, but at this point, it's very obviously a coastal campaign that the U.S. is starting against Iran. I think that's fair to say at this point. So, also, by the way, we just got a statement here from the IRGC. They're explaining what they're doing with the Strait of Hormuz. So, if you could walk us through that and see what Iran's doing, because they've done this literally within the last 10 minutes. They've entirely closed the Strait of Hormuz, and they're now firing upon several vessels as we speak. But take us through this announcement right here from the IRGC.
This is actually one of our newest announcements. We actually have two of these, folks, so we'll be making sure to read the second one that was put out about 10 minutes ago here in just a minute. But according to the IRGC and the statement stated through them via Tasnim News, the Strait of Hormuz will be closed until further notice. The Navy of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, following the repeated violations of the ceasefire conditions by the American enemy, the Strait of Hormuz will be closed until further notice. We warn that no vessel should leave its anchorage in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman. Approaching the Strait of Hormuz will be considered as cooperation with the enemy. We also were able to get an additional, somewhat lengthier appearing statement just a little while ago earlier, where we were able to see that there was even further elaboration on this statement, which we were able to see here from the central headquarters of Hazrat Khatam al-Anbiya, the PBUH. From this moment, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed for the passage of any types of vessels, including oil tankers and commercial ships, and any passage will be targeted. Following the criminal aggressions of the American enemy, considering the beginning of attacks by that country's invading army on some areas in the south of the Hormuzgan province, from this moment, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed for the passage of any type of vessel, including oil tankers and commercial ships, and any passage will be targeted. The U.S. claim regarding the passage of a ship through the mentioned strait is denied, at least according to the IRGC at the moment. These two statements largely appear to be showing us that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now enforcing an absolute and complete blockade and closure of the strait, which I do generally have to tell you has already been in place for months at this point, as we've not really seen any commercial tankers to speak of, and if any have made it through, it's exceptionally rare, getting through the Strait of Hormuz either into the Persian Gulf or into the Gulf of Oman, vice versa. We actually have even more breaking news happening at this moment right now on top of that. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so get this. We just got allegedly the U.S. president has given a statement to Fox News right now, and I haven't had a chance to actually see the video of him saying this, so take that for what you will. But according to OSINT Technical on Twitter, the U.S. president has apparently spoken directly with Iranian officials. He confirms that U.S. fighter jets are currently flying over Tehran, by the way. That's what they're claiming, that U.S. fighter jets are right now over Tehran, and I would assume that's the current explosions we're hearing in Tehran. It's probably from those U.S. fighter jets, I would imagine so. Also, get this, 49 Tomahawk cruise missiles have been fired so far. That's 49 Tomahawks fired at Iran so far. And also, the U.S. president claims that the bombing will stop shortly. But here's the catch, though. Iran is going to almost certainly respond. They are not going to sit back and simply take that and then not do anything about it. So it's far from over, to say the least. But apparently, like, how much does a Tomahawk cost, by the way? Let's see that real quick.
About $1 million.
Cost. Let's see here. So, not the steak. I want the I want the missile cost. Let's see here. Okay, so you said $2 million just a second ago.
It was about $1 million. I think it's like $1.5 million to $1.2 million or so.
So it's apparently $2 million per Tomahawk from the looks of it. That's what it's saying right now. So 2 million times, or 2 times 49, obviously, almost $100 million worth of Tomahawks were just fired at Iran just right now. So that's some pretty wide-ranging strikes. And also, I'm sure people are curious at this point, what was struck? We have a lot of different places that were apparently struck. For mainly, Bandar Abbas was the main place that was struck so far. But there is a specific location I want to check out real quick, by the way, because we're hearing about strikes there at it. Of course, Qasem Island's apparently getting hit as we speak. That's the Iranian toll booth, of course. But there was one place, I'm trying to scroll down and get this real quick. Unfortunately, do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a little small naval base. Here it is, Bandar Kargan. It's Bandar Kargan. Look at that location right there. They have really done a number on that spot right there. I'm not sure exactly why, but they have been hitting that over and over tonight for some reason. That's confirmed from Iran.
Let me see here. Let me get this for y'all here really quickly. So this is Bandar-e Kargan. There isn't really a lot of naval facilities like actually to speak of in this area. It's largely a small inlet in the coastline, but this is apparently an area of hotbed IRGC activity as they generally pull the boats up along the coast and operate them directly from the shore of the small bay that the city of Kargan, Hormuzgan, is on. So that generally gives us an understanding that right now they're operating IRGC forces in significant numbers from the bay near to Kargan, and they're apparently striking the shorelines where these boats are currently sitting at the moment. So this looks to be largely an operation to try and knock out IRGC fast attack boats, because there really isn't anything looking like a permanent facility that generally exists within this area.
Yeah, it does seem like it at least. So honestly, I'll put up a poll here in just a minute, by the way. But in my opinion, this seems like the start of a coastal campaign because we actually got pre-warning about this attack before it was going to happen. We heard about, I would say, 4 hours ago, with the U.S. president sitting in the Oval Office. He was saying that they were going to hit Iran very hard tonight. And then we heard the Secretary of War come out and also repeat the same thing. So they actually gave warning ahead of time they were about to do this. So for once, we actually had kind of a notification about it. But here's the catch, though. Are they simply doing self-defense strikes, like the U.S. claims, or is this a coastal campaign? And I would say it sounds to me like a brand new campaign. They're trying to frame it like a self-defense for legal reasons to avoid the war powers issue, but it seems to me like they're purposely restarting the conflict as of today.
It certainly does appear so. These coastal strikes are quite significant and are spanning over a wide area again, like yesterday. But I do want to make it clear to everybody that there was not actually an Iranian action that precipitated this retaliatory or defensive strike by the United States today to speak of. This is actually, according to the U.S. government currently, a second round of quote-unquote defensive strikes that have been conducted after the Apache that was taken down yesterday was taken down by IRGC forces, according to the United States of America. We actually been able to hear some additional detail about that helicopter, speaking of which, as the president recounted the story today as to what exactly happened. And I want to make sure to get the story in the greatest of detail that we can and tell it to you all in an interesting form because it is one hell of a story. According to the President of the United States, the AH-64 Apache attack helicopter that crashed Tuesday was protecting ships in the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian drones and missiles, a senior U.S. official stated. The two pilots escaped from the burning helicopter after it hit the water, getting out only seconds before it sank. Interestingly enough, though, in another retelling of the story, the president actually stated that the Iranian drone apparently flew at the helicopter, crashed into the cockpit, and somehow launched itself in between the pilot and the weapon systems operator in the void between the two seats and the two operating consoles, and then that led to a fire breaking out in the cockpit, and then the helicopter crash landed into the water, splashed down into the water, and then they bailed out of the burning cockpit while the helicopter's rotor blades were still slowly spinning above. A little bit of a fanciful story, I'll have to say, but we're not entirely sure if it's true or not because we don't really have any video or picture evidence to say one way or the other whether it's actually an accurate story. But still, it does appear, at least at the moment right now, that the United States of America is largely working off of that story as the crash origin point that has led to all of these defensive strikes that we saw yesterday and today, and the strikes that are still ongoing at this moment right now. And we actually have some further updates coming out on the current situation. So what do we got?
Okay, so before we get into the information about the Apache situation yesterday, I want to bring y'all back through something that we saw about 4 hours ago, around the same point that the U.S. was announcing that they were going to strike Iran at this time, literally right now as we're live. We saw that there were fires breaking out in Tehran. We saw multiple different fires break out. We saw one reportedly at a warehouse near Qiyam Square in southern Tehran, and nobody really could figure out who did it. It was sort of a mystery at the time, but Enforcer, I put these videos under the likes tab, by the way, so we can jump to these first right here. I have a couple of videos of explosions in Tehran and also a couple of pictures as well showing this, and also some Iranian jet activity that we're currently seeing over Tehran right now as well, just to bring people to the capital because, you know, even though the U.S. is striking the coast, everybody's always curious, well, what's happening in Tehran? Because that's obviously where the government leadership's at. So we have some information there about it.
And so to show y'all some of these clips here, we actually were able to see a decent montage of pictures, smoke rising from the Capitol. This did happen before the strikes, however, by the United States, and apparently it's near to the Kizvan Market, from what we're understanding, in District 12 of the city. Not to make a Hunger Games reference, that's literally the location that it's in. And we can see some of the pictures of those fires right there. We also were able to get an additional video as well, showing the fire and explosion as well, or more so a picture here, showing the fire that did occur near to this market area inside of Tehran. And we also have a clip here, actually two of them, showing the inferno that is currently happening in District 12 of the city. We see the fire brigade arriving here, apparently attempting to put out what is now a uncontrollable inferno, and we can also see that most of the market was on fire at the point of this clip. We can also see a second angle here showing the fire continuing in the distance.
It's a big fire. Also, people were saying, because we don't know exactly what this was on fire, but the rumors I've heard so far is this was apparently some sort of like rug warehouse that actually was like storing rugs for sale. So I guess that's the best theory we have to go with at the moment as to what that was. Kind of weird though, that of the same day the U.S. says they're going to go in and strike Iran very heavily in preemptive strikes like this, that all of a sudden we see these major fires breaking out across Iran. A little bit weird, and also kind of lines up what we saw the last time before the U.S. struck. They started all kinds of sabotage operations across the major cities like Tehran, and I would say this looks very similar to it, by the way.
It certainly does. We also have a second clip here showing an Iranian firefighter. We can even get into the clip. Absolutely tweaking as he films the fire. This was apparently put out by, I believe, IRIB News within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we can see this in the clip right here.
ای بالاتر از میدون قیامه پشت سر من یه انبار بزرگ گاراژ حدوداً به وسعت تقریباً 2000 متر مربع وسطش هم یه ویره چندین انبار غرفه داخلش هست بیشتر تو کار فرشن چیزی که ما داریم می‌بینیم ساعت 19:40.
Isn't his job fighting the fire?
Does anybody even know what he's saying? It's like, I'm not sure people that speak like Farsi know what he's saying at this point.
Yeah, I would have to say, I do have to say, I understand why the guy's tweaking out. I mean, you know, carpet and rug factories in Tehran are generally considered to be strategic assets of the Iranian Air Force, and it does appear that, unfortunately, they will be losing a significant factory to produce further rugs and carpets for the Iranian Air Force, which is always a great misfortune to be able to hear about. But moving us on out of that, we did get to see some jet activity over Tehran as well in this clip right here, which appears to be showing a flight of Iranian aircraft over Tehran, most likely F-4 Phantoms. Or MiG-29s.
Actually, I don't think it's that actually. I just got another video that just came out just a second ago that shows an Iranian F-14 Tomcat landing at one of the air bases in Iran. It's believed to be that the Tomcat was over Tehran's airspace as a short while ago. So it looks like it might have landed. It might have taken back off. Maybe it was just going to refuel or something. But it looks like the Tomcat's still alive. I thought those were destroyed.
I thought they were all destroyed as well. Apparently they have one or two left. They only had about 30 of them operational. I think actually it was around 25 before the war started, and a decent amount of those were confirmed to be destroyed down in Isfahan. But weirdly enough, it looks like we actually have a clip here showing one of them surviving. Yeah, that's an F-14 for sure, so that's actually pretty wild. I didn't even think these survived the original Israeli strikes, but apparently they have a few left.
It won't do them any good anyway. Also, the U.S. president, according to what we saw from OSINT Technical, is claiming that U.S. fighter jets are currently over Tehran. So, you know, if the Iranians have their fighter jets currently airborne, which we saw a video apparently showing that, then it's like, how are the U.S. fighter jets and the Iranian fighter jets not getting in dogfights with one another if they're encountering each other in the sky?
I have a feeling that that claim is probably a little bit of a distant, far-fetched claim, because if that was the case, the Iranians would probably be trying to actively engage the U.S. aircraft, unless if they're F-35s and the F-14 isn't able to detect them on radar. But we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment as well. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So we have some breaking news of a different variety right now. It looks like Iran has come out specifically to debunk, or at least allegedly debunk, the president's statement to Fox News, apparently. IRIB News, which is some Iranian state organization or something like that, is coming out here and quoting a senior official saying that the U.S. president's false claim about contact with Iranian officials is a cover to avoid war against Iran. So they're saying it's false. I don't know about the rest of it. That we're already in a war with Iran, so I'm not sure what they're talking about with that. But they're saying that the claim is false, that the U.S. president was in contact with Iran, which I would say, like, to say that they're in contact with Iran, it's a little bit weird considering that they're attacking right now. It's usually not the time that you'd be in contact with the enemy like that. So I don't know. Like, it seems like a far-fetched claim to me that they were in contact in the first place. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I would say that it's probably a bit of a far-fetched claim. Once again, I don't really think that's the case, and I really think that at this point, there's probably no diplomatic talks going on in the background whatsoever between the Iranians and the United States, because all the actions publicly appear to show, at least in the direct militant actions that both sides are taking, that there really can't be any significant talks on peace deals or negotiations, because they're probably just busy trying to continue to keep the tensions down and stop each other from going completely back into a full-blown conflict at this point. So I would have to say it generally sounds far-fetched to me as well.
Yeah, I would say it sounds like it, certainly so. Also, by the way, I just want to say this like real quick. Sadly, I am not able to really respond to people in the chat tonight very much. I'm trying to keep up with so many different sources. So if I miss your message, I'm not purposely ignoring you, by the way. Just to let you know that up front, by the way. So I hope to be able to answer y'all's questions in just a second. But right now, though, I am currently on the prowl for breaking news that's coming out. It's coming out left and right, and I'm trying to source through the biggest stuff. And right now, we actually have another one that just came out. CENTCOM has put out one of their infamous fact checks, which turns out to be more like fantasy checks these days, I would say. So here's what they say. You can go ahead and pull this one up. I just reposted it. The claim by CENTCOM, or not by CENTCOM, the claim by Iran was this. They said Iran's IRGC Guard Corps claims that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. They said, truth, commercial ships are continuing to transit in and out of the Strait of Hormuz tonight. But they're forgetting to mention that they're also getting hit with big-ass missiles. I'll just put it that way, since we want to, get all technical with it. Iran is launching missiles at ships. So while ships are trying to transit through, which is already difficult enough because Iran has fast attack boats in the strait, they're getting hit with missiles. And Iran's already said they've attacked at least 2 of them, and we could be seeing a third here very shortly. So that's CENTCOM with their famous fact check coming out right now. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
We don't even see any commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz still. On any sort of public AIS transponders. It doesn't appear that anyone's going through the strait. There is one vessel, though, this one right here, the No Buyers, or as it's called, the Kaiser, which has a destination of no buyers at the moment, which appears to just kind of be meandering around on the very edge of entering the Strait of Hormuz, but hasn't entered it. But we're not even seeing any ships transiting through the strait, and generally, we haven't seen any ships go through the strait in months. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 of them in very rare instances succeed in making it through, but we haven't been able to see a single one of them make it through on public transponder data. So generally, largely not believing that the strait is open for business, because also, much like we just heard a little while ago, the IRGC is striking vessels that were even attempting to get close to the Strait of Hormuz, and those vessels have already put out public distress signals that we were able to report on a little bit later on during the show that happened just a little while ago. So I would generally say the claim is somewhat outlandish once again and largely not factual.
Also, by the way, we have another statement allegedly from the United States president. You're going to get a kick out of this one. The U.S. president has allegedly told Fox News that he will bomb the shit out of Iran tomorrow night if they don't sign the deal. That's tomorrow night, by the way. They're already bombing Iran tonight that we're covering right this second. He's saying tomorrow night they're going to bomb the shit out of Iran. So apparently it's going to be worse than tonight. So at this point, it is really hard to call this self-defense strikes. Very hard to call them that, especially, and once again, it's being reported by OSINT Technical on Twitter, and that sounds to me like they're ready to go. It sounds like the patience is finally worn out after all these weeks. It sounds like the U.S. is finally done with the situation for the most part. But they also say a deal is close, so leave the door open for some some tomfoolery because they say a deal is close, but they say they're going to bomb the shit out of them tomorrow. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, that ceasefire sure do be raging across that Middle East. I'm God. Like, man, I don't even know what to make of that at this point. Sounds to me like they're not making a deal and they're trying to threaten them to even get them to talking probably at this point, because they're not talking to the United States actively, at least from what we know. So that appears to once again be continuing off of those sorts of statements and ideas that we've already been able to hear. Speaking of which, we have been able to see that additionally another statement was made today. I've got to say that this one was probably one of the more interesting ones that we were able to hear, is that the president stated the following about the situation with the Hormuz and the blockade earlier on. Last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Today, I'm pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait and into the open market. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the strait. This wildly successful effort is because the United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Their military is defeated and their economy is lost. It's over for Iran. And that was a statement that was made prior by the President of the United States, largely claiming that the United States had escorted more than 200 commercial ships through the strait and had been able to get 100 million barrels of oil out over the course of the past month. Let me make sure I'm reading that correctly. Let's see that this effort. So yeah, over the course of 30 days, 200 ships made it through the Strait of Hormuz, and 100 million barrels of oil also passed through the strait. The problem is that we have not seen a single one of these ships on any public transponder data in the Persian Gulf disappearing on public transponder and then reappearing in the Gulf of Oman or the Arabian Sea. As a matter of fact, we haven't seen a single ship for the larger part that is still within the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman appear on the other side in one way or another. So we're believing this claim is largely false because we don't have any actual proof or evidence to be able to confirm whether that would even be close to true. But in the meantime, we actually do have some more breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so we're getting a video right now that is claimed to be from Qasem Island, which is a place that's been struck quite heavily this evening by the U.S. forces. It looks like they've captured the sound of U.S. fighter jets flying overhead during the first wave of airstrikes that the U.S. conducted against Iran. So take it with a grain of salt. Let's take a look at it and see if it appears to be a legitimate video.
I mean, here's an incoming missile, most likely a Tomahawk. That sounds to me like a Tomahawk flying over. It's just that we can't see it because of the fog.
Yeah, it sounds like a Tomahawk. Like it has that distinct like cruise missile sound to it. There was obviously a fighter jet nearby if they launched a Tomahawk, but I don't think that was the fighter jet itself. But it appears to be likely a legitimate video, though.
It does appear to be a legitimate video, I would have to say. It is confirming that at the moment there are still Tomahawks apparently flying, or this might be an older clip that was just published that was showing that Tomahawks were flying around the area of the Strait of Hormuz during that time. Also, it appears that there has been a report of jet activity over Fardis in the Al-Boros province of Iran, and the Fardis area is actually, let me make sure to show this to y'all exactly so that way I can make sure to get this down. The farthest area is actually just to the west of Tehran, just south of Karaj. So this generally is showing us that there are still some Iranian Air Force aircraft up over Tehran. The President of the United States has claimed that U.S. aircraft are currently over Tehran. We're not entirely sure about that because we just did see that there was an Iranian F-14 up in the air. And if we did have aircraft up there, they're either going to be detected by the Iranians if they're not stealth, or if it's an F-35 or an F-22, highly unlikely an F-22, much more likely an F-35. If it is an F-35, then maybe the F-14s didn't spot them with their radars, but then they'd probably be able to visually identify them, especially if the F-14s and the other Iranian Air Force aircraft are flying directly over Tehran, and the U.S. aircraft are also flying over Tehran as well. Eventually, the pilots would see each other just by the visual sight of the other aircraft in air. Even in the midst of the night, we've seen that a lot of these aircraft are clearly visible because of their engine exhaust, either through afterburner or other means. So that generally is our belief at the moment.
Also, get this as well. I'm seeing people ask me this in the live chat, so I'm covering it right now. Some people are saying, has Israel joined the attack? I will say I am seeing the reports right now. They're just allegations. I'm seeing a whole bunch of Telegram channels claiming that the Israeli Air Force just became active over the radios, the radio transmissions in the area. But take that with a grain of salt, though. Israel has officially denied being involved in the strike on the Iranian territory. But then again, it could be possibly a cover. They might not want to get too much in the fray. They didn't want to get struck by Iran again. That could be part of it. But it sounds like there's some allegations that the Israeli Air Force could be involved in these strikes against Iran that we're seeing right now. So I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm not really sure if they are or not at this point. It's up for debate. But Enforcer, what do you think about that? Do you think they're probably involved or not?
I wouldn't think that they're involved at this point. It sounds like the Israelis might be prepping to get involved, but I have a feeling this is largely just a U.S. action at this point. It looks like the U.S. and Israel are somewhat disjointed in any sort of unified command or execution of command abilities at this point due to a myriad of diplomatic actions in the background. So I would believe that it's probably just a U.S. action at this point, and maybe the Israelis are getting prepped to try and get involved, but I would doubt that they're going to be getting directly involved. Also, by the way, another thing that I wanted to bring up, considering that a lot of people have been talking about the situation around the Hormuz and also the escalation of the conflict. A lot of people have been wondering where this is going economically, and we have been able to see that the oil markets are showing that the price of oil is skyrocketing again, and WTI crude already has bounced back from its $90 low back to $92. So it does appear that the price of oil is starting to skyrocket once again because of these hostile actions. And also, on top of that, there's another important thing to point out as well, especially with the statement from the President of the United States, where he claimed that 100 million barrels of oil had been able to exit the Middle East in the past month, and 200 ships have been able to make it through the strait right under the Iranians' noses. Generally, we don't believe that that's the case, because when we look at the U.S. Strategic Oil Reserve, it doesn't really appear at all at this point that there has been any stoppage of a hemorrhaging of oil out of the Strategic Oil Reserve. This is the U.S. Energy Information Administration's website, which is a government website which keeps track of this data and publishes it online for the entire nation to be able to see. This giant draw right here from the Strategic Oil Reserve was right at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, when the Europeans sanctioned the Russian Federation for their invasion of Ukraine, and they started to send all of their oil tankers to the Middle East and the United States to be able to get oil. For that reason, the President of the United States during that time allowed for the release of a large amount, millions of barrels of oil, to the Europeans and their purchase orders, so that way the Europeans could stay afloat until they started to rearrange their supply routes. Their supply routes were then completely diverted mostly to the Middle East, and now we're seeing that at this point in time right now, once the war started, there has been a weekly hemorrhage of oil from the Strategic Oil Reserve in the United States, and it is not slowed down at all. It is still at the same consumption rate that it has been for the entirety of the conflict since the blockade was put in place, which is what is making myself believe that the statement by the president appears to largely be false, because we would most likely see, if the statement was true, that the bleed from the Strategic Oil Reserve would probably still be ongoing, because it's still not pre-war oil shipment volumes over the course of that month, but it also wouldn't be skyrocketing down into the absolute gutter back to where it started in 1982 at its lowest, if there was any sort of oil that was flowing out of the Middle East in any large proportion. So I'm generally thinking that there's a lot of interference that's being run in statements by the U.S. government at this point to try and make statements that might give faith to the oil markets. That way the prices don't skyrocket and maybe they stabilize, because now they believe that there's oil out there that might not be out there. But generally the statistics are showing us at this point that there is still a significant drain on oil resources, because the blockade has never been circumvented or largely overrun by U.S. forces in a forceful opening of the Strait of Hormuz and a breaking of the Iranian blockade. Additionally, we've also been able to hear of other major news around the area as well, including a UK MTO report that came out earlier this morning, as the UK MTO received a report of an incident 20 nautical miles northeast of Sohar, Oman. Local authorities have reported a tanker experienced a fire in their engine room and are on scene assisting with the evacuation of the crew. The vessel is reporting 1 casualty and 2 crew members missing, and no environmental impact has been reported. This appears that it may have possibly been an Iranian attack, although there is not a report of a projectile hitting the vessel.
This was a U.S. strike on the vessel, according to what I've gathered so far. CENTCOM sent a Hellfire into a ship in the engine room, which matches up perfectly with this report right here, and they disabled it because they claimed they was trying to run the U.S. blockade. That's what the U.S. claimed, and this right here apparently shows it in the video that we're looking at.
And we actually see the Hellfire impacting the side of the engine room right there and leading to a major secondary explosion, which might have been a fuel tank or some other fuel line rupturing and exploding from the Hellfire impact. But we're going to actually watch that a second time here to show the impact right there. and then the secondary explosion right here that was caused after the initial impact. So that appears to be where the casualties came from, and a big thanks to Enforcement Matt for correcting that on air, because I was generally assuming that that was actually one of the Iranian attacks that had been conducted on the commercial ship, considering that news actually came out from the UK MTO around the same time that we started to hear that the Iranians had attacked 2 commercial ships near to the Hormuz, and I was thinking that might have been one of them. We have also been able to hear an additional UK MTO report from the Gulf of Aden, which stated the following. The UK MTOs reported a incident 88 nautical miles southwest of Al-Haf, Yemen. A cargo vessel is reported being approached by one craft with 6 armed persons on board. There was an exchange of fire between the small craft and the cargo vessel's armed security team, resulting in the small craft turning away. Authorities are investigating. This is a Somali pirate incident in the midst of this all. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO. While we can largely dismiss this immediately as an incident of Somali piracy, there is a high likelihood that here in the near future we're going to start hearing of similar incidents happening within the Bab el-Mandeb itself, as the Houthis are most likely going to be attempting to close the strait. The Houthis have been telegraphing this heavily for the past few months, and as of late, they've started to make it sound as if it is a near imminent action that is going to be conducted within the area of the Bab el-Mandeb, and they will be attempting to force a blockade of this strait in support of the Iranians' blockade against the United States and Israel in the Strait of Hormuz. If that does occur, 12% of global shipping will be forced to divert all the way around Africa instead of sailing through the Strait of, the Suez Canal, which is their normal strait of transit. But we actually have even more breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we are getting the first rumblings of an Iranian response to these attacks on Iranian territory by U.S. airstrikes. We are currently getting word that apparently Iran is once again denying the U.S. claim that the U.S. president spoke with top Iranian leaders to end tonight's bombing or had any message exchange regarding a ceasefire. Iran's calling those talks a pure falsehood, and they're saying that Iran is currently delivering a decisive response to the U.S. attacks. And they've gone a step further. Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya, if that's the way you say it, I don't know, but that's their central HQ. They are saying that the IRGC will soon deliver a large-scale attack on Israel with the first wave of ballistic missiles and drones toward Israeli cities in just a few moments. But that was put out about an hour ago, so many moments have passed, and we haven't seen that yet. So we're waiting to see if that turns into something or not, but of course, that's up for debate. But I would imagine we're going to see some sort of response coming very soon, that's my guess. Also, CENTCOM has put out another fact-check post as of right now. Here's what it said in the post. It said, Iranian media sources are claiming that Iran has attacked a U.S. warship in the Strait of Hormuz. False. Truth. No U.S. warships have been struck, according to CENTCOM. So I don't recall hearing that a warship was struck. I don't recall hearing that from the Iranian sources, so I'm not really sure where they got that from. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, that's kind of odd wordage. I mean, the Iranian, they say that the Iranian claim that they attacked a U.S. warship. It's false. The act of attacking something doesn't necessitate that it was successful, or really, kind of imply that it was successful. They could have attacked and failed at hitting the U.S. warship. So the fact check saying that no U.S. warships have been struck, which is a completely different thing, it's a little bit interesting there. And I think they're playing a word game with that. I think that's confirming that the U.S. warship was attacked and the attack was repelled. Maybe it was a drone or an anti-ship missile attack and they shot down the incoming anti-ship missiles and drones. And so they've decided to make it sound like an Iranian claim about an attack is false by saying that the U.S. warship wasn't hit, which doesn't deny that there was an attack that happened. It just denies that the U.S. warship was hit or not. So that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I would say so, definitely right there. So right now, it is weird because Iran was running their mouth like wildly this morning, recklessly while running their mouth about how they were going to retaliate against the evil Americans if they dared to hit their territory again today. So now we've seen that America has done these airstrikes, several rounds of them, by the way. And not only that, but we haven't really seen an Iranian response as of yet. So that was a lot of yapping earlier today for Iran not to really be doing much as of right now. currently at least an hour past the first wave of strikes. It's at least an hour past. So, apparently Iran is planning on responding according to what they've said, but they are taking their sweet time getting to it, it looks like. So I'm not sure why that is. Maybe they're trying to determine if they're going to strike Israel, if they're going to strike, maybe the Gulf states again or the U.S. bases. They're probably trying to figure out what they're going to strike. That's my guess, but they are definitely taking a minute. So, Enforcer, what do you think's the delay?
I would say that the delay is probably that they're trying to figure out whether they're willing to strike or in what scale they're going to strike at is probably what they're waiting for. Because we do know that prior Iranian attacks appear to be somewhat measured and controlled to not allow the United States to have the ability to state that because of the massive strikes on Iran, we must conduct retaliatory actions on a large scale. The Iranian attacks are measured to where the U.S.'s responses can only be at the biggest on a smaller scale, like what we're seeing right now, which isn't as big as what we saw during the war. It's a lot smaller than that and only hitting a limited area along their coastline. So I think that the Iranians are probably trying to figure out how big is going to be too big, and then to make the attack just a little bit smaller than that, so that way it doesn't allow for the United States to largely circumvent the Congress, which is kind of holding up the situation at the moment, and allow the president the justification to go all in on continuing strikes against him, and that would allow Iran to kind of keep the situation in limbo for even a little bit longer, and hope that the blockade can conduct maybe a little bit further economic damage to put more pressure on the U.S. and the greater Western world.
Maybe so. That could be it right there, possibly. But right now, though, we are currently waiting for more breaking news to come out. In the meantime, I believe we have some more news to cover about the sequence of events and also possibly also analyze some of the strikes and the locations and targets that were hit this evening. We did see, of course, that apparently the Bandar Abbas airport was hit this evening. There were several different spots, including radar installations that were hit by the United States forces. So, Enforcer, if you want to walk us through the rest of the news that we have so far, now's a good time to do it, because I'm currently waiting on more breaking news that I'm sure we'll be getting here shortly. Currently waiting on the counterattack from the Iranians, which is expected imminently at this point.
And so we are going to cover the sequence of events that has happened over the course of the day that led up to these strikes that we've been covering on air at the moment. And we have been able to see that earlier in the day, the President of the United States was announced an intention to bomb the Iranians. And according to a statement by the Secretary of Defense, he stated to reporters that CENTCOM will be busy tonight because they're going to hit Iran hard. They're going to have tap, tap, tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran. Additionally, we then were able to hear another statement, this one coming from the President of the United States, where he said that he held a Situation Room meeting in the afternoon to conduct potential strikes or future strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. One option that was discussed was a large strike campaign, short in duration, aimed at convincing Iran to change its position in the negotiations. But this statement by the president largely is giving us the idea that the Islamic Republic of Iran was not hours away from making a deal. If anything, they're very far away from making a deal, and the U.S. is hoping that by bombing them a little bit more, they'll encourage them to see it the U.S.'s way and maybe agree to the deal for that reason. We then were able to hear further on that CENTCOM then issued a statement confirming the beginning of the military operations. The CENTCOM stated the following: U.S. Central Command forces began launching additional self-defense strikes today at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time against multiple targets in Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. The strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. That's when we started to see the strikes along the coastlines within the area of the Strait of Hormuz and outside of that area as well, as we did get reports that there were explosions along the coastline in the areas of Sarik, Manab, Bandar Abbas, and Asalueh, which appears to be the farthest away hit and also doesn't appear to be on an IRGC facility. Oddly enough, I believe that was a concrete plant that they blew up in Asalueh. A little bit weird concrete plant got hit, but that was one of the targets. We have additionally been able to hear that according to the IRGC, there was some sort of a clash at sea that was conducted between Iranian and U.S. naval forces, although we don't really know a lot about the details on that, whether that actually happened, and what forces from both sides were involved in this alleged skirmish that happened somewhere within the strait. Additionally, strikes were also reported out of the area of Qashem, which has been a heavily hit target in the past. Unfortunately, folks, I would like to give you a lot more analysis, detail, and depth on exactly what was hit within these areas, but there isn't really a lot for us to work off of. The U.S. has not really published a lot of statements or footage of their own to be able to show us what these strikes are and what kind of damage they conducted. So beyond us being able to say that the U.S. hit something, we really can't extrapolate much farther on it than the scope of how wide the coastline area was that they hit, and that there were highly likely IRGC targets getting hit below in these areas, but outside of that, there's not really a lot more for us to be able to say. We also were able to see that within the area of Asalua, there appears to have been a petrochemical plant that was hit within this area in the Bushehr province, and that appeared to be the scope of the U.S. strikes that have been conducted so far. A pretty significant amount of strikes, about as large as yesterday's strikes, but just a little bit smaller. Y'all can actually see the very perimeters of yesterday's strikes right here around the area of Bandar Kargan or Bandar Kangan right here. And you can also see the very perimeter of it to the east out here at Bandar Ijask, which were the absolute peripheries of the strike campaigns that were conducted yesterday. This one was just a little bit smaller in the amount of coastline that it hit, but it does appear that most of the strikes were once again attempting to target and destroy IRGC forces that are operating within the Strait of Hormuz. We also were able to hear that there was air defense fire on the island of Kish, but we didn't get to hear that there was any sort of explosions on the island during those air defense activities, which appears to be showing us that they might have been trying to shoot down the drone, or the air defenses might have panicked and started to fire, thinking that there was something in the air that they could not see. Additionally, there has been a large number of tankers still airborne at this moment right now, which we can still see on flight radar here, which are still operating within the area. We can see that some of them are still flying in or are currently in their orbits, and other Stratotankers are currently returning back to Tel Aviv, most likely to land and be replaced by another flight, which is most likely preparing and taking off from Tel Aviv at this moment. Still, we've also been able to hear further than this that there was additional information as well that came out on the situation concerning the air defenses throughout the rest of the country. As we did get to hear that the city of Shiraz did have activated air defenses within their area, but we have not been able to hear of any explosions in that area either. We also were able to report that there was apparently some sort of a rotating object over the city of Kazvin, which is to the northwest of the city of Tehran, which we were able to see in this clip right here. We were also able to see within the Tehran area that there was anti-aircraft fire that was also reported within this area, but once again, we don't really have any footage of it, and we really don't know exactly what was going on within Tehran, as we have not been able to hear of any direct strikes against the city. There was also an additional report of anti-aircraft fire that came from western Tehran, corroborating the first one, showing that there was anti-aircraft fire over most of the interior of the country and its major cities, but we really didn't see any per se major strikes that were being conducted on any targets further on than the coastline. It appears that all U.S. strikes were being conducted on the coast, and that was about it. Additionally, we also were able to see...
There's claims out there that apparently some of the strikes occurred only miles from the capital, Tehran. That's the claim coming from the office of the president, of course. So we don't have any visual evidence to back that up. I will say I did see apparently there was some type of explosion that took place inside of Tehran outside of that fire that we saw earlier today. So it is possible that maybe the U.S. fighter jets or some sort of munition struck inside or near the capital, but we don't have a whole bunch of corroborating detail about that right now. So it's just kind of a claim, and it just kind of is what it is.
And largely, unfortunately, folks, we don't work off of what could be news. So it might have happened, but generally, unless we have something to confirm it, it really didn't happen for the larger part. So we don't really know if there were any strikes around Tehran, and I'll be entirely honest with y'all, I'd assume there wasn't, because if there was, the Iranians would report on that. One thing that we do know that the Iranians don't really lie about is whenever they get bombed, they usually report that publicly, that the U.S. bombed them somewhere, because it gives them a justification for retaliatory strikes. And so far, the IRGC or anyone in Iran or the Iranian government has not come out and stated that there were strikes that were conducted anywhere around Tehran. So we're kind of thinking that might have not happened, but maybe it did. We just might not see any evidence for it yet. We've also been able to hear that within the Baghdad area, according to the United States, they've issued a level 4 travel advisory out of the embassy and have stated that due to regional developments, U.S. citizens in Iraq are advised to maintain the highest levels of vigilance and awareness and to continuously monitor local news sources. Disruptions to travel or sudden airspace closures may occur without prior notice. The U.S. Embassy in Iraq reminds U.S. citizens that Iraq remains under a level 4 travel advisory, which is a do not travel warning. U.S. citizens are advised as follows. Do not travel to Iraq for any reason. If you are currently in the country, depart now. For information on flight statuses, U.S. citizens should contact their airlines directly. Airport operational information can also be viewed via the following links, which they then gave the links to Flight Radar, funnily enough, for the Baghdad, Basra international airports, and then apparently some sort of another different websites for the Jalal Talbani International Airport and the Erbil International Airport. They then stated operational status. The U.S. mission in Iraq continues its operations despite the implementation of ordered departure measures for some employees. In order to continue providing assistance to U.S. citizens in Iraq, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad provides limited service to U.S. citizens. If you are a U.S. citizen and need assistance, you can contact the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad via email or the U.S. Consulate General in Erbil via email. They then stated a following list of actions to take generally to try and protect oneself while they're in Iraq, which is a very dangerous place to be in general, and then also stated that there are additional numbers that they could call for emergency services if things are incredibly bad. Funnily enough, they actually have a 911 number in Iraq, which is just like the United States. But outside of this embassy warning, we actually have breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so we are getting some breaking news right now. We're hearing new reports of explosions inside of Iran, which is kind of odd because right now it seemed like the U.S. airstrikes were coming to a close, but it might not be the case. We're currently hearing from eyewitnesses on the ground. They're reporting 3 explosions near Abyak in the Kavins province of Iran. And Enforcer, if you could give us is that where it's currently at right there where the marker's at?
Yeah, it's between Kazvin and Karaj.
Interesting. So that's actually right outside of Tehran to a large degree. So that's where 3 explosions are being heard as of right now. Apparently right outside Tehran for the most part. So not totally sure if the U.S. is conducting maybe another wave of strikes. It is possible. There's a ton of air assets up still in the Middle East right now, like U.S. Stratotankers and things like that. So maybe it's not over with yet. Maybe that's why Iran hasn't responded because they're worried that the fighter jets could end up attacking their mobile TEL ballistic missile launchers if they come out of hiding.
That could be the case. It's possible. It's really interesting to note that this town of Ibek, let me see if there's anything around here of note. There's an industrial quarter. There appears to be some sort of a quarry out here. Let's see here. What appears to be a garden or some small farms. And then the city itself. Not really anything else to speak of here, rather than the major highways that pass through the area. So I wouldn't really know what they're hitting out here at the moment. Well, actually, hold up. What is this? That's rather odd looking. It's like a... Hold up. I don't know what this is, folks. This actually looks like it might be an Iranian military facility that's getting bombed. Because they do have, quite interestingly enough, what appears to be a motor pool here, and also what would look to be a barrack structure. Let me see if I can get something here really quickly for us. This is a housing complex. Hold up. I think this is an Iranian military facility, so this might actually be where the strikes are coming from, is right near to the highways and the interstates in what appears to be a military facility spotted right here on the map. So it looks to me like that might be the target that's getting hit. Not entirely sure, though. We're still trying to hopefully find that one out. Because there's also like community centers and whatnot in this area, so this might also not be a military installation. It might be just some sort of a weird, well, no, that definitely looks like a parade square here. This has got to be, I mean, like, if anything, it's got to be a military base. I mean, that literally looks like a parade square, and they got a giant motor pool-looking area down here. These look to possibly be Iranian military transports and fuel trucks, so that looks like this might be the location of the strike right here, but hopefully we'll get some further information on it. We actually have some more updates coming out on the situation as well, so what do we got?
In the meantime, it looks like Israel is currently getting busy on Lebanon right now. It looks like Israel has just hit some artillery, apparently, allegedly, at a hospital at Nabatea in southern Lebanon as of right this minute. So that might also prod Iran to do something wild as well, because, of course, Lebanon's a bit of a hotbed issue for the Iranians. That sort of sets them off to a certain degree. So we are seeing the artillery shell and also a video that came out of it as well.
And here's the clip. We actually hear the shell flying in and hitting something out of frame, but we could still hear the sound of the explosion and the strike somewhere around Nabatea in Lebanon. So hopefully we'll be able to get some evidence and videos of the hospital itself if that did occur, as this is the town of Nabatea, and I believe that this would probably be one of the hospitals that could have been hit within the area. This is the Nabi Berri Governmental University Hospital of Lebanon, and we also have over here the other hospital, which is it's in Arabic. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to pronounce that one. So if the geolocation is correct that this hit a hospital, it looks to be within central Nabatea, which is a somewhat major settlement or city within the area of southern Lebanon, north of the Litani River, however. So we'll try and get some further information on that. But the Israelis do appear to be continuing their armed campaigns inside of southern Lebanon in the region. So we'll be watching those with interest during the show and seeing if anything comes out of that, or if any Iranian statements come out after these strikes that are currently being conducted right now. So with that, we will be waiting to see what we can get out of that information. And in the meantime, it looks like a lot of people are talking about the ongoing poll that we have about the U.S.'s strikes on the southern coastline and what they appear to be turning into. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so let's address the poll. About 5,000 people have voted on it so far, and the question was, do you think that the U.S. is starting a coastal attack campaign on Iran? And because, of course, the U.S. is still claiming that these are self-defense strikes, but there was no catalyst that led to this event today. So, by definition, these are preemptive strikes, by definition. So, 77% said yes, a coastal attack campaign is beginning as of today, while 23% said no. And I would say that the proof just came out a second ago when the executive branch said that the bombing will stop in Iran based on request by Iran's leaders, but will resume tomorrow if a deal is not signed. Then that, in my opinion, basically signaled the start of a coastal attack campaign. So it's designed to put pressure on the Iranians. That's the main purpose of it. But there's also a secondary purpose as well. If the U.S. has to go back to war, the first thing you'd want to do is take out the coastal defenses, take out the radar installations and all the missile launchers that Iran has on the coast. So that way, if you launch an operation to retake the Strait of Hormuz or retake an island or take an island in the strait, that way Iran can't try to hit your forces when they try to land on an island like that. So it's dual pronged, but mainly it's about pressure. It's about getting the Iranians to sign a deal. But when you deal with the Iranians, this tactic here is not going to make them sign a deal. It's going to make them double down and also commit to being martyrs, essentially. So that's probably what they're going to do. They're probably not going to be signing any deals, I would imagine. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that this definitely is the start of a coastal campaign and also a broader plan for continuation of the conflict by the United States, although they're still going to have to try and get around what's going on with the Congress right now to be able to really restart the conflict. But it appears that the strikes right now are attempting to try and hit critical installations within the area, and we have noted that there has been a large number of strikes on some particular areas within the area of the Strait of Hormuz, such as Sarik, which is an IRGC naval wharf. You can actually see that one right there, and you can also see what appears to be the remains of the naval facility that once existed here, which appeared to have largely been destroyed in the prior strikes. We can also see, additionally, up here, the other IRGC facility, which was also targeted yesterday, and we believe was targeted and hit again today. There was also apparently some reports of strikes around Kargan, which appears to be just a normal bay or an inlet that the IRGC might operate out of as an impromptu sort of a facility. And we can also see as well that there has been strikes in Bandar Abbas and also Qashem Island, which do appear to be showing us that the United States is attempting to hit some sort of IRGC facilities or support facilities within the area that would help them to be able to force and continue a blockade. We don't really know about how anti-ship missile systems and anti-ship weapons outside of direct surface vessels are faring or operating within this region at the moment, but it certainly is showing us that at least right now, the strikes are well and truly continuing against a continuous type of target in the area, which looks to be trying to soften them up, so that way if a forceful reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is taken as the choice of action, then we'll be able to do that a little bit easier once that's supposed to be conducted. So I would generally be with the 77%. I think that at this point, this is probably the beginning of a new coastal campaign by the United States.
Honestly, the strategy by the U.S. officials right now, by essentially restarting the war and saying it's just self-defense, bro, it's just self-defense. I mean, that's the same as like taking a sword to somebody and poking them with like a sharp sword and saying this won't hurt a bit. It's like, I mean, it's kind of denying the obvious. Obviously, it's going to hurt. Somebody's getting stabbed with a sword that's very sharp. So I'm not so sure. Like, on one hand, like I understand they're trying to get around the war powers thing, and on the other hand, I'm kind of like, it's kind of just a weird thing to like say it out loud that it's so-called self-defense by, attacking preemptively. Kind of a weird thing with that. But also, by the way, we do have some more news right now. The IRGC is currently claiming that they've targeted the U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain yet again, apparently just minutes ago, with drones. The only problem with that is we haven't heard any sirens going off inside of Bahrain, and we haven't seen any videos or pictures coming out corroborating that to a large degree. So I'm not sure if Iran's just making that up and they're just saying that, because I have no way to know if that's true or not, and Bahrain's not saying anything, and nobody in Bahrain saying that anything has happened. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that?
Man, give it up for attack number 15. Like, give it up for attack number 15. I don't think they hit it, like, at all. Like, if we haven't gotten any air defense alerts out of Bahrain, and we haven't seen active air defense in Bahrain, then there is nothing happening in Bahrain. I think the Iranians are lying about this one flat out just to try and save face on what's going on right now and to make it sound like they're already responding. We haven't seen them respond yet, mind you all, although they have pledged and sworn that they will. I don't think that they are going to be for a while, but this sounds to be trying to jump the gun and state that they're already hitting stuff that they haven't even hit yet. Maybe they're talking about yesterday's attacks and just trying to word it to where it sounds like today. Maybe, but they haven't hit it at all today from what we can tell on air.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I see literally zero evidence of the attack. Not even a rumor of an attack, except from Iran. That's the only place that's saying that is the Iranian IRGC. So there's literally no evidence. So I think they're just making this up, wildly making this up. Like this is actually kind of a little bit laughable here. If we get video evidence, of course, we will report that. But right now, you can't really take that for anything. But we also get some more information apparently coming out. Oh man, I thought this was coming out of Iran. This is coming out of Russia right now. It looks like Novorossiysk is currently under an assault and a half. It looks like hell's raining down on Novorossiysk.
Oh my God.
I thought that was Iran for a second. Do you think we should like momentarily just show people this, or save that for the later segment?
I think it might be a little bit confusing if we jump between the two, so we might want to save that for later. I'm going to definitely put this down on the map because they're under attack. Let's see, Novorossiysk. I got to spell this right, folks. Under attack. I think I just spelled it wrong anyways. Let me make sure. Oh, okay, good. I just missed the capitalization. So let me put that down right there so we can get to that here in a little bit. Honestly, it is such a wild clip. I think should we show it, folks? Should we show the clip? Like, let us know in the chat. Should we show y'all something from Ukraine a little bit early? Like a little treat?
I just give, it's a short video. Like, by the way, folks, just to preface this so that way we're not confusing the hell out of people, we're covering Iran, but this video that we just got right now is so wild that we want to show y'all this real quick. It's coming out of Novorossiysk, Russia, which is a very critical naval port that Russia uses, and they have a lot of warships based out of there. But the Russians are fighting for their lives, like no exaggeration whatsoever. They are fighting for their lives right now to try to save their ships. They're currently under a massive attack. So I say, it looks like the audience wants to see it, by the way.
It's unanimous. Wild. Yeah, we need to show it to y'all. So here's the clip. This is coming out of the Vostochny Rayon in the port of Novorossiysk. So without further ado, enjoy. Oh my God.
Holy crap.
They've got some legitimate artillery out here tonight. Like, they've got some heavier anti-aircraft guns. Oh my God. This is...
Damn. They got a big one.
Oh, wait a minute. You can actually see one of them. They got a little rib down there with two machine guns on it, and they're firing both of them into the air.
Yeah, I think they brought in some more artillery, but I don't think it's really helping them that much. But it's a lot more of a fireworks show, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's keep watching. This is actually pretty wild. We don't see any spotlights either tonight. They're just firing into the air. Oh, we can finally see a spotlight now.
I hear something in the background.
I think that's the ship these guys are. Something just flashed out there in the distance, right? Let's see here. It was right. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, that was that shell impacting on the shore, or like on the surface of the sea, so nothing there. This is actually the sound of the ship. Like, that's the hum of the motor and stuff that you're hearing in the background. So this was apparently filmed from a ship.
Man, do you think they even know where the drone's at? I didn't even really, like, now that you said that was the ship making that humming noise, outside of the ship, I didn't hear anything else. Like, it seemed like they were firing at ghosts.
I think they were. Like, like they're definitely under attack, I would assume, because they probably do know, at least at a minimum, that there's one in the area somewhere, but I don't think any of the air defense guys locally know where the thing is at and what they're shooting at. It also looks like, by the way, just to do a little bit of quick geolocation here to make sure that we know where this is. You notice that rib right there and that this breakwater behind it, to make sure that I word that properly for YouTube. That appears to be this breakwater right here, because you can see these larger crushed stones. And while we really can't see it well in this dark footage, that appears to be the larger crushed stones at the bottom and the concrete wall that makes up this breakwater for the Vostochny Rayon. And this rib is sitting somewhere kind of close to it. So all of this air defense fire that we're watching here appears to be coming from all of these following areas. That rib that's probably right here, all of the air defenses on the rear side of the Vostochny Rayon, all of the air defenses from this paddock down here where some of these ships are docked at, and then some further air defenses coming from the pumping station just a little bit south of it. And that appears to be where all of the air defense batteries in the city are at right now, that are trying to fire at something in the sky, but it doesn't really look like they know where the incoming drones are at, and we didn't really get to see them either in the clip. So they're just firing like wild and hoping that they hit something out there in the darkness.
Yeah, it does seem like it, by the way. But also just wanted to show you all that real quick, by the way. We'll get to all of our Ukraine news. We have some huge developments. I covered them in a short war video earlier today, quite extensively. But we'll get into that in more detail later on after we get done with our Iran coverage. But we have to jump back to the Iran coverage here for a second, because we're getting some more breaking news coming out right this second. We're currently hearing that Iranian state media has put out some more statements about their alleged attack. Now they're saying it's not just Bahrain. They're also saying it's Kuwait now as well. They're saying that several explosions were heard at American bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, but I have no idea how they would know that, because the Iranians are inside of Iran. They're not in Kuwait and Bahrain. So they cite zero evidence whatsoever that there's explosions going off. Also, there's been zero sirens in either Kuwait or Bahrain. So I think the Iranians, they're scared to come out right now because the American jets are currently like basically hovering above their heads right now. So they're kind of staying like ants in the bunker at this point. They're not coming out. They're scared to come out because they know the U.S. is probably going to strike them if they do. So instead of actually counterattacking, the Iranians are completely making up a false story just to make it seem like they're not cowardly. So that's pretty much what's happening.
And it does appear that this is just an attack of pure fiction. So maybe this is the Iranian response, is that they're just going to lie about attacking U.S. forces? That's kind of odd. I mean, they've done more than that before in the past. So that'd be kind of odd if this really is the Iranian response, is just fabricate claims that they're bombing every U.S. base in the region when they're not. So, I mean, this is quite odd. Actually, very unusual.
Also, get this, by the way. Iran's central headquarters put out another statement 50 seconds ago. They said the cessation of U.S. attacks on areas in southern Iran, as announced by the President of the United States, is due to the powerful and crushing response of the IRGC, which dealt another defeat to the country's army in this regard. Just by the way, folks, there's been zero response from Iran. Like, rather than that made-up attack that they did on the bases and Bahrain, which is zero evidence for that, by the way, there's been no response by the Iranians at all. Like, zero military response. So I don't know if they're planning on actually doing a response or not at this point, but they're claiming they've put the overwhelming defeat on the United States, even though they haven't fired a single bullet.
Man, that's that raw cope, that 100% organic cope, that free range cope that they be talking about right now. Like, nothing has happened at all. Like, literally nothing. They're just coming up with the stuff. The source, they made it up. Like, there's nobody reporting anything out of Kuwait or Bahrain. There's not even an air defense alarm going off in either country. So this whole thing is just a lie. I mean, like honestly, folks, this is like, usually the Iranians try and hedge their lies to where we have to kind of give them a little bit of a benefit of a doubt because we're not really sure if they're true or not. This was just blatantly a lie across the board. I mean, like, this is such a lie. It's insane how bad this is. Like, there's no proof to any of what they're claiming right now in either country. And on top of that, we haven't been able to hear of any other updates, speaking of any Iranian launches out of Western Iran, which we'd usually be getting as well at this point. But right now we have even more breaking news coming out on air. So what do we got?
Okay, so just as Iran announced that they had put the walloping on the U.S. forces and scared them off, two more explosions have just been heard near Sirik in southern Iran, which is the exact same place that the Iranians were claiming they put a smackdown on the United States. So obviously, I think the U.S. just called their bluff, I would say the least. Right now, the U.S. is whooping their ass. I would say that. It looks like the U.S. is actually changing the equation for once, which I'm glad to see. And the Iranians are in hiding. They will not come out, and they're currently getting hit yet again from the looks of it. So the U.S. fighter jets are still actively firing on Iran. Even right now, they're still firing, which is remarkable because everybody thought it was over with, but apparently it's not.
Apparently, it certainly isn't. It looks like the U.S. is actually still continuing strikes, and it really begs the question how long these are going to be going on. Are these going to be going on all night until tomorrow in the middle of the day when they supposedly restart them for a second round of, well, actually a third round now of defensive strikes? I don't really know, because these seem to be going on for quite some time now, and we're getting reports of even further explosions in the Strait. It seems to me like they've taken the decision probably to try and actually forcibly reopen the strait, but they're phrasing the entire operation as defensive actions so that way it doesn't demand or require a War Powers Resolution Act vote in the Congress, in the House and the Senate that might actually limit the president's abilities to continue any actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran without an official declaration of war. So a very interesting sort of development here, to say the least.
Indeed. Also, I got to say this, folks. I got to see some people saying it right here. They're saying it looks like the president actually followed through with his word this time. I will give him credit. He actually followed through. Like he said this morning that they were going to hit Iran hard, and I'm not going to lie, I had my doubts about it. I even said that in the short video about a few hours back. I said we'll have to see if this turns out to be true because sometimes things are said and then they're not followed through with. But this time he followed through with it. In fact, he followed through with it a lot more than I thought he was going to do. And now he's saying that tomorrow they're going to bomb the shit out of Iran again if they don't sign the deal. So, I mean, I would took where credit's due, I would say. It looks like they might actually finish the job. Hopefully they're going to finish it. Hopefully they don't like chicken out tomorrow and like back out of all their statements. But for right now, though, they're actually following through, which is a good sign.
It is a pretty good sign. I'm pretty happy to see it, folks, because this is one of the few times we've seen the U.S. actually go out of its way to conduct some offensive actions against the Iranians to try and kind of move towards reopening the strait, which is really the only action we can take at this point that's going to produce anything of value out of this conflict, at least in the current condition we find it in strategically at the moment. So moving us on out of that bit of updates and news, we've also been able to hear additionally some other developments out of the U.S.'s statements over the course of the day, which have been pretty interesting in how they've evolved. This is actually the Apache incident stated in actual word-by-word form from the president, which is an absolutely...
Wait, before you get into this, we have our first video of footage of the U.S. airstrikes from Western Tehran right now. This is being claimed from Western Tehran. We have two videos allegedly showing this. So this is allegedly coming from Object, which is right outside of Tehran, where we just looked at a short while back. We heard the U.S. Fighter jets apparently attacking this location. So I can't believe we have video out of it. I'm shocked. But let's take a look at this, unfortunately, and see what we got.
Let's take a look, folks. This is the first video of, like, what is it? 2.5 hours of military action. So here's the clip.
That sounds like Farsi.
That sounds like a bomb.
It sounds like Farsi and it sounds like a bomb. This is starting to look pretty legit.
Oh, we got another one actually right here. Apparently they started another clip a little later. Oh, there's a second explosion.
This guy sounds very happy, by the way. He must be a Reza Pahlavi supporter or something like that. He's definitely not supporting the Ayatollahs, it doesn't sound like.
He doesn't sound to be a big Mujtaba appreciator. So, a little interesting with that. But we can confirm that there was at least 2 explosions in this clip, and we're still believing. This is, by the way, folks, this isn't like exceptionally close to Tehran. This is actually a little bit of a ways out. If we're measuring it from the central Tehran, it's about 50 miles away, up the M2 highway through Tehran. But this is very close to Tehran, I will say that, compared to every other strike we've seen so far that's been along the coastline that we've been able to speak of and largely have enough eyewitness testimony to say they're factual statements and factual events. This is the first video and picture evidence we have out of the situation, and these are actually strikes that did occur within, I believe this is the Fars province of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the seat of that province being Karaj. So very interesting to note here, and also showing us some final proof of the strikes and the sound of them, at least. We don't have any direct footage of the strikes, the explosions, or the smoke rising from the impact sites to geolocate exactly where they were, but it was certainly within the area of Abiyak.
Yeah, it does seem like it, certainly. Also, by the way, I see a lot of people were mentioning just a moment ago, they're mentioning, have you guys seen the F-14 Tomcat landing at the base in Iran? We did see that earlier, by the way. We saw that video of it landing. Apparently, I found out the location where it landed. That Tomcat landed at the Shahid Babai Air Base, which is the 8th Tactical Air Base in Isfahan, Iran, earlier today. That's apparently where it landed. It was providing aerial support near Tehran, from the looks of it, and then it came back, I guess, for refueling. So we did see it. We're still surprised that the Tomcat's even in service, because I could have sworn that we saw footage and videos of a lot of those getting destroyed. So they must have had one hidden away somewhere for good times.
This is like the Twilight Zone. This isn't really like adding up, because the Israelis cratered this place like in the armed part of the war just a couple of months back. I mean, they cratered every taxiway up here in the northeastern part of the airfield. They cratered the runways. They cratered the taxiways between the runways. They cratered everything. Like, generally, the damage was pretty significant to the point we thought the airfield would be unusable for a while. But if that footage is accurate, that's showing that apparently the Iranians have been able to get the airfield operational in a short amount of time, repair the taxiways, and not only that, somehow a couple of the F-14s survived what was almost an absolute strike to destroy every F-14 at the airbase. Because this is actually the very airbase that the Israelis hit back in the day to destroy what we believe to be all of the F-14s that were operational in Iran. So that's actually very interesting here, and it shows that the Israeli airstrikes were apparently not as significant and damaging as we originally believed, and there's apparently a few F-14s still running. But we actually have more information coming out right now.
Okay, so the U.S. has launched some very big airstrikes. This I would consider this the third or fourth wave of strikes, because we are currently hearing explosions not only in Sirik, which I reported just about 5 minutes ago. We're also hearing them in Abyek yet again, that we just saw the videos out of. We're also hearing them in Karaj and also Hashgard as well inside of Iran. So multiple different cities are currently getting struck right now, and we're also hearing that apparently the explosions in Karaj are being reported to be extremely loud, and they're also saying that there's been additional blast near the Payam International Airport and also near the Malard in the Tehran province. So it looks like several airports are possibly under attack as well that we're hearing about inside of Iran. So this is a pretty large series of strikes right here. So that's why I'm saying it's probably the third or fourth wave that we're currently hearing about.
And this is the Payam International Airport right here. This is a fairly small sort of a facility, but it does look like there might be some operational elements of the Iranian Air Force at this airfield, possibly, but I don't know that for certain. Interesting to note, though, that they would hit this airport, at least if that's the correct location that they've hit. So we'll have to see if we can get some further information about where exactly they hit on that airfield and what may have been damaged or destroyed. Additionally, we're also hearing that in the area of Meher Shahar in Karaj, which these names are getting absolutely ridiculous at this point. Oh, which is just up the street. There might have been some explosions within here as well. Mostly civilian buildings, so I'm not really sure if that's accurate. Maybe they just heard the explosions down the way at Payam from the area of Meher Shahar, and then they reported that. But there does appear to be a decent amount of explosions. It does appear that the president's statements are actually now correct. Maybe a little bit premature, because we didn't hear of these strikes at that time. Now we're finally hearing about them, but there does appear to be U.S. strikes happening around the area of Tehran. So we actually have more news coming out right now.
Okay, so I have a theory as to why we're seeing the third or fourth wave of U.S. airstrikes. We have just gotten word that Bahrain is now under attack. So it looks like the Iranian launchers came out of their hiding holes and they came out to launch missiles at Bahrain. And then we heard the strikes, the third wave, start on Iran by the U.S. forces. So what we could be seeing, now once again, I'm speculating here a little bit, so take it with a grain of salt. What we could be seeing here is the U.S. went back in because they were waiting for the Iranians to come out to launch their drones drones and missiles out of their hidey holes, they went back to hit the Iranians when they came out. And that might be why we're hearing about so many different airstrikes across Iran right as the sirens are sounding in Bahrain, because Iran just launched their attack. So we could be hearing about some pretty big Iranian casualties here soon. That's my guess right now. But Enforcer, do you agree with that speculation, or would you say it might be something different?
And what part of the speculation in particular?
About the part about the U.S. waiting for Iran to come out of the hiding holes, then hit them once they launch their attack on Bahrain and the Gulf states.
That might be the case, or they might be conducting these waves of attacks because they're trying to conduct a retaliation. Because considering that the alarms are being activated in Bahrain, these missiles had to be in flight for some time. And if they were launched, because we do know that a lot of them are launched from around the Tehran area, so we measure from here to Bahrain, assuming that the ballistic missiles are traveling at, say, over the speed of sound by several Mach, it probably took them about 15 to 20 minutes to be able to reach Bahrain, and that may be why we're starting to see the strikes happening right now, is that they're retaliating against the launchers and trying to hit them while they're running back to cover. Because once they fire, like how it works, folks, is that once they fire, that's really our best indicator to kind of know where they were at, is because they give off a significant flash that you can see with the naked eye once they fire and the missiles are on their way out. And that gives pilots that are operating in the midst of the night a giant glowing beacon that just lit up from the ground to know where the launchers were and where to hit them. So the launchers might have started to pack up, and they might have started to get back on the move, and that's why we're seeing that the strikes are happening all in these odd places to the west of Iran, like Abyek, around Karaj and whatnot, because the launchers may actually be mobile on the road by this point and trying to return back to wherever they came from, and they're getting blown up while they're on the move. That might actually be what we're seeing.
That might be. I'll say this though, I am very pleased to see the U.S. taking a very strong stance right now with the Iranians. This is about as strong as it's gotten since the ceasefire was enacted a little over a month ago. So I will say this: I'm actually pleased this evening with what's taking place. Now, obviously, war is not good, but we're in a bit of a quagmire. We're still in it right now because of the Strait of Hormuz situation, and right now this is the closest we've gotten to actually getting closer to resolving the situation by actually going strong against Iran. So. It looks like this thing's about to get out of control. It sounds like as well. I'll be honest. My initial impression right now is that Iran is a little bit on shaky footing right now. Their attack on Bahrain is being interrupted by airstrikes by the U.S. forces, and we don't know how many missiles or how many drones that actually got off at Bahrain. We'll have to see how many that turns out to be. But they're making up a whole bunch of propaganda stories about allegedly attacking the naval base, which never happened, by the way. And right now, Iran's not looking very confident. I'll say that, which is definitely a warranted change.
Yeah, they're certainly not looking too confident. And also, one thing that I have to say, folks, as far as the strategic outlook of what a priority target would be for the United States right now, if we're basically just getting back into offensive strikes and claiming that they're defensive to avoid a War Powers Act resolution, the priority targets for the United States Air Force and the United States Navy's air arm to target and destroy inside the Islamic Republic of Iran are the TELs, which stand for Transport Erector Launchers. Let me actually show y'all a TEL missile launcher here really quickly. I'll just show y'all a generic one so that we can give you all the concept of what they are. This is a North Korean Hwasong TEL, so this is going to be our stand-in for the explanation. These sorts of transport erector launchers are basically, in the missile sense, what a rifle is. The missiles are the bullets that these rifles fire. So think about it in that kind of a scenario when I explain this from here. The Iranians only have a limited number of transport erector launchers to be able to fire off their thousands of missiles with, which is where their logistical bottleneck comes into being, is how many TELs do they have and how many of them can fire off rockets over a sustained period of time. If you start to destroy their TELs, you're basically destroying their rifles in a sense, and without a rifle, you can't really use the bullets that you have. And so right now it'd be incredibly important, like we're seeing at the moment, for the US to target and destroy the transport erector launchers, because there are far less of them than there are Iranian missiles. And so striking a TEL has a lot more strategic value to it than trying to destroy any missiles that might be in storage in a tunnel. So at this point, it looks like they're playing the whack-a-mole game where the TELs come out and either they hit them before they fire, when they're firing, or when they're retreating back in the cover and trying to destroy them to greater decrease Iran's missile capabilities. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now, apparently from the Karg area. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so everybody, get ready for this for a second, because we're getting some wild news. The breaking news is picking up a lot. Like, things are going down right now quite heavily. We've gotten a video of the explosions that have just gone down inside of Karaj, Iran, that allegedly struck near an airport near Karaj. So we have a video of that. Let's hear the explosions. You allegedly can hear them in the video, but let's see what's going on.
That sounded like a bomb. Like it
That
sounds
was a very short video right there, man. That was, I guess that was proof. That was proof that something went off. Very short though, but I guess that tells us that there is explosions, at least one that we can hear in the video coming out of Karaj, Iran. So let's hear that one more time, just for time's sake.
Folks, this is like the Titanic back when they found it in 1985. We got to watch that one video by that one sub like 900 times. It's like, wow, like it's like finally explosions. If that was near an airport near Karaj, that was this one, the Payam International Airport.
Yeah, that's the reports that's coming out. They're saying that that airport's being targeted right now by the U.S. forces, so it appears to line up with what we're seeing in the video, or at least hearing in the video. Also, by the way, we have some more details about the ongoing attack by Iran on Bahrain. Once again, we don't know how many projectiles Iran launched at that base, but apparently it's the Issa Air Base that's under attack right now. I'm not really familiar with that one, so Enforcer, can you show us where that's at, and also generally what is stationed there based on your knowledge, or we can even look it up?
Well, let me go and look at this one really quickly to make sure. Okay, I know where this one is. Okay, let me go to it. So the Issa Air Base, I believe that's how it's pronounced, is down here at this bottom end of the Bahraini island. I generally don't believe that this one is used a whole lot by U.S. forces. I think it's like, I think the only way that they've used it in the past, at least for the United States, is that they would operate the P-8 Poseidon. So you actually see one here on the tarmac right now on the satellite imagery. But I don't really know a lot about Issa Air Base being used heavily by the United States. Usually the United States uses Al Udeid just next door in Qatar as one of the main air bases of operations in the Persian Gulf. But to quickly look at this, it does appear that the Bahraini Air Force actually does use a significant amount of the air base for itself, including the 1st Fighter Squadron, the 2nd Fighter Squadron, the 6th Fighter Squadron, the 5th Squadron, and the 4th Squadron, all being based out of the facility at Issa Air Base. It appears that the United States is operating in a very limited form historically out of this airbase. The largest peak point of U.S. operations in Bahrain at Issa Air Base was during the Gulf War in 1991, and since then there's been quite literally no U.S. aircraft, at least in any large number, that are based or operated out of Issa. So outside of like some P-8 Poseidons, if they're hitting anything in Bahrain, and considering that we don't operate P-8 Poseidons from what I know out of Bahrain currently, they're basically targeting and trying to destroy the Bahraini Air Force right now.
Interesting. So that is what's believed to be the target of this attack. Now, of course, we have not seen the interceptions yet. We'll get videos of that here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, I'd imagine. But we are getting, in the meantime, jumping away from Bahrain, the attack on that Gulf state right there. We're getting another picture, another piece of media coming out of Karaj, Iran right now that allegedly shows some of the smoke from some of the airstrikes right on the perimeter of Karaj. So, Enforcer, can you... This is a bit of a stretch to say, can you geolocate that? Because this is a very vague picture here. But what do you make of the picture?
We can geolocate this, actually. We actually can. There's a way to do it. We can see that there are some hillsides within the area. There's no lights around the camera person. There appears to be a trunk on a roadway here, and we have some hills off in the distance looking towards Karaj City. If I go and pull up Google Earth really quickly, and y'all give me like maybe 3 minutes, I can probably find a very rough shot approximation of where that was exactly. So give me just a minute, folks. We're going to head on out there to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're going to find this, because it is important, because this one does not look to be near to the area of that international airport. This actually appears to be kind of north, like actually like very north, as a matter of fact. So let me get down here really quickly, and let's see, is this close? This
Also, while you're looking at that real quick, by the way, for the people asking, we have no images or video out of Karg Island, but I do want to tell people that we've gotten early reports of strikes on Karg Island. And also, obviously, that's a big deal because Karg Island is home to 90% of Iran's oil export capability. Every single ship that Iran's able to send out with oil, most likely, like 9 out of 10, like most of those ships come from Karg Island. That's a very important island right there, and we are hearing preliminary reports that something has been struck on Karg Island. We don't know know if the U.S. has gone for the nuclear option and decided to take out the oil infrastructure there, or maybe the loading piers. We simply don't know. But sadly, I wish I had a video or a picture. We don't right now. But if I get that, I'll be sure to let y'all know as soon as I get it.
It's a bridge, it looks like, probably. Like, it may be. Like, the geolocation on this is a little bit rough right now, but giving y'all an approximate location of it, if I can, and let me see if I can get down here on this road and kind of get you very close, as close as I can get.
Also, I hate to say it, but your geolocation may be unnecessary. We just got more footage and photos showing exactly where it came from.
Oh, really? So, let's see what we got.
Literally right now.
Okay, so there's smoke rising in Karaj from here and there and everywhere. But sadly, this actually doesn't help us out. This is actually worse because
you don't know that there's a restaurant right here lit up in neon green right here. I think it's Caesar Pizza Palace or something like that. Yeah. Caesar Pizza Palace, praise be to Allah or something like that.
Yeah, inshallah, the pizza be the best in the name of Allah. But I got something for y'all right here. This appears to be the closest I can get for one of the strike locations. Let me go back to our original picture here that we're using. Here's this one. And this isn't precise. I want to make that clear. And it doesn't really look like the hills line up exactly, but this is about the closest that it can get us right here. This is just north of Karaj. You can see Karaj over the hillside. And when we kind of aim downwards a little bit right here, you can kind of see that similar flatter hillside that we can see in the distance where there doesn't appear to be any built-up structures, and then you can see one of the smoke plumes rising from right over the hill. And if it's right over the hill, it looks like this might have been on the Karaj Highway. So this might have been attempting to hit one of the bridges around here in Karaj. But once again, folks, this is very, very rough approximating, like literally eyeballing it kind of geolocation right now. I don't really have a lot of landmarks to work off of in these pictures, and I also can't read Arabic, sadly, to be able to pull up the exact restaurant that was shown in that picture and figure out from there what angle we're looking at.
Let's see here. Take me back to the. Let me see here. Let me get a translation pulled up here.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Take me back to it real quick, man. I can get you the name of that restaurant real quick.
Take you back to country roads, take you home to the place. Let's see, like, so let's find out what the restaurant is.
So hold on just a second here. So let's see here. That is the restaurant of. Let's see here. It turns out this one's not on Yelp or something. It's apparently not able to be found. So this is the no-name restaurant right here. So never mind on that.
Well, what about this? There's an underground tunnel here in this picture. Like, you see that? That's got to be unique. I mean, they can't have a lot of those around. So let's see if we can find in Karaj. It's got to be somewhere in Karaj, like over here.
And also, by the way, apparently there are Farsi speakers or whatever that language is, Farsi, I would assume, that are saying it says literally just gas station on it. Like, that's literally just says gas station.
Kind of underwhelming. I thought it was something cool. Wait a minute. Hold up. I think we might have a lead. So let me drop this down. Do we have a street view here, inshallah? No, we do not. Does this line up? Because this kind of looks like it would, because here's this kind of a tunnel structure, at least on one of the highways that we were seeing. And there's some structures nearby. I can't tell how tall they are because there's no 3D buildings here. But I mean, that looks pretty close to what we're seeing right. Well, not quite. That's actually squared off. That's not rounded. This one's actually rounded. So let's keep on our quest, because we might be able to find something here that gives us a tip on what this actually is. But sadly, folks, they don't have a lot of street view in the Islamic Republic of Iran, so that makes it a little bit tougher. I bet you, man, someone out there on Twitter right now is like seconds away from getting us a geolocation on this. So it's got to be somewhere around this highway, though, because this is the only place where you really see like these kind of like bridge overpass structures that we can see in this picture here. And if we line that up with a hill in the background, wait a minute. No, maybe the other way. No, this flat out here, so it's definitely somewhere. You know what? I'm stupid, folks. They're looking this way because you can actually see that hillside over here, like that mountain. See that, Matthew? It's got like this jagged tooth peak right here, and then it goes down and there's a smaller mountain over there. That lines up exactly with these mountains in the distance. So this is giving us a landmark to look off of, that whoever took this picture, they're looking towards the northeast, sort of. So this tunnel system's on a road there. And if we work off of that, we need to find a tunnel somewhere in this area that lines up with those mountains. So this is actually one of our first good tips that we've had on the geolocation process so far. And hopefully we can find a tunnel because it's kind of facing this way a little bit. Hold up, what actually we went too far. So let's see here. It's over this way. Let's just try and line up the mountains because I think this is actually going to be our best way of doing this. So
I got another video, by the way, if you want to try to get another view of what you could think it is. I got an overhead view of it.
An overhead. Okay, that might be good. Let's see. No. Well, like, sadly, this is worse. It's off in the distance somewhere. Like, it's over here because, notice, like, look at this. I'm trying to line up the mountain profile exactly to what we saw in that picture. And, like, there's this, like, it's like this mountain here in front of it is covering up the other one, and this is getting pretty damn close to that. Like, it's somewhere in this general area over here around Bondi Park, but we need to find the tunnel. It's somewhere here, though.
Honestly, I have a feeling it's in Karaj somewhere.
It's definitely in Karaj. Like, that mountain is exactly the one that we're looking at right there. So we're around, well, actually, this is close to the Karaj branch of Azad University. So it's very close to here somewhere. There's got to be a tunnel that lines up with the description.
Well, while you're still looking at that, by the way, we have some more breaking news in the meantime right now. We are hearing of Iranian anti-aircraft activity currently over Bushehr and the Bushehr province, which is home to the nuclear site, by the way. I just want to remind people about that. There's currently no indication that the U.S. is going to try to strike the Bushehr nuclear power plant, but it is notable that's in the same area. That is quite notable, to say the least. So not really sure what's happening, but we'll get some more information out of Bushehr very, very shortly. But also, by the way... Oh, you did?
Yes, we found it. This is the tunnel. This all lines up. Let me show y'all here. The picture was taken from here somewhere. Well, actually, it was taken over the road, so let me get right here. So this is the road. You can see the divider down the middle. There's the divider right there. There's the tunnel system. Apparently, we're not able to see the roads on the sides for some reason, but there's one of the apartment buildings right there. The mountain lines up exactly in the distance, and so the camera angle is something like this right here. This is probably about the exact spot that the picture was taken in, because from this angle, those mountains are lining up exactly. You can also see like that cresting one over here on the side a little bit as well. So this is the spot right here where the smoke is rising from, which is now over here, which is somewhere around this garden, actually, the Fata Garden. So looks like something's been hit around here, actually. That's one of the hits. There actually looks to be multiple of them because some of the pictures aren't lining up with that. So
interesting.
Something was hit around this area.
That is interesting. That's good to know, at least generally, where it's at. That's good to know as well. In the meantime, though, while we're seeing the location of that strike here in Karaj, we're also getting some more news that apparently explosions are being heard yet again in Bandar Abbas and near Bandar Sarik in southern Iran. So it looks like the U.S. is slamming the hell out of the naval ports for it could be the third or fourth time of the night from the sounds of it. Here's my question, folks. We don't know exactly where the caves are that the Iranian fast attack boats are currently being held at. We know that they come out of caves along the Iranian coast to deploy into the Strait of Hormuz, but nobody knows the exact location of where those caves are. I'm sure somebody does, but we don't. But Bandar Abbas, the naval port, generally was home to most of the Iranian larger naval ships, which most of those are at the bottom of the sea at this point. They've been, sunk, and they're no longer usable for the most part. They're now submarines. So I'm not sure what they're going for in Bandar Abbas, but there's something there that has the U.S. With their interest peaked quite a bit. But Enforcer, can you tell us about the strikes on Bandar Abbas and Bandar Sarik and what you think that they could be hitting?
So the strikes on Bandar Sarik, which is this area over here, this is hitting the above ground and exposed IRGC naval facility, highly likely again, because we know that this one's been hit in the past. At least their radio antenna tower was hit, and we believe that that's actually a surface search radar, actually, to clarify that for folks. But they might also be hitting the actual wharfs and docks out here that the IRGC uses bases and operates. You can actually see some of their attack boats right here. Most of the cave storage facilities are actually on the shoreline of Kashem, at least from what I've been able to find really quickly online about where these might be. But I wouldn't really know exactly where they are because they have to be built into the cliffside, apparently with boat access or water access immediate. So I wouldn't really know where that would be along the coastline of Kashem because I haven't really seen anything jut out to me, obviously, from other days showing where these would be. So let me see if I can try and find us some more information on where the tunnel storage networks for the boats might be on Kashem Island, but that appears to be one of the few places where they're at. Or they're on some of the other smaller, cliffier sided islands along the entirety of the Strait of Hormuz, like, for example, Larak Island here.
Also, by the way, like I hate to interrupt from the analysis here with this, but there is another wave. Like I think might be the 5th wave of U.S. strikes. The U.S. is going hard on Iran. Like I'm really surprised by this. There are brand new reports of explosions in Bandar Abbas I just mentioned, and also Varamine as well. It's currently under a large attack. Also, we're getting some more video. We're actually getting a lot of video right now. We're getting video of the Iranian drones heading toward Bahrain. And also, we're getting video of the Karaj attack that we just geolocated, or the Enforcer just geolocated a second ago. So, Enforcer, walk us through, like, you can refresh the top of the Twitter page. There's currently a little, like story block there of breaking news. Take us through each one of those and show the people what's happening.
So here's another clip of one of the strikes on Karaj.
Oh, Tomahawk.
And here comes a second. Well, or that's just some sound on the street. But definitely a Tomahawk missile. Probably hitting near to the Parm International Airport. Or it's hitting in that area that we located in Karaj, which is around this area somewhere in here. I already forgot where it exactly was, but it was somewhere within this area. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see additionally another clip of an Iranian drone on its way towards Gulf nations that have already been launched. This was over Iran.
Interesting. So it's not only a missile attack, but it's a drone attack. So I say a missile attack. The Bahrainis were claiming in their post that there was a missile and drone attack underway. So there was the drones in the video on their way to Bahrain right now. So apparently we can confirm the drones have been launched at least.
Yeah, and we can. And let's see, Varaman is also to the southeast of Tehran, so we can confirm that there are also strikes occurring there as well right now. So it does appear that there is actually a pretty significant strike campaign that is now underway on Tehran. Earlier when the president made the statement, it was actually completely baseless because there was no strikes at all happening. And I think the president might have made that out of tempo because he might have made the announcement that there were strikes on Tehran before they had even happened, which might have violated some operational security because we had absolutely no proof that anything was happening then, and now everything's starting to happen around the area. Also, it appears that we're hearing of more anti-aircraft activity over Bushehr, Iran. Matthew already covered that one earlier, but I want to make sure to put that down on the map, that there is AA fire in the city of Bushehr, so we'll put that down here really quickly. AA fire in Bushehr.
Honestly, I gotta say, like I'm really honestly blown away with how large these attacks are tonight. I gotta give it. I know people are gonna say, oh, well, all the other 99 times he said he was gonna do something, then he didn't do it. But at least this time, we gotta take our wins here as they come along. The U.S. president has actually followed through with exactly what he said he was gonna do. So hopefully this is the start of what I would say a hard-handed response to the Iranians at this point, because right now Iran's not looking very strong, and it looks like the U.S. is actually getting some leverage over them right now, and they got the Iranians hiding in their bunkers as they're trying to launch like a handful of drones here and there at Bahrain. So some serious strikes going on right now. I wonder if it's going to be larger than this. Like, are they planning something else on the ground? Like, for example, could it be a prelude to some sort of operation on an island in the Strait of Hormuz that they're striking the coast? Or could it simply be a pressure tactic?
It could possibly be some sort of a pressure tactic, possibly. So that could definitely be a reality, maybe. But it's very, like, one thing I'd have to say, though, that's very interesting about this is that they're hitting what we can tell are military targets around Tehran, most likely, and also some other additional targets as well within the city of Karaj. So I don't really know if this is a pressuring tactic. It looks like they might actually be legitimately attempting to assassinate government officials with these strikes, and also military equipment, and destroy it within the area as well, which might be a little bit more than pressuring.
Yeah, I'm going to run a poll on that here in just a second to see what people think about that. Because right now, I would say my analysis is that this could turn out to be something bigger. Like the folks that said earlier that this was the start of a coastal campaign, I think that's at the minimum at this point. I would say it's almost certainly a coastal campaign that's gotten started, but it could be more than that based on the amount of the wave of strikes that we're seeing right now. They're on like the fifth wave at this point. So we'll have to see. I don't want to jump the gun too much and say they're about to go, for example, invade like Carg Island or something like that. That would be jumping a little bit too far ahead of ourselves. But at this point, though, I'm curious where it's going to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious where it's going to go as well. I actually don't really have a clue at the moment, but it is certainly starting to heat up without a shadow of a doubt. And right now, folks, sorry if I sound a little distracted. I'm still trying to find a boat pin on the coastline for us to know where they are because we've never actually located that live on air. But outside of that, we are going to be covering more of the developments that have been happening within the region that we have not gotten to yet, at least at the moment. We were able to knock out most of the stuff that happened earlier because really, to be honest with y'all, folks, it was really just more so like a statement of something blew up and that's all we had to work off of. But we did get to hear that there is air defense sirens going off in Bahrain right now, showing that the Iranian counterattack is underway. And we also have satellite photography from Muwafaq Salti Air Base showing that an Iranian missile did impact the airbase last night within this area right here, but it appears to have actually missed the hangars that the F-35s operate out of, meaning that the Iranians do not appear to have landed a critical blow or a loss of an F-35 on the United States while it was still on the ground at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base inside of Jordan. We've also been able to hear additionally that the Israelis are continuing their military campaigns inside of southern Lebanon, and there were further strikes on the area of al-Zahrani inside of the region over the course of the day. So it does seem at the moment, outside of all these developments that have happened earlier in the day, that there are some significant developments, without a shadow of a doubt, that are currently happening within the Islamic Republic of Iran and within the Gulf region now, because the thing has gone hot. So while we're waiting to see what else is going to be happening, while things are certainly heating up now, a lot of people are talking about the U.S.'s fifth wave of airstrikes and whether the United States might be preparing for ground operations. I wonder if that's a grounded reality. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking as well?
Okay, so it looks like about 59% of the audience said no, ground operations are not being prepared as we speak on Iran, and 41% said yes, ground operations might be underway or about to get underway on Iran very soon, and that's why the U.S. is launching these 5+ waves of airstrikes. So I'm a little bit on the fence. I didn't put an on the fence option here because I didn't want to give a cop-out answer to folks. But, if I had to pick between the two, I would probably say no, because ground operations is entirely different than airstrikes. Airstrikes are very, very easy compared to a ground operation. Now, granted, airstrikes are dangerous because Iran could launch a man-pad at one of our aircraft flying around and shoot it down. That's always a risk. But ground operations, though, that's complex. That's very, very risky. In my opinion, it might be necessary at this point to regain control of the Strait of Hormuz, but that is not a walk in the park by any means. In fact, it could be the most complicated military operation that the U.S. can currently carry out right now anywhere in the world for the most part. So I'm with the 62% that said no. I personally don't think the ground operations are underway. It's probably an option on the table for later on down the road if it gets that bad, but it's probably not right now. They're probably just simply trying to pressure the Iranians to sign a deal, but I don't think it's going to work. The Iranians don't respond to pressure like that. They're going to probably double down on martyrdom. That's probably what they're going to do next. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say no, at least for now. There might be some future reality to where the executive branch communicates with the Congress, like, a reasonable group. We might see that, and then the Congress will allow for the president to continue hostile actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran through the War Powers Act and not limit his abilities to conduct armed conflict, and then we might see a ground invasion actually occur. But for the here and the now, I don't think that that's the case with the fifth wave of strikes that are happening at the moment. We haven't really heard a lot about U.S. forces that are ready to go within the region for some time. We know that the 11th and 31st Marine Expeditionary Units are present within the area and can operate in support of a amphibious landing on an island. And we also know that some elements of the 82nd Airborne Brigade are also present as well and ready to be operational at a moment's notice and land inside of Iran at any given time if they needed to. But at the same time, though, that does not mean that we're going to be watching any ground invasions happening here soon. I have a feeling that's still going to be a little while away, and there's really no way at the moment right now for the office of the president to justify to the Congress that conducting an amphibious landing on an unoccupied Iranian island to occupy it is defensive in any measure. That would largely be viewed as offensive, and then that would snap the vote into being in the Congress for the War Powers Resolution Act. So that's what I'm generally thinking right now. So I'd say no. But we actually have more footage and news that's coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so in addition to the drone footage we just saw a minute ago, the drones are making their way from Iranian territory toward Bahrain as we speak. We've also gotten a video allegedly showing ballistic missile launches from Iran as well. But I want to say this before we show the video. There's been a lot of recirculated footage going around recently of these missile launches. So take this with a grain of salt. Let's analyze it and see if it looks like it's something old or not. And let's take a look at it.
Oh, that's the clip from Garage. Sorry. Let's get on to the
Oh,
actual.
I was like, this doesn't look like what I posted. I thought I was going crazy.
Man, I was like, damn, did he repost that? Like, bro, I was like confused as hell as well. But here's the clip. That's new. I haven't seen that one before. At least that arrangement.
It
That's
does appear to be
fresh.
new. So it looks like it's a trail of about 4 of them, one at the forefront there, and then 3 in the rear that we're seeing. So it looks like it's a smaller one. That's generally what we've seen before. It looks like Iran will fire about 4 to 5 ballistic missiles at the Gulf states each, and then they'll fire a bunch of drones at them on top of it. So that appears to match up with the previous attacks over the last 72 hours.
It certainly does appear to be lining up with the attacks. Also, by the way, folks, this is just one launch group. There might be a load of others throughout the country, because usually they launched them in little clusters throughout western Iran. So that might also be possible as well, as that we're just seeing one part of the oncoming missile attack. But this is confirming that ballistic missiles are in the air right now as of 11 minutes ago, and we will be assuming that they will be entering the airspace of the country, so they're targeting probably within the next few minutes at this point. Usually it takes about 15 to 20 minutes for a ballistic missile to travel from its launch site to its impact point, or getting into its terminal phase near to its impact point. So we'll probably be seeing that all coming out here very soon from some countries within the region. Maybe even Bahrain is getting attacked again, or it might be a totally different country and a totally different U.S. base that's now under attack as well. So hopefully we'll get some more information out of that here really soon. But do we have any other developments that's coming out on this current situation?
So I'm currently looking, by the way. I would not expect the breaking news to slow down here for the moment. We're expecting to get footage out of the Gulf states right now of what's happening there. And also we're expecting to get footage as well of more strikes possibly inside of Iran. So we're hearing as well that apparently it looks like about 15, 20 minutes ago, it sounds like several drones were spotted near Nazarabad in northern Iran. It's not clear whose drones they are, though. It sounds like they might have been trying to attack Iranian territory, these drones right here, or they could have been surveillance, perhaps. But they're saying they spotted drones near Nazarabad. So where is that exactly?
That is just to the south, well, kind of to the southeast of Abyek, around right here.
Interesting. So is there any significance of seeing drones around there, or is that just sort of run the mill?
It might be Iranian drone launches, it looks like, because there's not really anything of military significance in the area to be hit, or they could be flying somewhere else to go hit another important target, and this just happens to be something they're having to fly over in the meantime, but nothing of real military significance that we would know of in Nasrabad.
Interesting, interesting. So in the meantime, I am looking for more breaking news right now. I'm trying to get through all the chaff that comes along. Like I'm seeing a lot of recirculated videos right now coming out. People are trying to capitalize on the buzz right now and reposting old videos. So trying to get to the newer ones here. It becomes a cesspool on Twitter sometimes when there's breaking news like this. Like some people just love to go back and like go through the archives and just pick a video and post it and say, "Oh look, it's happening," but it's really not. So right now, that is all we generally have. But the news is coming, folks. Like right now, we're simply waiting on the Telegram post, Twitter post, etc., and the other sources to catch up to it. There's definitely stuff going on right this second that we're waiting on right now.
And it does appear that we are still waiting for further developments at this moment, and we'll be hopefully getting some further information here very soon out of the Iran situation, but certainly a very interesting development to say the least. As we are seeing that there are Iranian missiles in the air, it appears that U.S. airstrikes are still ongoing, and things have probably heated up more so now than when we were live on air when we first started. So definitely getting into some heated moments. It actually sounds like we might have more.
So we got a post from CENTCOM again. Honestly, it's a bittersweet thing when we get a post from CENTCOM. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to take glee in it, or we're going to have to sort of pick it apart. But let's see what they said.
U.S. Central Command forces completed additional self-defense strikes against multiple targets in Iran on June 10th at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. CENTCOM forces launched strikes on Iranian military surveillance capabilities, communication systems, and air defense sites across Iran. U.S. Marine Corps, Air Force, and Navy assets fire precision munitions on Iranian targets that pose a threat to U.S. forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters. The strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression, and U.S. forces remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. And they actually gave us a little nugget here of some footage of the USS Murphy launching Tomahawk cruise missiles into Iran this night. Here's that footage.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that? Like, not to go on a side note here, but every single one of those launches you see and hear right there is what the average American will make in their entire lifetime firing off in one single missile. Like that's how much those things cost. It's really insane. Now, of course, in the scheme of war, $2 million, that's like change, that's like pocket change in the scheme of like military spending. But that's some expensive missiles right there that we saw impacting in Karaj and all over Iranian territory.
They certainly are. Not cheap by any means. It'd actually take a whole lot of y'all paying your taxes your entire life to pay for one of those missiles. Pretty expensive when you think about it. But still, it looks like they are going on to hit their targets, as we were able to see footage of them hitting their targets near Tehran. We didn't get any from the coast, though, interestingly enough. And also, I gotta say, it's kind of weird to say that they're defending against, unwarranted Iranian aggression on the coast when they're bombing, like, right outside of Tehran. It's like, that's a little odd. It's like a little hard to make that justification, for Tehran at least, because it's not really close to the coast, and there really isn't any anti-ship forces near to Tehran to speak of. But it does appear that that's what they're claiming right now, as their actions are purely defensive against Iranian unwarranted aggression. So we'll have to see what that turns into. But we have more breaking news coming out right now.
Okay, so we are hearing, unfortunately, there are explosions being heard in Bahrain right now. So we're hearing that the air defense is activated, but these explosions are being assumed that it could be these are on the ground, like impacts from some of these Iranian projectiles being fired at Bahrain right now. We did hear that the Issa Air Base, or Issa Air Base, was currently the target of that attack, but it sounds like it could be a generalized attack from the looks of it. So we're currently waiting to see what has been hit inside of Bahrain, if anything. Hopefully they're air interceptions. Hopefully that's the explosions they're hearing inside of that Gulf state. But right now the information is too sparse to know for certain exactly what's happening. But let me see if I can get some more information about that out of Bahrain right now. So I can confirm multiple loud explosions. We did see at least 4 ballistic missiles being launched by the Iranian forces inside of Iranian territory, which is presumed to be launched at Bahrain. So it's possible, like I said, maybe it is interceptions. Hopefully it is. But that is what we're hearing right now. So that is the news out of there. I'm trying to read through a couple of posts here to see what this is. But that appears to be the news there. Let me see what's happening in Kuwait, if anything, because I'm kind of surprised that Kuwait hasn't gotten looped into this yet. And we have not heard anything out of Kuwait. So Bahrain appears to be the sole victim right now of this Iranian attack that we're hearing about, and also the preliminary explosions.
And so we will be seeing if we can get some further information. It does appear that we're starting to get some idea that there are some explosions that are occurring in Bahrain, and it looks like hopefully we'll get some video and picture evidence here soon to be able to further elaborate and explain what's going on in the area outside of the eyewitness reports that are starting to come in at the moment. In the meantime, we do understand that there might be other nations that could be coming under attack, but it looks like most of the Iranian attacks are targeting Bahrain and maybe trying to limit their strikes once more against the U.S.'s actions to not allow them a justification to warrant even larger, broader strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran using the Iranian attack as their justification. So we'll have to see what comes out of the situation as a whole, but it looks like the Iranians are trying to stay fairly, I guess you could say, measured at this point in their response. But we'll, of course, see if that holds up or not in the next coming minutes and hours.
Yeah. So I got you a picture here that's
A
apparently
picture.
showing one of these strikes. It's showing a strike here, a U.S. airstrike on Varman, Tehran province, Iran. All we can see from the picture, also, by the way, it's a rather small picture. It must have been taken on like a Polaroid or something. But as you can see right here, there's a fire on the ground. You can barely see it behind a tree line, and there's a huge puff of smoke. So not sure what was hit here in Varman. I would assume there's probably military infrastructure there, I would guess. But that's what we're seeing right now out of that city.
I'm assuming that they're hitting varmints environment.
Yeah, that's an interesting name. It is very close to varmint.
Man, like what are the people who live in the city called? Like what are they called? Like vermin or something? Like it's like what do you call them? You know, it's like you got like New Yorkers and Chicagoans and stuff. It's like you're from Varmin. Are you like a vermin? It's like I don't even understand. Like I don't even get what the naming behind that city is supposed to actually mean. But there is an explosion coming out of Varmin.
Yeah, also, by the way, outside that explosion out of Varman right now, the Iranians are resorting back to mouth running again. They're starting to, well, usually when the Iranians start mouth running a little bit too loudly, that's because they're frustrated and they really can't do much right now. So, like I said, we've only seen Bahrain come under attack, and then the U.S. struck the Iranians harder than ever in the fourth or fifth wave of strikes. So, the IRGC Aerospace Force Commander, Brigadier General Mahid Mousavi, has warned that Iran would respond across the region if the Strait of Hormuz is destabilized, and he said, "We will bring the region into hell for you from across Iran if you make the sacred Strait of Hormuz unsafe," he was quoted as saying. So very tough words from a very tough individual there, sarcastically speaking. So right now, nothing has really happened of big note right now. We haven't seen Israel attacked. We haven't seen the U.S. bases take a hit yet. We've only seen that Bahrain's come under a limited attack as of right now. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that?
Well, in other news, speaking of that, it appears that now the Iranians are saying that the Strait of Hormuz now has some form of religious significance, which I do not believe, if I'm not mistaken. I do not believe that the Quran mentions once the Strait of Hormuz. I might be incorrect in saying that, but I don't think it does, so I don't really know where they're getting the whole thing of sacred from, because let me Google that really quickly. It's like, are they adding
Makes that sacred money.
I guess it makes
to
that
show.
sacred coin, I suppose. Let's see. Is the Strait of Hormuz mentioned in the Quran? I'm going to be blown away if it is. And the answer is no. It's never mentioned in the
man.
Quran. So there's literally no
Man.
sacred significance to this whatsoever.
I thought they were going to say, "Thou shalt protect the Strait of Hormuz, inshallah," or something like that. Like I thought it was going to say something like that, but apparently it doesn't say that. That's just something they've made up. Apparently, they're going to extend the umbrella to it.
Man, like Allah in His wisdom said in 500 AD, the sons, my sons of Allah must protect this one waterway because y'all don't know it yet, but in like 1,500 years in the future, they're going to find this crazy thing called oil. It's going to be like nuts, and everyone's going to be trying to get it through this one little waterway. So y'all have got to protect that with your lives, because it's going to be really important 1,500 years from now. Like that's absolutely insane that they even call it sacred. But we have more news coming out right now.
Okay, so this video is so wild right here.
Oh my
I'm not sure if
God.
it's real or not. If this video is real, I've not seen something like this in a minute. I'm not going to make any jokes about this. Let's take a look at this video. This is being reported to be a U.S. strike in Rabat Karim, southwest of Tehran. This was a IRGC command and control center, and I'm trying to figure out if this is an old video or not. I've never seen this video before, I'll say that. So it appears to be a new one, and it looks like absolute hell has gone over. We got to see it to show the people this video. I really can't even describe it.
Where is that even in the city? Because I don't see anything lining up with it. But let's take a look at the clip because it is unreal. Dang.
What the hell is that?
This thing's in slow motion too, weirdly enough. I don't know why. Is that a clip from now? Like, I'm not sure if this is an old clip or a new one.
I've never seen this clip before. I remember looking through a hell of a lot of footage from all the previous attacks. I've never seen this video before.
We'll put it down. I don't like so.
Also, by the way, for the people asking, that was reportedly, allegedly. Now, if something comes out and we determine that it's an old video, there's a possibility that it could be. But I'll say this from my experience, I've never seen this video before. It's being reported to be a strike southwest of Tehran by the U.S. forces on an IRGC command and control center. That's what it's being reported as. So I see some people saying it looks like a clip from Venezuela. I didn't see that from Venezuela, Gunfox. It could be, but I didn't see that from Venezuela. I don't recall the U.S. doing strikes quite like that size.
I don't remember that either from Venezuela. I don't think this is from Venezuela. I think this is from Iran. My question is it from today? If we can get some more clips of this thing, whatever happened here, I mean, I would be greatly thankful for that, because we'd be able to really get a good idea of actually what's going on. And if this is actually happening right now. Because it seems to me like I've never seen this before, so it does look like that might have happened just at the moment right now as we're talking. And it apparently was just outside of the Imam Khomeini International Airport, just south of Tehran. So very interesting. I don't know where an IRGC command center would be. Sadly, Google has never denominated exactly where one would be in this city, unfortunately. But a very huge strike for sure if this just happened.
Yeah, I would say so, definitely. Also, Iran's mouth running again. I told y'all, when they get frustrated, they start running their mouth like crazy. This indicates to me they're not doing too well when they start mouth running like this. This is according to Iran International. They said Iran will respond with a decisive military response to U.S. actions and will never submit to threats or military folly, said a source from the IRGC. And they're also apparently very angry with the statements that the U.S. president just made, suggesting that they were in contact with the U.S. president, and they're going off about that. So the IRGC is obviously livid as hell. Like, I would imagine if they could come out of their bunkers and hiding holes, they weren't, scared of airstrikes, they're probably going to start launching attacks on everybody in the area. That's my guess, because they sound like they are mad as hell right now. They are fuming.
Well, they aren't scared, Matthew. I mean, they're loyal followers of the Islamic regime. They're not scared at all. I'm sure they're out there right now in the wide open, just looking up into the sky. I'm sure they're not scared. I'm sure they're not. It's not like all of them have to take a minute after the strikes end every time to get together and actually talk after they hid. But I'm sure everything's fine out there right now. But it does look like they are enraged at this point. It looks like the U.S. is really starting to poke them, and they're probably going to start responding pretty heavily if they're starting to yap like this. They'll probably start to fire at a decent amount of U.S. bases throughout the region. So I would expect, if we're having to give a ballpark estimate of what they're going to be hitting, they're definitely firing into Kurdistan. That's a guarantee every day. They're also going to be firing at Kuwait, Bahrain, might fire into Qatar, maybe. They might fire into the UAE, maybe fire at Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Don't know about Israel, though. They might not hit Israel, because if they hit Israel, they know Israel's going to go off, and they're going to go off for days. So they might not do that. But the Iranians might actually have a pretty heavy response to this, considering that they're starting to say that pretty much in plain language at this point.
Yeah, I would say so. So, at this point, anything could happen at this point, folks. Like, it's really wild. They could end up going for Israel, maybe, but of course, Israel's got them a little bit shaken right now, because, of course, Israel got held back the last time they countered attack on Iran. They got held back by the United States, but there's no guarantee that they'll be held back again, and the Iranians are always scared about that. So they may not mess with Israel, but I have a feeling, though, that when the Iranians get so angry and they start going into this martyrdom mindset, they really don't use a whole bunch of logic with their attacks. They start launching attacks at everybody, and then they F around and find out, to use the words of the very illustrious, what they call them, Secretary of War these days.
Oh.
Yeah, Secretary of Defense, War, you never can tell these days. These are defensive strikes, of course, so he'll have to change his name back to the Secretary of War now that they're doing defensive strikes. But anyways, outside of all that, though, I'm currently waiting on some more video evidence to come out, still trying to get a follow-up to what happened in Bahrain right now, because we heard of explosions there, but I haven't gotten any confirmation of what has been hit inside of Bahrain. Waiting on that. And also, I would not be shocked to hear another round of airstrikes. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I got some information here about the Bahrain situation right now. Ocean Technical has posted a map based on eyewitness information of where these explosions have been reported. So, Enforcer, can you take us through these locations?
So it looks like Isa Air Base and Sakir Air Base have not been hit, actually. It looks like the attacks actually went south of Manama, in between the air bases at Rifa and Al-Hamala. So we'll be taking a look at those locations here really quickly. Let me put them down on the map for y'all to follow, in case y'all want to, of confirmed hits. So confirmed hits. I don't think there's anything of military value in these areas. Let's check. So going on into Bahrain, we have Rifa, which was one of them, which apparently has taken some hits. And this appears to be entirely a residential area, maybe some commercial activity here. Actually, there's some sort of a storage tank facility right here, so they might have hit that. Unsure if they did, not really sure, but that's a possibility. And then over here near Al Hamana, it appears to mostly be the industrial facilities, actually. So I wouldn't know what they were hitting here either. But it's not military targets, though, it seems. It looks like they were hitting some sort of civilian targets.
Yeah, I wonder if those are interceptions because they could be reporting those explosions as interceptions that happen generally over that location. Because I think the OSID Technical might be making that map based on what eyewitnesses were reporting from the ground. So they might have misheard an interception and thought it was an impact.
They could have. They definitely could have, because those could be on the way towards Sakir. But then Al Hamala, though, I mean, that's a little bit odd, because Iranian missiles do come in at a bit of an angle from the northeast. And if they're going towards Al Hamala, that kind of suggests that either they were trying to hit that location or they were going for Saudi Arabia, and the Bahrainis shot it down over their airspace while it was still flying towards Saudi Arabia. I'm not really sure what that would actually turn into at that point from this strike, but Rifa could have been in line to head towards Sakir, which is up here, if y'all don't know. I never pointed that one out, never really mentioned it before on air, but that is where the Sakir Air Base is, and then the ISA Air Base is all the way down here at the southern end of the island.
Yeah, there's no telling really, but we'll have to wait and see if we get some picture evidence out of this and see if anything was hit on the ground. Because right now I'm a little bit on the fence. I tend to like give some credence to civilians, but the catch is this though: when civilians are freaked out and they hear explosions, sometimes eyewitness testimony can be a little bit unreliable because when people's adrenaline's running and stuff, they might hear an explosion and say, "Oh, it hit the ground," and then it actually was an error like explosion that got hit from an interceptor. You never can tell, so we'll just have to see.
We'll definitely have to see. We'll definitely have to see. In the meantime, we're still waiting for more news to come out of the area right now. We've been covering the middle of the East for 2 hours now. I think we're still going to be on this for a minute now, because it is still going on for the moment, and it's definitely heated. In the meantime, a lot of people are talking about the Iranians and how their responses. We actually have more.
Yeah, I don't want to get to that poll just yet, by the way, because that just started. But I see a True Social post might have come out. Let me see here. I got to go check it.
Oh, no.
Yep. Wait a second. Let's see here.
Oh, no.
Is this about, this isn't about Iran. This is about something else. This is about, no, this is about domestic politics. We don't want to read this. So no, actually there is no True Social post about this stuff right here. No, he's talking about something political right now. So I thought it was something about Iran, but there is of course the post that came out earlier today that the president put out that was about something about the mainstream media not reporting well on the blockade. And he said something about praise be to Allah. He said praise be to Allah again in the post from 13 hours ago. He was talking about the naval blockade, how it's allegedly working against the Iranians. And then he said lots of oil is getting out. Praise be to Allah. Signed the president. I have no idea why he keeps doing that. It makes no sense whatsoever to say that as an American who's allegedly a Christian, but that's kind of interesting. But with that, folks, that is actually the news out of True Social right now. Nothing really happening there with that. To check on the breaking news once again, I'm not seeing anything too crazy right this second, but I am seeing though that CENTCOM might have said something. Let's see what they said. Let's see here. CENTCOM. Let's see here. Did they put out another statement? They're putting out a lot of statements here. No, they didn't say anything either. So right now, that appears to be a momentary break in the news. We are waiting on some more details to come out, but that is a momentary break.
Man. And so, everyone, we've actually covered everything in the Middle East for the moment. We're going to get more news here soon in a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, I'd actually like to take y'all on an adventure out of the region to the east to Taiwan, because we do have a little bit of news that came out of Taiwan today to speak of that was actually very interesting. And since we're not going to be able to run a show later on tonight, and this is the show, I thought we'd take a little bit of a minute tonight to make sure to collect up the rest of the news from around the world before we went live, to make sure that we could tell you all of everything else going on in the world in the midst of our breaking news that is happening right now. But before we get on into our little bits of news out of Taiwan and the big news that we got out of Ukraine today, because there's still huge stuff going on up there. Sadly, folks, we can't make headliners out of it because the Middle East stuff is still going off crazily, and that takes up our whole headline. But the stuff that's happening in Ukraine right now is unbelievably insane. Like, very good for the American and Western side. And so we're going to be making sure to get up to that here in the very near future. future. But before we do, we want to address this poll here that a lot of people have been voting on in just the last few minutes about whether these U.S. attacks are actually going to make the Iranians sign a peace deal. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the U.S. logic right now is if they hit Iran hard and they hit them fast and they hit them with some effort behind it, that Iran will somehow feel scared and they'll feel pressure to sign a peace deal after these overwhelming U.S. strikes on Iranian territory. And just for context, what a peace deal means is Iran must give up the Strait of Hormuz control, which is a major issue. They must give up the enrichment of highly enriched uranium. They must give that up as well. Also a very big issue. And I think they got to do some other stuff as well. And of course, Iran's begging for billions of dollars of frozen assets to be unfrozen so they can get it back and fund their terror regime once again. So there's a lot of things holding up this peace deal right here. So somehow attacking Iran is supposed to make that work. But what do you think? 86% said no, that logic does not hold up to scrutiny, while 14% said yes, it will force the Iranians to sign a deal. And it's not going to force them to sign a deal. I'm definitely with the 86%. It looks like pretty much everybody agrees with this for the most part. Iran is going to double down. That's the way they operate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a terrorist regime if they didn't operate like that. So it's sort of in the nature of the Iranian ayatollahs and leadership. They're extremists, and that's what they do. They do extreme stuff. They don't use reason. So they're definitely not using it now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say no. I think I'd have to be in the unanimous no as well. This is not going to be pressuring the Iranians to make a deal. We bombed them ferociously for an entire month and a half after the beginning of the war on February 28th, and that did absolutely nothing to make them want to make a deal. So I don't really know how bombing them for just a couple of hours on one random night is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back and get them to making a deal. It's just not going to happen, and they are going to be adamant on continuing to remain in their position and continuing to strike against the United States, which will force this into, once again, a larger, broader conflict. But we actually have more breaking news coming out of that region right now, luckily enough. So what do we got?
Okay, so we are seeing that it looks like a whole bunch of flights are currently turning back or entering holding patterns near Kuwait. And I want to remind people, we have not heard sirens go off in Kuwait. We've also not heard any reports that there's a current attack on Kuwait either. We can confirm Bahrain's under attack, and we've been covering that here for the last 15 minutes or so. But it looks like Kuwait is now redirecting flights as of right now. So that's not a good sign. That indicates that something is about to happen inside of Kuwait, or it could be underway as we speak. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that? And also, how many flights are we looking at here redirecting? Is it all of them?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 of them that are currently hovering around Kuwait waiting to land. And this is definitely showing us that right now there is an air attack going on. It's probably just that it hasn't made it to social media yet, but the Kuwait International Airport did this the last time once the attack was underway and then the air defenses had been alerted and put on to standby to fire. We saw that they were all being put into holding patterns. So this is definitely showing us right now that Kuwait is under attack. It's just that it hasn't made it to social media yet. So we can confirm by these air traffic patterns here, Kuwait is under a missile and drone attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran as we speak.
And also, what's the entire region looking like right now? Like when it comes to commercial flights, pretty much every flight of every sort. How's Iran's airspace looking, and what's the region looking like?
Iran's airspace is fairly sparse. They have one Iran air flight up right now that's supposed to be flying to Shiraz, but it looks like it's actually attempting to land there at the moment. They had to take an insane flight path, by the way, to be able to get down into Iran. They flew from Jeddah all the way to Shiraz, which should just be a direct flight from here to there, but instead they had to fly all the way through Iraq and Turkey and whatnot to be able to get around because there's airspace closures in western Iran from the NOTAMs. So pretty wild to see that. We can also see another flight. This is a Qashem air flight, another Iranian flight from Istanbul to Tehran, but outside of that, there's really no flights there. We can also see an Airlines flight flying to Erbil in Iraq, and also another Egypt Air flight heading to Cairo from Erbil. Outside of that, there's a huge amount of aircraft that are in holding patterns at the moment. Actually, it appears right now that this aircraft, this 777, is actually on short final to a runway in Kuwait International Airport after being in a holding pattern, and it looks like they're now rearranging the traffic to actually get it into its final approaches for the runway at Kuwait. So whatever just happened, it looks to have ended, and we're also seeing that another aircraft has turned its transponder on while it's at the gate, waiting to taxi out to a runway and fly to out of Kuwait City.
Interesting. And also, by the way, what's the U.S. tanker aircraft looking like? Because I'd seen earlier there was a hell of a lot of them lurking around Qatar and lurking around the UAE. Can we see the military traffic in the area? Because I'm kind of curious about what that conglomeration looks like.
Yeah, we can, but before we do, really quickly, I do want to show you all this. They are lining everything up for landings back in Kuwait, so whatever has happened, it's already over. Because we can already see that they have this 777 on short final, and we can also see that they have these two aircraft behind them on final approach, and are most likely getting cleared for their runway clearance to land behind the 777, and we're seeing that all of the aircraft are now being sorted into an arrival line to that one operational runway at Kuwait. But moving us on from that and into the military traffic side of things here really quickly, we have been able to see, while Windows Defender tells me that everything's all good, and we're happy to hear that, there is a lot of aerial tankers that are up that look to have taken off from Ali Al Salim, well, not Ali Al Salim, Prince Sultan. Right now, we can also see a KC-46 Pegasus that came from Tel Aviv, and another two tankers that appear to be returning back to Prince Sultan and landing. So it looks like a tanker rotation is happening right now, where the ones that have been on station for hours are returning, and another flight is now going up to take their place.
Interesting. So, to me, that would seem to suggest that there's currently still fighters all over the place, and they're currently supporting those fighter jets. That would be my guess. So, CENTCOM officially says the strikes are over, but I'm not so sure if we can take that at face value, to be perfectly honest, because this is a lot of assets still in the air right now. They might just be keeping the assets up so that way, just in case Iran launches, like, for example, ballistic missiles at Saudi Arabia or something like that, the F-16s and the other aircraft can go and take the other, like, missiles down with air defense reasons like that. That could be why they're up there still, but this appears to be the news for right now. Currently, we're waiting on damage assessments out of the Gulf states, especially Bahrain right now, but it appears to be that things are starting to calm down just a little bit. So it looks like for once, we actually have a slight break in the Iran news for right now. I would not rule out something crazy happening. I think Iran will lash out here soon. They probably will once they feel it's safe to come out of the hiding holes. So we'll be watching that, but unfortunately, it might be a good time to either get to a question segment or maybe get to our other news for the night while we wait for that other breaking news.
You know what, folks? We're gonna keep it all news right now. For now, we're gonna save all of the questions until the end and just stay entirely on news. And so we're gonna get on through everything that we have out of Taiwan and everything out of Ukraine. I hate to tell y'all, folks, I didn't actually have the time to gather a lot of battlefield footage before the show today. I tried to spend as much time as I could getting everything from around the world possible, and I was trying to get to frontline news in Ukraine, but I just didn't have the time for that. So sadly, we only have like the larger, broader stroke stuff, and we don't have the nitty-gritty details of frontline footage to show you all today, at least a lot of it. So moving us on over and into Taiwan, we have been able to hear that in the area, we have gotten more footage of the Chinese Coast Guard at work. According to Joseph Wu, who is the Secretary General of the Taiwan National Security Council, he stated the following today: China's Haijun and Coast Guard vessels are harassing commercial ships in Taiwan's exclusive economic zone to fabricate a facade of PRC jurisdiction. This expansionism is a major escalation of regional tension, and we call on all commercial vessels in the area to ignore the China Coast Guard radio calls. This is the videos that were published by Joseph Wu, who is, once again, the National Security Council Secretary General of the Taiwanese Coast Guard at work.
海巡洞6，中国海巡洞6，这里是海巡署长滨舰广播，这里是中华民国台湾专属经济海域，中国没有管辖权，请不要骚扰航行船只。中国海巡洞6，中国海巡洞6，这里是海巡署长滨舰广播，这里是中华民国台湾专属经济海域，中国没有管辖权，请不要骚扰航行船只。
This guy's more down to business than the last guy
Yeah.
we saw.
This guy right here is cold-blooded. He's not playing games. The other guy, he was getting a little bit emotional, like the other guy we heard the other day. Hey, he was getting
This
very
is
emotional,
Taiwan
but-
water. You do not belong. Like, man, like that guy was going
Yeah.
off.
I'll say this though, the Taiwanese, they have been really getting aggressive against China, like very much so. Like I'm sure you'll get to it here in a minute, but they've been doing crazy stuff like launching missiles like near China, like at China, when these recent exercises.
Oh yeah, actually that's skipping ahead just a little. That's actually our next post that we're about to be getting to. But we actually have another clip of the same ship, same crew on the bridge, speaking to and communicating with the Chinese Coast Guard, which is off in the distance.
Vessel Shanghai Voyager. Vessel Shanghai Voyager. This is Taiwan Coast Guard CG-611 calling. This area is the maritime zone of Taiwan. China has no sovereign rights and no jurisdiction here. Maintain your normal navigation. There is no need to respond to broadcasts of Chinese government vessels. If you need any assistance, please immediately contact Taiwan Coast Guard vessels via radio or other means of communication.
So that was a statement of one of the commercial vessels within the area. In the midst of the live fire exercises still being conducted around the city of Taichung in central western coast Taiwan, Taiwan for the first time has fired U.S. mobile missile launchers into the strategic waters directly facing China for the first time. That would be the Taiwan Strait, sending a message of resolve to both Beijing and Washington that the Taiwanese will not go out quietly, and they will go out swinging if it comes down to it. And this is the first ever time that we have seen, like the post from the Wall Street Journal did state, that the Taiwanese have used M142 HIMARS in live fires exercises to be able to fire their rockets into the Taiwan Strait. These HIMARS have a range with their GMLRSs of 50 miles, meaning that they were able to reach the median line in the Strait, of the Taiwan Strait at least, between Taiwan and China in this live fire exercise at their maximum range, which means that this is a direct threat to the Chinese that if they try and go to war with Taiwan and forcibly invade them, Taiwan will use all arms if necessary to fire at the Chinese, and this action as well is a very significant one in terms of countering the People's Republic of China's low-level coercion efforts, because it actually shows that even right now, the Republic of China does not view themselves to be in a dangerous enough position that they would be scared of firing directly towards the People's Republic of China in live fire drills, which is a pretty significant sort of a message to make.
Yeah, I would say so, man. That's a wild thing to do. I will say this, though. I mean, Taiwan is going through the paces of trying to protect their territory. Firing the missiles like toward China, that's a bold step right there. It's one of the biggest moves I've seen Taiwan make so far during all the Chinese aggressions against the island. So, you know, I wonder if that's going to push China to do something crazy. I wonder,
but not with this fella on the watch.
China Coast Guard 3501. Listen up, China Coast Guard 3501. This is Taiwan's water. This is not your water. You don't belong here. Turn around and leave now. China Coast Guard 3501.
you know, there's something about somebody yelling when they don't like really know English very well. Like it has a lot more like emotion behind it. Like it has that revolutionary zeal that the commies used to talk about. When you say stuff like that, it's just something else the way they say it.
Man, it's got that ROC vibe to it. Like, this is Taiwan water, not China water, man. It's like, honestly, man, he's not wrong. I mean, like, you know, it's not perfect English, but he's getting the message across, and he's getting it across clearly. And I appreciate that about the Taiwanese. They're pretty cool folks. But anyways, I would have to say, though, that the People's Republic of China is not as cool, because all they say at the end of, like, their rehearsed speech is, "You go!" And it's like, it doesn't really come off the same. But anyways, moving us on out of the Taiwanese, the base Taiwanese on the island of Taiwan and the RC, it's time for us to move on out of the East Asian news and on into Ukraine, because we don't have a lot of strike news from inside the Russian Federation today. It was really just more so covering like Cheboksary is still on fire, and let's see, what's the other name of that city? It's the one right here. Novokuvashevsk is still on fire as well. We can confirm those two. But there has been
You know that hit in Cheboksary that hit the military electronics plant? That damage that was caused to that facility was caused by that one single flamingo that we saw flying past the Russians' apartment block the other day. It was caused by that. It was only one flamingo that caused the whole building to get wrecked. It was that one.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that when I was looking at that earlier today. I was like, damn, they blew that away. I didn't know it was from the one flamingo, though. That's pretty wild to think that one missile caused all that damage. If you can put that in the likes tab, we'll actually go show that here, because I actually didn't know that when I was looking at it earlier. And I was like, oh, it's probably a couple of hits, pretty decent damage is expected. But the Veneer of Progress plant is an electronics plant, by the way, just to explain this to y'all. It's in the city of Cheboksary, and it was hit pretty badly yesterday by a flamingo, apparently a singular flamingo. And it pretty much wiped out most of the factory, which is pretty wild to see. So hopefully we'll be able to get that here.
Yeah, I should have it here in just a second. I'm actually getting right down to it right this second. Actually, grab that piece of footage right there. Give me just a second here. I don't want you to move on too fast because I should have it here in just a brief second. Honestly, I've been reposting like a fiend today. Like it's really here we go. So I got the damage clip right here. I have the moment of impact. I have the picture and video of the flamingo flying over. So I got all four of those posted in the likes tab.
All right, and so let's show it to y'all in sequence. So here's our first clip of the flamingo coming in. There it is. Big old boy. They call that thing the big boy. It's not with the Union Pacific, but that thing is big. We also got this other clip of it flying by like a jet airliner past this person's house. And then
I'm just still blown away by the sheer size and weight of that object moving that fast. Like it just looks unnatural.
Man, he's in awe of the size of this lad. Absolute unit. Man, honestly, it is an absolute unit. Pretty wild. We also get to see this clip of the aftermath of the hit on the Progress plant in Cheboksary right here, which shows the damage from this one singular missile. Sadly, this clip just started right after the explosion, which is so sad.
Why is the car alarms getting louder?
And it's like they're like little animals getting startled. Man. Like, they're like all getting freaked out because each of them are getting freaked out. It's weird. It's like legitimately getting louder too, the whole clip. But what a hit. I mean, that was one hell of a hit right there.
Yeah, I would say, no, go down one more post. You'll see the damage to the building there. Right there. I mean, that's what that one flamingo did to the whole building. Like, over there, OSINT Technical posted the before picture before it got hit. It was a nice building. Like, look what happened to my boy. Like, go back to that picture right there of the damage. My goodness. I mean, one flamingo, 1,000 kilograms of warhead. That's what it does. It collapses several floors of concrete building and also just wrecks the whole thing. Wild stuff.
Yeah. What's up with the guard towers in the back, though? Like, what are those there for at the factory?
Oh, you know how it worked. Back in the day, when they had gulags, they used to have to keep the workers in the building. But those times are gone. They let the workers leave now.
Meanwhile, at the actual factory, if you try to leave the factory facility before the end of your shift, you will be shot, boy. It's like, man, they're still doing that. I mean, I don't think that's gone. Where is this Veneer Progress plant anyways in this city? That's not it. That's a metallurgical plant. Where is this factory? Because we've done that. We've looked around for it before. Is it this one? No, it's not. It's not. Damn, I wish we could. I wish we had this on air, folks. I wish I could show you where it was in Cheboksary, but it was a Veneer electronics plant, and it was blown to pieces, so pretty neat to see. But moving us on out of that bit of news, big thanks to Enforcer Matt for finding that for us so that we can look at it really quickly. We have been able to see that Novorossiysk is under attack. To bring y'all back to that crazy clip we showed y'all early as a sneak peek. It now no longer exists. Moving us on from that clip, we've also been able to see that the Afipsky refinery was also hit today in Krasnodar Cryo Oblast, which we can see here.
That's either an animal or that's somebody who spent way too long in the coal mines.
Man, they come out and they are literally squirrely. It's like, calm down, man.
It sounds like pure congestion back there. Like, I don't know what that is in the background, but it sounds like somebody like trying to breathe or cough or something.
Get this man inebriated, bleed. He cannot breathe, man. Like, he needs to breathe. Get him drunk as shit. But also, we got to see in the Krasnodar city area, the air defenses were also active today. Охуеть, блядь.
Ракета!
Oh, это ракета, блядь.
Да, это
Well, it looks like there was air defense. We weren't able to confirm any hits yet, but we might here in the near future. It just depends on how we feel. Matthew, how are we feeling about that? Not good? I would agree. So we're not going to be confirming that one soon. I'm just kidding, by the way. We're going to be waiting for footage to come out, folks. We just don't have any yet from the Krasnodar city area. Meanwhile, we have been able to see that once again, the supply lines have been completely cut, confirmed today to be completely cut, to Crimea. This is the only one that remains, as War Monitor did lay out, towards Dnipro. But the thing about this one is, though, folks, is that this one is actually extremely dangerous to the point it probably won't be used, because to drive down this supply route, you have to come within like 3 miles of the front line at its closest. And that means that Ukrainian FPV drones of even the frontline variety can end up blowing away the supply trucks at that point.
Yeah, that's really running the gauntlet right there with this one. Also, not to mention the 2-hour delay that it causes to go that way. I mean, that's an extra 2 hours of trying to run the gauntlet, not just, you know, passing that close to the front lines, but I mean, the threat of the other drones that are attacking the other highways. I mean, that's 2 hours of basically risking your life.
It's certain death, basically, at this point. Like, there's no way that they can survive, because the Ukrainians are going to be targeting and destroying these supply trucks when they're driving through here. And we already know that most of the supplies from Melitopol aren't even making it farther west. So if there are any trucks, which would be exceptionally rare at this point, because there's no fuel left in the Kherson Oblast or Crimea, they're going to be going through an extra 2 hours of certain death. And it's guaranteed at that point they are going to get destroyed. It's also guaranteed they're going to get destroyed because this is the road they're having to drive on right here. Now, that's Novokakovka, and this right here is the place where they have to make their turn off of this highway and then down here and then onto this road to then try and head further on down towards Armyansk, where they can then make their way on into, say, you know, relative safety. But at this intersection here, this is just south of Novokakovka. The Ukrainian front line is 7 miles away from here, like the actual front where the Ukrainians are at right now. So this is absolutely impossible. Even if they took this little intersection here a little bit further back, that's still only 8 miles away. Y'all know the range of a modern FPV drone that the Ukrainians use against frontline troops? It's 15 to 20 miles. So this is well, like, in every sense of the word, this is well within Ukrainian FPV drone ranges on the front. They don't even need the specialized medium range drones to conduct attacks on the supply line at this point. It's within range of the front. So it's going to be unheard of to see a supply truck make it past this intersection.
And also, go back to War Monitor's graphic, by the way. Also, he did a fantastic job on that graphic. I had to show this in my video earlier, too. But those two bridges, the Henichesk and Chanhar bridges, the Russians tried to bring in a pontoon, temporary pontoon bridge, little connection pieces to try to bridge the gap to allow the trucks to cross anyway. The Ukrainians just simply hit it again, and they knocked the pontoon out. So whatever the Russians are doing to try to, fill that gap, because the bridges are destroyed at this point, it's not going to last. The Ukrainians just simply send in another missile or a drone, and it's gone.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to last. It's a lost cause, a real lost hope for them at this point. There's no way to fix the gap, and so they're just going to have to either do the detour or Crimea is completely cut off. And doing the detour means the supply trucks are definitely going to be destroyed. So at this point, Crimea and Kherson are basically completely cut off. Moving us on out of that news and that interesting development, we've also seen that down in the Crimean regions, it does appear that the Russians in occupied Crimea are beginning to become a lot more creative. We can see this guy here in the rear view mirror actually riding a horse down the highway because he's run out of fuel. Oh, it looks like he's losing control of the horse, and it's now going the other way, and it's about to buck him off.
He almost became roadkill, from that car right there. Also, man, is that a donkey or a horse? Because people were telling me earlier, oh, Matt, that's not a horse. I was like, it looks like a horse. People were saying it's a donkey.
That would be a pony, but it is a horse.
Yeah, I thought it was right there. But really, though, this dude barely knows how to ride this thing. He almost got taken out.
Man, right here, man, he was inches away from becoming glue at the glue factory.
Inches away. And the next car really almost got him.
Man, and then he just went over there. The horse apparently was startled by the cars. And then in the midst of this, they turn around and then show everyone in line waiting for fuel. So that kind of shows you all why the guy was riding the pony, Bliet. But
what was he doing riding the pony down there, trying to flex on the people waiting on gas, shipments or something? What was the point?
The horse was getting tired, so he was going to stick a gas nozzle in its mouth and see if it'll take 95 octane, I guess. I don't know. But, horses do run off of gas, folks. It's just that it's not gasoline, it's hay and water and stuff. And sugar and sugar blocks and salt blocks and whatnot. But, it's a horse. It's a horse. What more do we say? But outside of that, we also got to see in Simferopol that there were strikes on the city. There's a picture of one of them. And we also got to hear that there were strikes in Sevastopol as well today. There was a picture of one. And we also got to hear that there were strikes in Harvitske, near to the military airport in this area. Take a look at that. That's the airport that came under attack. That's where it is in Crimea. That's exactly what I showed you all on the map. Anyways, moving us on out of the Crimean area, we've also been able to hear that down in the areas of the Kinburn Spit, the Russians have now conducted a full retreat as of today, and the Kinburn has now been actively abandoned, according to the Institute for the Study of War, as the remnants of the 337th have now also been withdrawn today as well, along with the rest of the 337th Regiment, which was withdrawing over the past few days. So we now understand that the Kinburn Spit is effectively abandoned by the Russian armed forces, which is the first casualty of the war that we've seen because of the supply loss in the supply, I guess you could say, apocalypse that's now happening down there on the southern front right now for the Russian Federation. This is a very good indicator that other areas are in very supply vulnerable positions, and we might see that the Russians start to retreat across the wider area of the front, or they might have their front lines broken through and then their front line collapses because they literally cannot hold a single inch of the ground down there because they just don't have any supplies to eat off of, ammunition to shoot, or fuel to be able to maneuver with, meaning that they're basically awaiting death. We also were able to see in the Odessa area that a Ukrainian MiG was operating over the city today, which was really cool. Look at it go, Blid. He did a barrel roll.
That dude's showing off right there. He's going crazy.
Man, it's the ghost of Kyiv. Oh man, I remember when everyone took that and ran with it, and I remember we were on this channel way back in the day. Well, actually, Matthew wasn't even here yet. That was so early on in the war. It was like the first month where Matthew wasn't here. I remember telling people, I was like, yeah, well, that doesn't really exist, but people didn't want to hear it. They believed that ghost of Kyiv existed the whole time until the Ukrainian Air Force came out like a week into the war, and they're like, yeah, that's not even real. Like, we don't even know where y'all heard that from. And then a whole bunch of pro-Russians like, look at the lying Ukrainian propaganda split. Yeah, it's like, well, they denied it. They didn't even know it was a thing. But anyways, we can see that right now there is actually more footage coming out from Iran. So Matthew, what footage do we have coming out of Iran?
Okay, so we just got some more footage of the U.S. airstrikes that were conducted just 30 minutes to an hour ago. Apparently, the footage we're about to watch shows explosions near the Hasarek military barracks in Karaj, Iran, following the American strikes. So it looks like the U.S. might have struck the IRGC military barracks themselves inside of Karaj. But let's take a look and see what happened. Oh. Whoa, okay.
I think that guy was taking a shit while he's filming this. I mean,
my left ear really enjoyed that.
Wow, very erotic voice you have there, translator. Like, but they did blow something up in Karaj, that's clear. So at least we do know that. And that was one hell of a hit. So that we do confirm there was a barracks hit within the area, the Hasarek military barracks. Man, that's like that Tesseract from the Avengers. Let's see, Hasarek. Huh.
Also, by the way, we have some more breaking news. So it looks like we might have to jump back to Iran for a second because it looks like Iran might be starting their response as of right now. So we'll have to pivot away from our Ukraine news here for a second. We're currently seeing that it's now the daylight hours inside of Iran. That's what time it is right now inside of Iran. And we're now seeing streaks across the sky of ballistic missiles being fired from Tabriz, Iran toward the Gulf nations. We don't know what Gulf nations are being targeted. It could be Bahrain once again and also Kuwait. But it does appear that they are firing stuff. Also, it appears to be that at the exact same time, the U.S. Air Force tankers are currently heading home or heading back to the Israeli base and also Prince Sultan from the looks of it. So I'm not sure if Iran timed that intentionally, but it looks like they are now heading back as Iran is launching attacks and ballistic missiles out of Iran. So that's apparently happening just right now.
I don't think it was intentional timing. I think this was just the time because the refueling tankers aren't required to be up there 24/7. They've refueled all of the aircraft and topped them off, and then they came back, and then the new rotation's coming out, so that way in the next hour when most aircraft are starting to run low on fuel again, they'll be able to refuel them while they're in flight. So it's not really an inconvenient time per se. It's not like it's a bad thing. Those aircraft that are out there and have been refueled are still operational and up in the air. So it won't really create that much of an issue. But it does appear, though, that there are more missiles on the way. these will most likely be intercepted by the Patriot batteries in most countries that are going to be coming under attack here soon. We definitely expect the Bahrain and Kuwait are going to be under attack. Those are fan favorites of the Iranian IRGC forces. But there's always the possibility that Jordan, the UAE, Qatar, or Saudi Arabia could also come under attack as well, which we don't really know if that's going to happen yet. It might be possible.
Also, literally nobody so far has debunked that video that we saw earlier today of the IRGC command and control post getting hit. Nobody has debunked that video. I'm seeing more people seemingly buying into the idea that this is a new video that's coming out of Iran. And like I said before, I haven't seen the video before myself either. So it appears to be more likely than not, can't say with a guarantee right now, but more likely than not, this is a video from today's strikes that we're seeing right here. So until something else comes out proving it's not a new video, this appears to be legit. So if y'all want to see that video one more time, by the way, if this strike is real, this strike is truly impressive to say the least.
And here's the clip. I sped it up a little bit to try and get it close to what the real speed is, but that appears to be the strike that happened just in southwestern Tehran near to the Imam Khomeini International Airport just a little while ago. So it does appear that that is actually an accurate video. Probably one of the biggest strikes we've seen so far by the U.S. since the ceasefire began, if you call it that. But moving us on out of those clips, we are still waiting to see what we're going to be getting out of the region, and it appears we already have more.
So more missiles have been launched from Iran, this time from the city of Urmia. So we are seeing a very large ballistic missile attack that's currently being launched as we speak, as of the last 60 seconds out of Iran. So it's being launched from several different locations. We're now seeing that Jordan has now sent up interceptor missiles to intercept some of those ballistics, which have already made it to Jordanian airspace, which means they are likely targeting Israel, which is a very big deal, by the way. This is probably what that means. So we are definitely going to break. Say what now?
Muwafaq Salti. They're attacking Muwafaq Salti.
It could be. It could be. I mean, or it could be they're going for Israel. Of course, it's right past Jordan just a little bit. So we are definitely going to stick on this breaking news here for a second because there is an active attack underway as we speak, and we're trying to see what the current target is. But Jordan is currently under attack, and they're sending up interceptor missiles to get it. But can we take a look at that video in the meantime of those interceptors?
Yes. Let's see if I can get that video here really quickly because it's not on our... Oh, here it is. So here it is, folks, the interceptors in Jordan. There they are in the distance. There are those little light, dim lights out there. But I will say they're not attacking Israel because there is no TSFR warnings that have come out in Israel. So they are definitely attacking the Muwafaq Salti right now. So hopefully we'll see that most of the aircraft have already taken off from that airbase earlier on in the day and that they won't be hitting it because it looks like they're attacking that. So hopefully we'll see that we're not hearing of any reports of destroyed aircraft, especially significantly expensive ones, that are on the ground right now, possibly at Muwafaq.
Also, get this, by the way, SOAR Atlas just put out a short video of satellite imagery literally just 5 minutes ago. I don't think they meant to do it at the exact same time that Jordan's coming under attack. But speaking of the airbase in Jordan, apparently satellite images show traces of impacts at the Muwafaq al-Salti airbase in Jordan. This is from prior attacks from the looks of it. So what can you make out of this?
Yeah, we actually covered this a little bit earlier on. Like, it doesn't appear that anything was hit that was critical per se. It looks like everything just landed a little bit short of the target near to the F-35 pins where they're kept. And we can also see here that one tarmac appears to have been hit. Right here, there's a little bit of scarring to that. But almost all of the impacts, except for this one here, were almost like right off of a tarmac or basically in the middle of nowhere on the airfield.
Interesting. So yeah, I guess previously they've taken some hits from the looks of it there. But in the meantime, though, to answer your question, I'm seeing the live chat. I guess fortunately and kind of unfortunately, we've actually timed our stream here. It's now going into our normal stream time right now, which is usually when people show up. So I'm seeing a whole bunch of viewers showing up right now. Just so everybody knows what's going on, we went live early for an emergency war news stream to cover the attacks that the U.S. conducted on Iran. Multiple different waves, probably about 4 or 5 waves of attacks by missiles on Iranian territory by the U.S. Air Force. Now we're seeing that Iran has literally just started their counterattack against the U.S. bases in the region. So that's currently what we're tracking. We've also gone through a little Taiwan news and a little bit of the Ukraine news as well from the front lines. So that's what's going on right now if you're just arriving.
And so, hopefully, we'll be able to get some further information out of the area right now. It doesn't appear the Mufak Salti is under attack right now, from what we're able to tell. It doesn't appear there's any air alerts going on in Israel. Say what?
We got a little bit of news right now. So we're currently hearing explosions in Kuwait. That's the first we've heard of confirmed explosions there, and that's being reported out of Kuwait itself. We're also getting another video of ballistic missiles being launched from Zanjan, Iran, or Zanjan, if that's how you say it. So it looks like several missiles are being fired. It looks like this is a pretty decently sized attack. We're seeing a pretty good bit of streaks through the sky coming out of various different launch sites inside of Iran. So as we suspected, the Iranians are pissed. They are angry as hell, and they were obviously yapping like crazy when they were hanging out in the bunkers. Now they've apparently come back out, and they're trying to rain hell down on everybody. So this was expected eventually, and apparently they decided to do it at this point.
And so we are going to be seeing most likely some footage coming out of Kuwait here soon of impacts within the area or air defense fire occurring over the region. And it does appear that we have a video to look at as well. Actually didn't see. I thought that was an image that we had already looked at earlier from Irmia. But let's take a look at the video, folks. Let's take a look. Here's the launches of the ballistic missiles out of the Irmia region. This is near to that Zanjan. Finally hear the sound reaching the viewer at a distance.
Oh, set off car alarms.
Nah, that must have been loud, actually. Must have shook the ground. That's the end of that clip, but showing another missile being launched from Zanjan, Iran. Let me go pull that up for y'all here really quickly to show that to y'all. Let's see, Zanjan in the Zanjan province of Iran. So this is way up in the northwestern part of the country. So they're firing these from a distance.
Yeah, and also for all the people asking, I see people asking a good question here. They're like, well, how? I thought Iran's military was destroyed. What are they doing firing missiles? And how do they have missiles and launch sites? Like, how are they doing this? The reason they're able to do this right now is they have these trucks, the mobile TEL launchers. They're mobile ballistic launchers, basically, and they drive them out of bunkers. They literally have big doors that open on bunkers, and they drive these missile trucks out of the bunker just long enough to launch the missiles, and then they drive them back into the underground bunker. Those generally come from what's known as missile cities inside of Iran, which are underground large complexes designed to hold the missiles, the trucks, and also the personnel to launch the missiles as well. So most of the places you see launching missiles out of Iran right now, that's usually where a missile city is or a remote bunker of some sort.
And that is actually correct. That's definitely true. And we've seen that the U.S. has apparently been destroying a decent amount of these TELs around the area just west of Tehran, and these launches are also coming west from Tehran. So it appears that there is a concerted air campaign right now to target and destroy transport-erector launchers just to the western area of the city of Tehran. So we'll be waiting to see if we get any further developments and information out of that area.
You know, they actually, but we've covered this before. Like, I think it was like 4 or 5 days ago, the Iranians were able to dig the bunkers out because the U.S. did strike some of those missile cities. Mainly what they did was they collapsed the entrances to those bunkers. That's what they did. They covered them with soil because they collapsed the entrance and they couldn't get in there. So the Iranians had to bring in a whole bunch of heavy equipment, excavators and backhoes and stuff like that to go and dig out the entrances. The U.S. had projected it would take them several months to do that. It turns out it only took the Iranians like a handful of weeks to pull that off, if not less than a month. So that's how they're able to get back down there, and they now have access to the entire missile stockpile that they had pre-war. They still have that, and now they can get down there and get it. So that's how they're launching all this stuff. It's not currently known exactly how many missiles are left. That's the unknown part. But it's believed to be that Iran possesses a huge chunk of what they had pre-war, which is quite disturbing to see that, which means they can wage war against the Middle East for quite some time.
And that is true as well. We actually believe that they have thousands of missiles left, but they only have, I think, from what we know, 200 TELs or about 150 of them, somewhere within that ballpark number, left operational. So generally, that's the main target to hit is the TELs, because if you knock out the TELs, they actually don't have a way to launch all of those missiles after the TELs are destroyed. So I hope
Also, by the way, it's like I saw someone say this in a live chat right now. I said, "Well, how come the U.S. doesn't just go hit the entrances again, like Plant Lord said, hit the tunnels again?" I mean, that's a good point. I mean, why don't they hit them again? I mean, that's a straightforward solution. Maybe the U.S. is worried about going that far deep inland with the jets. Maybe they're worried they're going to get shot down with a man pad or something, or going that low. I'm not really sure, honestly. I'm trying to make excuses for them because I'm not sure why they wouldn't.
That is called a lack of strategic foresight, which is something that we've unfortunately seen a lot in U.S. war planning so far, is that they never bomb those a second time, because the only effect that we have is denying them access to the tunnels by caving in the entrance. So that requires us to drop a bomb on the entrance like every 2 weeks or so. And we only bombed them once for the most part, and then we completely left them alone afterwards for them to dig them on out. So if we kept bombing them every 2 weeks and just going around doing rounds on them here and there in the midst of everything else that we were doing, we'd be able to make sure they never had access to them again. So, a little bit of strategic foresight failings that we've seen again from the United States. But outside of that, folks, while we wait for more breaking news to come out, which we now have, we're going to be getting back into it. That doesn't even make any sense, but I just try and get us back into this. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have some footage coming out. We have heard some more explosions in Kuwait, but we don't really have video of that right now. What we do have video of, which is probably a little bit more important at this point, is the attack that Iran's currently conducting, which is now confirmed on the U.S. Muwafaq Salti Air Base inside of the country of Jordan. It's unclear whether it's only interceptions or if impacts have taken place, but we have a video and also a picture showing what appears to be air defense interceptions and also obviously a lot of missile activity going on as well. Excuse me.
And here's the clip. It's like a nebula, or something like that in space. Pretty crazy to see, but it does confirm that there is air defense and that they are attacking the Muwafaq Salti Air Base. So very interesting to see right there. And it does appear to be showing us that the Iranians are conducting a broader attack at the moment, generally against U.S. forces in Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. We haven't been able to get any damage assessments, at least yet, on how U.S. forces have fared in these attacks and how many missiles have impacted and what kind of damage they may have caused. But we are definitely seeing the Iranians are conducting an attack. This might also give the U.S. a justification and conduct continued limited counterattacks against the Iranians here within the next 24 hours. So hopefully we'll be seeing that is the case and that the U.S. doesn't allow for this to go unanswered, much like we've seen today. But moving us on out of this news for a brief moment, we actually are going to be returning back up into Ukraine for a little bit to cover the news up there, but I have a feeling we're still going to be getting more and more news out of the Middle East as we go. But just to make sure that we continue to have something to talk about and news to cover, we will be covering Ukraine in the intermission here until we get the next piece of breaking news out of the Middle East. We have been able to see that within the Sumy area and also the Belgrade border area, the Ukrainian armed forces have been using their ambush FPV drones to be able to target and hit Russian forces, equipment, and personnel within the area. There goes one Russian. He saw the drone. It's too late now. The drone's letting him get a head start.
Whoa, wait. We got big news. Big news right now. Big news. Check Tizafar. See if there are currently warnings in Israel. I just got a ping from somebody that Israeli air defense systems are apparently activating as of right this second. Literally right this second. So I'm not even sure if a warning's gone out yet, but they're saying it's in the eastern skies. The Israeli air defense system has activated interceptor missiles. I'm not sure if they're trying to help out Jordan intercept stuff or not, but they are confirming that apparently Israeli Iron Dome could be active.
I would say that actually we're not seeing anything on Tizafar right now. I think they might be helping out Jordan, possibly, but it doesn't look like there's any alerts going off in Israel right now.
Interesting. Also, we did get another video, by the way, showing the large-scale ballistic missile launches that are ongoing as we speak. We have another video showing those going through the sky. And in the meantime, I'm trying to get more news out of Israel because that's from a pretty reliable source. I'm hearing that, by the way, so I wouldn't rule that out. I'm guessing that maybe Israel might be helping Jordan out, maybe, like preemptively striking stuff over the skies of Jordan, maybe. But we'll have to see with that, though. But I'll be surprised if Iran didn't attack Israel while they were that close to their territory like that.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be kind of wild. And also, here's the clip of the streaks of missiles that were fired from another area of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
It's kind of a picturesque time of the morning, really.
Really kind of kind of nice. It looks like a Bob Ross painting. I wonder if he ever painted up something like this before. He ought to try someday. I think he'd do quite good at it. But anyways, moving us on from that, that is the next clip that we have out of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And also, Matthew, I hate to do this in the middle of the air, but could you stall for a brief moment, because I actually have something at my door that I have to go get, and I just heard something kind of like beating around near the door, and I was like, I don't know if someone's trying to nab that, so I kind of want to go grab that real quick. So
Oh yeah, make sure you don't take a beating on you if you go down there. Make sure you don't try to take a chunk.
Oh, don't worry, I'm a strapping young man. Don't worry, I'll be back.
But anyways, though, while he's going to grab something at the door, whatever that is, I guess, we're going to cover some more breaking news at the very moment right now. We are currently hearing as well that apparently a U.S. senator has come out just a moment ago, apparently as of like 5 minutes ago, and just threatened to unleash Israel on Iran. So apparently we're treating Israel like they're like the bulldog or something at this point, and they're preparing to use military force if Iran does not sign a deal immediately. So I'm not sure if that means that Israel is tied into that plan or not. It sounds like Israel's being used as like a threat against the Iranians, that they'll let Israel loose on the Iranian government if they don't sign a deal. So I don't know if Israel would do something like that. I have a feeling that Israel would be generally pretty much gung-ho to do that, because they've been wanting to take care of Iran for a while. So they might go for it maybe, but that could be the U.S. senator simply just sort of like talking about the situation maybe or something. I guess. I'm not really sure. I see a lot of people saying, well, what the hell does that mean, LOL? Honestly, like, it's up for debate. The senator that allegedly said that, by the way, happens to like all wars. He's a fellow that likes war quite fondly, and he also talks a little funny. That's him. But he loves war. So he's threatening to unleash Israel as of right now. One thing I will note as well, in the meantime, we have not heard really any statements out of Israel so far about the U.S. strikes right now. Israel has remained generally radio silent to a large degree. They're not saying much of anything about the situation. So it seems like Israel temporarily staying out of the situation. But the moment they're attacked, I would be thinking that Netanyahu's going to let loose on Iran, because he was held back the last time that he wanted to go take care of them. I think this time, I don't think anybody's going to be able to hold him back. I don't think his other countrymen are going to let him. But that's the news right now. Let me go do a little check on the news right here. Also, by the way, is everything good over there, by the way?
Oh yeah, everything's good. I don't know what was banging around the door, because in like the middle of the show I heard like come from the door like down below, and I was like, the hell's going on down there? I already knew that there was a package out there because it showed up in the middle of the show. I was like, I need to go get it. And then I heard that, I was like, okay, I need to get that now, because I don't want that stuff to get nabbed. So luckily nothing was nabbed and everything was there. Whatever that was, it was weird.
Well, it's good to have you back in one piece. But in the meantime, though, we also have some more news right now that we're hearing some more updates out of the Middle East. We are hearing sirens sounding in Bahrain yet again. So Bahrain has come under a renewed attack by the Iranians. They're currently under a drone and missile attack, according to the official announcement. We're also hearing that Kuwait is reporting that sirens are launching or sounding once again. Not the sirens are launching, the missiles are launching once again. And Kuwait's currently under an active attack as well. Also, Jordan is still intercepting stuff. And I think Israel might be helping out with interceptions, because I have not seen any true activation of the Israeli Home Front Command or the warning system. I haven't seen that yet. So I think Israel's simply helping out Jordan intercept the incoming Iranian missiles as well. So that appears to be what's going on right now. So we also have some more detail here in just a second. Let me do a little bit more checking here on a different side channel. Telegram, it happens to be. And actually, nothing new on Telegram right now from my sources. So that appears to be what's happening. So basically, to cover it in a summary, we are tracking a multi-pronged attack against several different Gulf states by the Iranians in retaliation for the U.S. strikes on Iranian territory. That's what we're tracking right now, pretty much across the entire region.
It looks like they're mostly attacking U.S. facilities within these countries. They're attacking Mufaq, Salti in Jordan, Ali al-Salim, and possibly Camp Bufring in Kuwait. And they're also attacking the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet headquarters and naval station in Bahrain. That seems to be the top targets at the moment. We have been able to hear, however, that in Bahrain that is not the case completely, as there were explosions in the area of Riffa and also around the area of Habala within the western area of the island of Bahrain. So it does appear that either they hit short, or there was just air defense fire over that area. It's been misreported by eyewitnesses in the area. So that's what we're generally getting at the moment, and we'll hopefully be getting some more here incredibly soon. Matthew, do we have any more updates that are coming out of this area right now on the current attacks that the Iranians are conducting?
So right now, not really seeing a whole bunch coming out right this second. It looks like there's a temporary lull in the footage and videos and pictures coming out right now. So not getting anything right this second. I hate to say jump back to the Ukraine news though, because like once you do that, I know something's going to probably break out once that happens because it's an active attack. So I'm in a bit of a tough spot, folks. I'm in a tough spot. I can either keep on stalling for breaking news to come out. We can maybe address some folks in the live chat here, maybe look at some comments here or something temporarily to stall, or we could jump back to the Ukraine news. I see Bruce Jenna, last name Tolls. They said, do you see Kuwait's airspace? Check flight radar, by the way. Let's see what Mr. Jenna is talking about here.
It's Oh, they have their next wave of flights coming in, and they're holding out in the Persian Gulf. So that looks to be what's happening right now. But outside of that, Kuwait's airspace is completely cleared out for the attacks that are happening.
Interesting. I would be curious, like, to know what it's like to be on an aircraft, like, in the midst of that chaos when missiles are coming in. Because we've seen before, like, we've seen passengers on some of these jets. They'll actually whip their phone out and start filming some of the missiles flying in to the Gulf states. They'll actually film them sometimes. Now, granted, it's been a long time since we've gotten a video like that. It's been a very long time, but it's always possible. But I would hate to be in that area, like, when those missiles are flying, because it's already bad enough flying these days, but to have missiles also lurking around the area too, that's obviously pretty menacing.
What do the pilots get on and say to the passengers? Like, you hear boom, boom. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, due to an ongoing armed attack against our home country, we're currently in a holding pattern right now, waiting for permission to land. Once the bombs blow up, we'll try and get a landing and also a gate. So sorry for the inconvenience. Like, what do they say to the people that are on these planes?
I don't know, honestly. I wonder if they even say anything, because you know how they are most of the time. They're like, the passengers don't need to know. They'll just circle around a few minutes and they'll say, oh, we have a slight delay. They'll be very vague and stuff like that. They're probably vague. They probably don't want to scare people for the most part. Not that it's a secret. You're flying through the most volatile region of the world, like flying through the Middle East or something like that. Like I even know, like, I know a cargo pilot that actually flies these larger jets and stuff like that through this region right here. And the stories that come out of this region right here about dodging, wars, missiles, etc. It is truly dangerous as hell to go through the Middle East, like, as a pilot, as a commercial pilot. It is really dangerous, especially if you're delivering cargo to some of these sketchier places. I wouldn't do that for any amount of money.
Man, Spirit Airlines would, rest in peace. They would have done it for any amount of money. $5, they would have done it.
Man, that's why they were called Spirit. They were with us in spirit.
Man, I hate that they're gone. Like, I never flew on them, but it feels like the industry is going to start getting really high ticket prices here in the near future, not even with the oil situation involved.
I feel like Spirit would have been the worst possible commercial airliner you could have taken through the Middle East. It's like basically flying a huge Target around with a huge yellow, like, livery on it. It's basically like saying, "Hey, here I am," like, take a picking at me or something like that. I wouldn't want to fly on that one. I'd rather fly like some type of, like, camouflage plane or something like that.
No, hell no, man. Dude, Spirit would have been legit. I mean, imagine, man, like a missile, like a rocket goes flying past the airplane. You just hear the plane up there go, like, go in reverse, land right next to the Iranian TEL, and the flight attendants get out and just start beating on the guys who launched the rocket. You just hear the pilot going, "Get their ass, get them!" Like, bro, I would have loved Spirit to go through the place. They probably would have kept it in check, honestly.
You never can tell, honestly. I never flew Spirit. Never got the privilege of getting to try that out. I saw a lot of brawls and stuff like that happen on their airline, so I wasn't so sure about them the whole time. Apparently, they didn't even assign seats, like, before they changed up their rules, like, before they went bust. They apparently just had it where you just got on the thing, you took a seat anywhere you wanted, and that was just the end of it. Like, you didn't get to pick your seat and stuff like that. So I guess some people love Spirit, and some people hated it. Some people were like, I'm not getting on that, like, brawl bus. Like, you get on there and you get into a brawl. So to me, I looked at it like the mobile bar of the skies, like basically like the bar, like, the bar,
The Greyhound
like,
of airlines.
yeah, basically. So it's like at the bar on a Friday night, people's gonna be brawling, like, it's just gonna happen. Like, there's gonna be some drunk dudes or something like that. They're gonna be wanting to fight. They're gonna want to punch. So you just got to stay out of the way. Like, that's why I never took Spirit.
Crazily enough, though, the irony of that is that they were I think they were the only American airline that had a perfect safety record and no crashes. Which is the most ironic thing about that, is that in the cabin you wouldn't know that, but on the statistics, they never actually had a major air accident where one of their aircraft crashed, unlike every other American airline, I think, in operation these days. So that's kind of wild when you think about that. But anyways, moving on from that whole side rabbit hole that we're having on that joke there.
Yeah, that was good stalling though, man. I was using that as a sneaky stalling tactic right there, going off on the tangent about the Spirit Airlines stuff right there. But also, by the way, I did get some more videos in the meantime while I was stalling here. So we have some more news. You can just go through them one by one because I'm currently reposting them as I speak. So you can take a look at these and show these to the audience.
Okay, 1 by 1 is opposed by 2 by 4, so we're going to be trying to get through this 1 by 1. First off, we were able to see that Kuwait and Bahrain are both under simultaneous attack, which we did know, and we also got this video here of another Iranian ballistic missile being launched in the morning in western Iran. There it goes, off into the distance.
Somebody is filming from some street in the city, it sounds like.
It does sound like that. This is probably near to a populated area, and apparently 2 explosions have been reported over Manama due to interceptions again, so we are getting that idea, well, at least that image out of Manama, that there is interceptions going on over Bahrain, but we don't know if any missiles are still making it through right now. The air defense is active and working, however, and that's one thing we can confirm. So, moving us on out of Bahrain in the Middle East, it seems to me like things are kind of coming out in a trickle right now. So if we want, I think a good move for us to do right now is that if anything happens, unless if it's absolutely crazy, just kind of like just repost it, and we're going to put it in a queue, and we'll get back to it again here in a little bit. But we're going to spend like about 10 minutes or so covering Ukraine, so that way we could do it in something that makes sense instead of covering one thing and being like, oh, and then like going right back to the Middle East. So if that's good with you, we can do that.
Yeah, you're safe to move on. Like right now, we're waiting on the footage of what has been hit, if anything has been hit so far in the Middle East, the Gulf states right now. But nothing, like really, the main thing I'm looking for right now, folks, just to let y'all know what my thought process is right now. I'm currently waiting to see if Israel's under a direct attack. That's a big news right now that I'm waiting to see if it's going to happen, and waiting to also see if the U.S. is going to launch another series of strikes. That's the 2 main things I'm looking for right now. Outside of that, it's more mundane. It's more about the damage assessments in the Gulf states. I'll be honest, right now, it kind of looks generally like the Iranians haven't done anything too extreme. They've just launched their normal, ballistic attacks on the Gulf states, which largely at this point is nothing too crazy for the Iranians.
That's basically another day out on the town for the Middle East at this point. So moving us on out of all of that, it is time for us to get on up into Ukraine, where we were able to see in our location unknowns today that the Ukrainians were continuing to train their forces on their SPGs, specifically the Badanas, which are built inside of Ukraine and operated entirely by the Ukrainian armed forces. We see them training to use the system here on the fields. And I do have to say that the Badana actually is one of the probably coolest looking wheeled SPGs out there in the modern day. Pretty cool looking, really.
It is pretty cool.
We see them just having a good old time. Painting up everyone's faces.
Oh, damn, I just smacked him on the ass. What the hell kind of training is this?
I gotta say, I think this guy is going to get, like, canceled in 10 years when he tries to run for politics. Like, that's like, I just didn't realize that until now, but, that's, that face paint there, it's generally just one solid color. But moving us on out of that, interesting, a little bit of an Easter egg, I guess, at the end of that video, smack on the ass and a political canceling in 10 years' time. We also were able to see the location unknowns casualty report for the day, which I actually had to go grab because I wasn't able to get that before the show. So let me go get that here really quickly for everybody, and here's what we were able to see over the past 24 hours. Oh,
4 Bobcats. Look at that. They got 4 of them right there. I know that's got to come from the Ukrainian occupied territory. It's got to be.
It's definitely from the occupied Ukrainian territory at this point. Like, it's consistent now. But according to Miss DC, keeper of the record, she stated that 376 supply trucks and fuel tanks is the 10th highest data loss. 2,204 drones ranks the 18th highest. And June averages to date exceed prior months. Troop losses on average are over 1,300, and this is the highest since the spring of 2025. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to confirm that 1,190 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 7 APCs, 376 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 74 artillery pieces, 2,204 drones, 6 MLRSs, 3 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. So all in all, a very good day for the Ukrainian armed forces, and the losses continue to pile on up. We've also been able to see additionally outside of these areas that in Yenikeve, just to the east of Orlivka, the Ukrainians are continuing to cause hell to the Russian supply lines in the near front area and are striking and destroying Russian logistics wherever they can be found.
Yeah.
That's gotta suck right there. Can you imagine how many vehicles have been destroyed on those death highways so far? I mean, for the logistics to have totally collapsed. Can you imagine? It's got to be in the hundreds. I don't know if it's as far as the thousands of Russian vehicles have been destroyed so far during these logistics raids that Ukraine's doing on these occupied highways, but it's got to be in the hundreds.
Oh, it is in the hundreds, like a day, because that's what the casualty report is showing, is that the Ukrainians are blowing away like 376 supply vehicles every day right now, which
I thought that was
pretty...
for the whole front.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's it. That's for the whole front, but I'm sure most of that includes the southern front. When you have to think about, like, statistically, that has to be where they're coming from.
Probably so. So I guess it'd be fair enough to say it's in the thousands per week.
Yeah, actually, it would be. It would be like 2,500 probably. So it's a really large amount. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see in the Konstantinivka area that the Ukrainian police were showing what the city looks like currently, which it has largely been destroyed because of the Russian artillery barrages and the ongoing fighting around the flanks of the city.
Also, I saw Ella MC Wheels NAFA to say, fact about today, the war in Ukraine just had the same amount of days as World War I. I heard that as well today. I was thinking, you're like, that's an embarrassment for the Russians, by the way. Like, that's embarrassing as hell. The country of Ukraine that was supposed to be rolled over and just like, just a pushover according to the Russians, have now dragged the Russians through a war for longer than World War I. That's crazy.
Longer than the Soviets fought in World War II. I mean, that was months ago.
Embarrassing as hell, really. I'm not even sure how Putin can, come out and try to still act like the macho man after some stat like that comes out.
You see, I'm the grand chess player, but yet I'm so smart and mysterious. It's like he's mysterious and how stupid he is, but I don't see him being mysterious in most any other way. Well, you see them continuing to show the ruins of Konstantinivka and the city. But generally, it's much like many other cities that y'all have seen. It's largely been destroyed from Russian artillery fire throughout the months. We've also been able to see that within the Mariupol area, the Ukrainian Armed Forces' long-range drones have continued to attack the port facilities at Mariupol. We can see here them hitting the port control tower several times, as a matter of fact, and also the electrical substations nearby. Now they're going after the support ships like the tugs, and also the actual vessels that are here trying to load up with Ukrainian grain. The Ukrainians have decided to enforce their sanctions with military means, which has gone quite well for them at this point. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say.
This is some very clear footage, like remarkably clear.
Ultra 4K HD footage. And then they hit another tug and another grain silo. They're not going to let a drop of Ukrainian grain illegally leave the country. Literally none. All right, we're going to have to get rid of the anti-Semite in the chat. I'm just going to have to get rid of that one. So we can see them continuing to hit the substations. You know, folks, you can always tell when someone is saying something anti-Semitic whenever they say anything about Jewish people and they call them the Jew, like there's just one Jewish person in the world. You can always tell. And I just saw that like 2 times in the chat. I was like, okay, 2 strikes, that's enough. But when you see them continuing to hit the infrastructure around the port facility in Mariupol, and that's the end of the clips, but still showing effective strikes on the Russian supply ports within the area. We also were able to see a mobile fire group moving down the M14 highway, showing the carnage surrounding them.
Also, by the way, I don't mean to interrupt this clip, but we have hit 600,000 subscribers tonight, folks, by the way. I think we hit it like in the first hour of the stream or something like that, but that is a hell of a milestone for the channel. That is massive right there. Honestly, like I'm not sure if we ever thought we'd hit 600,000 subscribers, to be honest. That we are truly honored that so many people have subscribed to the channel, especially even tonight. Like just tonight alone, I think 500 plus people have subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, like it's been a lot of people who have subscribed tonight. And I also got to say a huge thanks to everybody who has been watching tonight and subscribing, because it's really crazy to know that we have hit 600,000 today. We have been on YouTube for years now, and I never believed that we would really even hit 250,000 subscribers. And it's really crazy to see that now we've hit 600,000, which is absolutely unbelievable. And I think that makes us one of the bigger YouTube channels out there right now that covers breaking news like this, which is pretty crazy and really cool to know. So huge thanks to everybody who has been watching and enjoying the channel over the years, and a big thanks to everyone who subscribed tonight to get us to 600,000 subscribers. We also were able to see these destroyed vehicles here in supply trucks along the M14 highway as well that had also been destroyed by Ukrainian attacks over the course of the day. But that is all of our Ukraine war news. And really quickly, let me see if Zelensky made a speech, because we could show that here. And generally, I think this is probably going to be a rounding out point, because we've been on air now for a total of 3 hours and 20 minutes just covering news. And by the time we get done covering super chats and live chats, this stream will probably be a 5-hour long one. So we're probably, actually, Zelensky didn't make a speech today. So we're probably going to start getting into the questions here and largely rounding this thing on out for the day. So with that, Matthew, take it away.
All right, and when he says round it out, we are still going to be on here for some time answering super chats and live chats. So stick around for us, by the way, because of course there might be a question in here that might have been your question that's in the live chats as well. Also, a huge shout out, by the way, to Patty Mayo, by the way, who's in the live chat. He said, congrats on the 600K. And we do appreciate it, by the way. And also a huge shout out to everybody who's congratulated us on that, by the way. We appreciate everybody for being here once again at a milestone of the channel, I must say. Maybe a million soon, maybe possibly. We'll have to see with that. Hopefully so. But moving into our first super chat question, and of course, if breaking news happens, we'll jump to that on the side if it does happen. But jumping into our super chats, our first one goes to Texan Lifelong, and thank you very much, Texan, for that $200 support, by the way, and we do appreciate that very much. That is the largest super chat of the evening. And the Texan said, I said I don't normally speak, I just watch. However, you and all of us that respect you shows how much we respect you both, and bless you both, and thank you so much for everything you do for us. And LSA, and power to us all for the world.
And I gotta say, I like your profile picture, Texan Lifelong. I like the American flag, really pretty looking. And I also gotta say, humongous thanks to you for the incredibly massive support that you've thrown in tonight. And we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative for your kind words and really enjoying what we do. We try our best every single day to get on air and make sure that we cover the news to the greatest depth and information that we can, and also to give as much analysis as we can. And we say this every day. It's kind of like a broken record sort of a thing to say, but I really do appreciate everybody who goes out of their way to support this channel, because this entire operation is crowdfunded by the viewers. If it wasn't for the folks who went out of their way to support this channel when nobody ever has to, we would not be able to make this thing possible for the millions that watch this every single month, and we wouldn't be able to make this coverage a reality. I got to thank you massively for that support once again, because folks like you really do make this thing an actual living reality. I cannot say that enough, and we are incredibly appreciative of your massive support for that reason. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. Huge thanks to you for the kind words. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, and a huge shout out to you, Texan, for that massive support once again. We also have to jump out of our super chat segment for a second. I'm hearing of red alerts in Israel right now. I think Israel might actually be under attack right now. Unfortunately, can you show us the... Oh, okay, they are under attack. It is the case. Okay, it's a Hezbollah attack. Oh, yeah, it's in Kiryat Shimona, so that must be a Hezbollah attack right there. That's in the northern part of Israel. It says, though... I don't know if they're maybe mislabeling that. It says missile launches.
Well, I mean, technically the little rockets or missiles, like anything like that can be called a missile. It's just that usually they're called like rockets, but kind of the term's interchangeable. So I think it's just saying that there's a rocket threat over the area, because this is an area that Hezbollah has hit a gazillion times over the past few weeks in deliberate intention. So I would say this is probably another Hezbollah rocket attack.
Yeah, and also, by the way, it is confirmed. It looks like the IDF has just said this right now. The Home Front Command sent a precautionary directive, and they've identified launches from Lebanon, which is Hezbollah, following apparently going towards several communities in northern Israel. So yeah, you're right. It is Hezbollah, so it's not as bad as we thought. If it was Iran attacking, that was about to be a whole thing, but it's Hezbollah. So what's probably happened here is Iran has called up their buddies in Lebanon, which is Hezbollah, and they've told them to start launching attacks. That's probably what's happening here. And of course, course, we'll probably see the IDF launch some pretty serious airstrikes, probably coming up very soon as well. But also, we did get as well, apparently, a video and also some pictures of damage in Bahrain. It looks like there was a hit in Bahrain from the looks of it.
Oh, let's see if we can get that here real quick on the side screen so that we can pull it up for you. So there has been a hit. I think we heard about these earlier. It was like around those two areas south of Manama, but we can see the smoke rising from one hit, and then in this picture as well, we can actually see smoke rising over what appears to be downtown Manama, possibly showing another heat at the U.S. 5th Fleet headquarters, because it actually is just to the side of downtown Manama right over here. So that might be another hit to U.S. 5th Fleet, possibly, but we're still going to be waiting to see. The first strike picture, however, isn't from the same area. It's actually from a different location, and unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you all what that one is, because the geolocation on that one would be pretty sparse, because it doesn't show the ground level for us to be able to know where this was or any significant landmarks to speak of. So, some confirmed hits in Bahrain in those pictures right there. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving into our next super chat here, this one is going to go to also Texan Lifelong. You threw in a $100 support this time, the second support of the night. And thank you very much, Texan, for that. They said, you guys are the best. I don't say much, but I appreciate you both. And LSA.
And a big thanks to you for the incredible support, and thank you for the incredible kind words and the humongous support through the 2 super chats that you threw in right there. And I gotta say that folks like you are the best as well for watching and enjoying, and also I gotta say humongous thanks to you for going out of your way to support. We're always happy to have people here just spending their time to watch the show, but the folks who go out of their way to spend money to super chat to support the channel like you do make this thing possible for everybody. You're actually a part of making the show a reality, because outside of Matthew and me putting in the work every day to get on air and run this thing, it's folks like you who help us to be able to grease the gears behind the scenes, like the bills, the lights, and everything else that we need to do and need to pay to be able to keep doing this every day as our full-time job. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that is addressed Ed and Carly well, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, like for everybody that's new here tonight, it's just us two, by the way. Like some people think we have a whole team behind us and stuff like that. It's just us two doing everything. So the Twitter, the Patreon, the YouTube videos, the live streams, the research that goes into it, everything. Like the whole operation is just us two. Even the business side of it is also just us two as well. So it's a huge operation, honestly. It's just a YouTube channel, but it takes a hell of a lot of work, nonstop hours it feels like these days. But we do enjoy it though. But our next one here goes to none other than Lord Cog, who put in a $100 support as well. And a huge shout out to you, Lord Cog, for being a longtime channel legend as well. He said, thanks for the work y'all do, and mention the smiley face, LOL. And he did put in a smiley face, by the way. He said, great job on the 600,000 subs.
And thank you so much for the congrats, Lord Cog, old guard and channel legend, for congrats on the 600,000 subscribers. I don't think we ever believed that it would make it this far. I'm going to be absolutely blown away even farther when we make it to 750,000. It's unreal how the channel's been doing these days. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running and helping us to stay on air so that way we can hopefully start the march now to 750,000 subscribers, which is going to be 750,000. And at that point, I guess we're going to just be waiting once we get to 750 to hit 1 million at some point in the future. That's going to be wild to think of one day that we'll start to get close to 1 million subscribers, because we have been slowly working upwards and onwards every single year towards 1 million. And if you look at the graph, it almost is starting to look a little bit like an exponential curve with how the growth has been going over the years. It was a lot slower at the start, and now it's starting to take off towards the latter years that we've been on air. And so who knows, it might actually be here within the very near future that we start to get very close to 1 million. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support, Lord Cog, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to be an $80 support from none other than BC Skyman. Some call him the pillar of the channel. Some call him the cornerstone of the channel, depending on what masonry terms you want to use. We do appreciate BC Skyman very much for that $80 support. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for that incredible support, BC Skyman, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling and keep this thing in reality. You're an old guard and a channel legend. You've been here literally since the 4th day of the war. And I got to say that your support carries a lot of weight without any words attached. So a huge thanks to you once again. And we're on the next one.
Also have a $50 support from Long This, and thank you Long This as well for the 50. He said old C5 driver here from Gulf 2. He said a beef from 632 still endangering the whole world, and keep up the news guys. And the globalist media doesn't care to cover news that doesn't fit their agenda.
Thank you incredibly for the support. I would say, like, it's not really globalist news. Like, really, honestly, when you look at, like, most news networks like CNN and Fox, they're very national on their coverage. They very rarely cover anything outside of America. But I would have to say we definitely do a lot better than corporate media. That's, like, generally that's why I call it as corporate media, because that's really what it is. It's like a corporation just completely ripping the soul and everything else out of a company and just running it for what it is, to try and make as much money as they can. And I've got to say that we are absolutely honored and greatly appreciative to know that folks like you along this support this channel and help it to keep on running, so that we can keep making this thing a reality every day and keep covering the news and generally showing the mainstream news, at least, how news is actually done. You don't need a multi-billion-dollar operation and hundreds of staff or thousands of staff to be able to make a news story possible. Sometimes you just need two people with a lot of determination, and the news stories are easy to get out, easy to extrapolate, and easy to cover, even without a teleprompter. We do this live on air every night with absolutely no script whatsoever. We just get on here and chit-chat the whole night away, and so far that's done pretty well, surprisingly, which I'm kind of shocked that that actually worked out from the, like, very kind of like nonchalant kind of the thing that I did 4 years ago, just getting on air and yapping about news. It turned into this, which is pretty crazy. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Bruce Jenner, last name Tolls. Hey! And we appreciate that $20 support, by the way. He said, U.S. CENTCOM, we are not at war. This is a deal signing ceremony. Honestly, they were saying that this morning. They were basically saying that this morning to a certain degree. I think you had said this yesterday, Enforcer. I think you had said that it was like 37 times or something like that the executive branch of the United States had claimed that a deal was close, or that it was like right around the corner or something like that. They have said that more times than I can even remember. I can't even verify that number myself because I can't remember how many times they've said it. So I think that talk might be going by the wayside as of today. I think that might be actually leaving for once. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't think so. I think they're going to be on that shtick for as long as they can ride it. I think they're going to be on it until the end. Like, even well, I mean, not like that. Like, you know, like not like that. But you get what I'm saying, though. Like, they're going to be running that gravy train. Oh, that's even coming out bad. They're going to be saying that shit. Like, that doesn't sound too bad. They're gonna be on that shit until you know, it's the war is over eventually. I think no matter what, they're gonna be saying that a deal is right around the corner. Even if U.S. troops started to invade Iran to topple the government, we would still be announcing that the deal is right around the corner and it's only a couple of hours away from being signed. I think because it has been an insane amount of times they've claimed. I think it's almost every other day at this point that they claim that a deal is right around the corner, and it never has been. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, let me see here real quick. I'm trying to see if I have a story right here to show people. Let's see. Well. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, no, I do have something. I thought it was a phony for a minute, but we have a video of a projectile moving through the sky of Bahrain. I'm not sure. Is this Iranian? Like, what's up with this flight path? That doesn't look normal. Are you seeing this?
This be looks to me like an Iranian cruise missile.
An Iranian cruise missile? Obviously, we don't have a point of reference in the video, so we really can't tell exactly how fast it's going, but that's moving awfully slow.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It might be moving quickly. It's just that the camera person is staying. Well, actually, right here we get a point of reference for speed. Now it's moving pretty quickly. Like, it's moving pretty quickly. Like, it's not extremely fast. It looks like maybe 400 and 500 miles an hour, but it's moving.
So, like, I haven't really heard them using cruise missiles. I've heard them using the larger ones. You know, like, I can't remember the Karam Shahar 4 or whatever they call it. They use the larger missiles. But what about the smaller cruise missiles? Is that one of the first times they've used that?
They've used them before. It's just not a whole lot, and we don't really have like a lot of video evidence of them, but there's been a lot of reports in the past that they did use them, and they do have some cruise missiles. Let me see here. Let me type in Iran missile ranges, because they're out there and they are usable. So let me see if I can show them to you. So they have, like, for example, the Sumar or the Hovayesh, which they have used in the past before, and has a range of 1,350 kilometers. It is a usable cruise missile, and that looks to be what we're seeing on the film.
Interesting. That's a very interesting projectile there. Usually they're coming down vertical because they're the larger ballistics, so they're not going like vertical or horizontal like that, like across the sky. So, that is interesting. Sadly though, I think that's all I've got right now. That is coming out of Bahrain, by the way, where that video came from. So apparently they have cruise missiles roaming around. It didn't look like it was being intercepted because that was being filmed from an apartment building inside of Bahrain. So it was generally flying through the sky, largely uncontested from that one video that we saw right there. So that was kind of disturbing.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Kind of odd, honestly, when you think about it. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from JKL2000, and thank you very much, JKL, for the 20. He said, Enforcers, do you think Ibrahim Zulfagari, the Iranian military spokesman, is real or AI? He looks fake, he never blinks, and thanks for your excellent coverage. Excuse me. I think he's real, personally. I think he's real. He's just a strange individual, which might be why he was chosen for the job. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, there's a lot of people who don't blink. Like, that's always not a determination. Like, there's a lot of normal humans like Mark Zuckerberg who I've never seen blink. He's definitely not an alien. So, if he's not blinking, then, hell, I guess some people don't have to blink. It's kind of weird that way. But I would think the guy's actually real. Usually the spokespeople have to be real because they sometimes send them around the world to represent their government. So the guy's got to be real for kind of that reason, really. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Tom Xman, and thank you very much, Tom, as well, for being a longtime channel legend also. He said 600,000 subs and way to go.
And I would agree, 600,000. We're actually at 600,310 subscribers right now. So that's really cool to see. And I got to give a huge thanks to everybody who has subscribed tonight. And I got to give a huge thanks to everybody who has continued to enjoy the show for years. It's really cool to know that we can continue to run shows for y'all like these of high quality news coverage with great analysis and still do this 4 years after the channel started to cover news on a daily basis. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from none other than Doug Halstead, and thank you, Doug, as well, for the 20. He said, just back from Ron, Europe, caught the streams on port days, and wore my LSA shirt and met several Ukrainians and showed them the stream and the community, and the Ukrainians were very grateful for the support. I was like the LSA ambassador to the EU.
That's really cool, actually, Doug. That's really neat. And also, it's a good thing to hear that you just came back from Europa. Really cool place. And I hope you had a fun time over there. How was Europe these days? Is it doing well? Is it doing as good as some people say it is? Or is it doing as badly as other people say it is? I mean, I'm interested to know.
Ireland. Ireland's not doing that good right now.
Oh, well, I mean,
Is Ireland Europe?
Yeah, it's European. Yeah, Britain and Ireland are European,
I thought Ireland was his own continent for a minute. The way they act, you would think that it was his own continent.
Man, you haven't seen the French act then, because like the Irish are acting wild, but the French are on a whole other level when they get wild.
Honestly, well, I won't say that. I won't get political, but sometimes things get people getting riled up.
Sometimes, folks, people just get angry, It's mostly peaceful, though. That's what I've been hearing in Ireland lately. And there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there and a whole bunch of stuff going on everywhere, I remember the last time, though, in France when everybody went irate, it was like the new, like, what was it, like the traffic cameras, and they went irate and they had like a whole riot nationwide and they had to call the military and everything. It was wild. Like, France goes crazy whenever they don't like something. Like, it's just like openly appalled by the public. They will make it clear they hate it. But beyond that, though, I hope Europe was fun, Doug. And also, really cool to hear the Warrior LSA shirt around. You've had to have that for a while. I actually have a couple of LSA shirts. I have, I think, one in black, one in navy blue, and one in green. And I made sure to get a good amount of them and kind of stack up on them because I wanted some for myself to wear for years. And I still wear them around from time to time. And I always thought that they looked good. No one ever really asks, though, in public when I wear them what it is. And then also I kind of thought about that. I was like, that's kind of like a little narcissistic. So I don't wear them out in public anymore. Because, like, that's kind of a little narcissistic, like, rep your own brand on yourself, like, while you're in public. So I was like, I'm not going to do that anymore. anymore. So I haven't done that for like a year or so, wearing the LSA shirt in public. But I have worn it on a hike out here. Like, I don't consider that the public, though. That's not like going out in the city because no one really sees you on a hike. But a big thanks to you for the incredible support and help with this channel to keep it running. And I got to say a big thanks to you for sharing us around with the Ukrainians that you met over in Europe. So a huge thanks to you once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, we have a little bit of news right now. It looks like the Muwafaq al-Sati base that's in Jordan, which houses U.S. forces, it looks like, according to a video I'm seeing right here, it looks like it has taken a hit. There's a pretty large column of smoke rising from, I can't really tell what part of the base right here. You can take a look at the video. It's on Twitter. I just reposted it. It looks like, I can't tell what's on near the runway or not, but it looks like it's in the middle of the base just based on this very blurry image, or picture, video, excuse me.
Can't really tell a lot, unfortunately, from this video, but it does look like Muwafaq Salti was hit pretty hard.
Yeah, it does. And also, it looks like Kuwait is currently diverting flights to other airports, so Kuwait must still be under attack from the looks of it. It looks like the Gulf states are all still under attack to a large degree, so we are still tracking that news right there. But moving into our next super chat in the meantime, we also have a 20 from D. Pilla, and we do appreciate that support, by the way, that $20 support. He said, guys, amazing coverage, and I love the impressions, and Rodney's the best, and check out the movie Easy Money if you have not as of yet.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. Oh, man. When I was growing up, my family was a stupid family. Oh, man, real stupid. Back in the Civil War, they didn't fight for the North or the South, they fought for the West. Oh, man, I'm telling you. But a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And thank you so much for enjoying the voice impressions. Some people love them, some people hate them, but I really appreciate the folks who love them because it lets me be a little bit goofy every once in a while and kind of get a kick and a little bit of a blast out of running the show. So big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, apparently the reason why Kuwait is now redirecting flights to other airports is that they've just closed their entire airspace. So Kuwait's entire airspace is officially formally closed as of right now. It was really already closed anyway, but they just simply formalized it, which could mean that it plans on staying closed for quite some time. So that's what we're hearing out of Kuwait right now. But moving into our next one, this one goes to Con45, who puts in a $20 support, and thank you, Con, as well. He said, the bottom line is the USA announced that we just made a major deal with Iran 12 hours before this war started. Then in a surprise attack under a white flag, the U.S. murdered the Ayatollah and the negotiating team, and good luck.
That's an interesting way to take that. So a big thanks to your support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from DJW, and thank you, DJW, as well for the 20. He said, sorry, this is AUD, Australian monies, guys, but they don't let us have real money down here, LOL. And congrats on the 600,000 enforcers in LSA and my rune stones. See plaques of gold in the future.
Plaques of gold? You mean like real gold? Like, you know, like gold bars? You know, there was this one guy in the CIA, but I cease and desist. Beyond that, though, I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support, and a big thanks to you for the congratulations on 600,000 subscribers. And also, we're greatly appreciative of all of our folks that watch down in Australia. Y'all are amazing folks, and we thank y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. So, a big thanks to you so much once again. And also, I gotta say, the plaques of gold, I hope that we do see them in the future. And so, a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also just got a $50 support, a generous support from Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that support, the official chef of the LSA. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And hey, 600,000 subs. And Enforcers, I've been here about 3 years now and rarely miss a stream. And got to say, it's about time the U.S. stands up and does something. And LLT, LSA.
And a big thanks to you for the incredible support. And thank you for the kind words, Chef Danny B. You have been here basically every day for 3 years. And 600,000 subs, I never thought we'd hit it. I remember back in the day when we thought that 100,000 subs was something big, and now we're all the way up to 600. So pretty crazy stuff to see the channel grow over the years like that. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it rolling, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on the next one.
And moving on to our next one here. Wait a second. We got a little something. It looks like I've gotten another picture. This is an oddly picturesque image coming out of this. The Iranians launching the ballistic missiles out of Isfahan. Isfahan looks like kind of like Utah a little bit. Like if you go really far out, a little bit weird with that. But we see that there is a streak in the sky from another ballistic missile launch here in Isfahan. Purple skies, of course, out here. Look, that's quite interesting to see that. Also, we are hearing of more explosions in Bahrain. I don't know, like, I hate to sound like a broken record, but we don't know if it's interceptions or it's actual impacts. We don't know that right now. So I don't really know where the Kuwait flights are being redirected to. They're saying they're redirecting them to other airports. But it's like, what airports? It's like Kuwait's under attack too, and also Bahrain is also. So I'm not sure where they're redirecting those flights.
To Saudi Arabia.
Maybe, but I mean, maybe so. I hadn't really heard they're under attack, so that could be it.
Maybe they're diverting them to the United Arab Emirates.
That could be. That could be. I don't like the sound of any of those countries when Iran starts attacking people like that. I don't like the sounds of any of them. They're all kind of risky.
Maybe they're sending them to Oman.
It could be. Maybe Somaliland.
Hell no. Bro, they're gonna be stripped down on the ground once they land. Like, bro, there's gonna be nothing left. There's gonna be two cinder blocks sitting on the runway, huh?
I thought Israel took a stake in Somaliland. You remember they were trying to like sponsor their independence and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, but I mean, no one's getting behind that. I mean, Somaliland's like an abject hellhole. Like I'm not even gonna hold back on that. I mean, anything with Somalia in the name is an abject hellhole. Like there's nothing there. Like especially up here in Somaliland, like there's not even a major city in Somaliland. It's like a rural like outcropping, basically, really more so like the rural outcroppings of what used to be coastal Ethiopia, kind of. But that's a long gone thing. But I do have to say though, like, you know, something funny like that I get a kick out of is that the name of the Ethiopian capital is Addis Ababa. Like, I don't know why, but I find that name to be funny.
I kind of like Ethiopia though because they have those ethically sourced coffee beans. You know, ethically sourced. You know, you source stuff with some ethics behind it. I love that.
Man, I like it when they're like, man, give me that damn coffee bean, but it's got to be nice. Give me that coffee bean or else. And then, like, it's ethical now, like, because we said it with some compassion. But, man, honestly, I don't know how they harvest coffee beans in Ethiopia, but I've heard that Ethiopian coffee is pretty good. I've heard that Arabian coffee is pretty good, but I wouldn't know. I've never got it before. I think it's beyond my price bracket. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Khalifa Blushi. And thank you very much, Khalifa, for that $25 support, by the way. And we appreciate that. And that was in the dirham, if I have your currency correct. Isn't that the dirham?
Let me make sure. Let's see.
Let's see if I got this right.
It's the dirham. Yeah.
The dirham. I have no idea how I remembered that, but I got it right. And thank you very much, Khalifa, for the 75 dirham. He said support from Abu Dhabi and heading to work right now.
Hey, a big shout out to the folks out in Abu Dhabi, and a big shout out to you, Khalifa Blushi. Also, really cool to know we have viewers out in the UAE right now. Big thanks to you for the support and watching the show all the way in the midst of the what's going on right now, right basically in your region. I gotta thank you so much for the support. I hope you stay safe at work today, and make sure to know where the shelters are at just in case, because today is probably going to be a wild day, especially what comes after the show starts to round out. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
That's just nuts to me that, like, while we're running these streams, not only do we have people from every country, like, around the world, it feels like, but we have people even from the conflict zone. I would not be surprised to find out that we have Iranians watching right now as well. Hopefully not the bad ones. Hopefully it's the good Iranians. But, you know, they use VPNs. They use ways to get around the censors and stuff like that in Iran. And they have turned the internet back on in a limited form inside of Iran. So you never know who's watching. Like, I know we have a lot of viewers, like Khalifa right there from Abu Dhabi. I know we have a lot of viewers out of the UAE, Qatar especially as well, but also I'm sure we have some out of Bahrain and Kuwait. I think I saw a Kuwaiti viewer in the chat earlier. He was telling me that the sirens were going off.
Yeah, I think I saw that as well. It's really cool to know, like, we have people from all over the world watching. It's a really neat thing. But a huge thanks to you for the support once again, all the way from Abu Dhabi. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from John Garner, and thank you very much, John, as well, for that 20, and we appreciate that. He said 600,000 and yippee.
Yippee! like that German kid did in that one meme. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for support, John Garner. And I gotta say, it's really crazy to see that we hit 600,000 subscribers. It's been a long time coming. I never thought it was going to happen, but it's crazy to know that it finally did. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Truck and Chef. And thank you very much, Truck and Chef, for that support. We do appreciate that. And he said, congratulations on 600,000 and the next 1 million. And let's go LSA and best news on the web.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Truck and Chef, and thank you so much for enjoying the channel and supporting it, and hopefully we'll be on to 1 million here before long. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Big Berg, and thank you, Rich, for that $20 support. He said that you guys are the Adrian Cronauer of our time. Also looked that guy up. Who is this? But he said, good morning, Ukraine. No Israel, no Venezuela, no Iran, and thank you, gentlemen.
Let's see here. I see. He was the inspiration behind the movie Good Morning Vietnam with Robin Williams in it as Cronauer. So that's actually pretty high praise. I thought that movie was pretty good. So I got to thank you so much for the support and the high praise there. And I got to thank you for really appreciating our channel. And good morning, Vietnam. I guess we're kind of like that in a way, We kind of kid around here in the show and kind of make it a little less serious than it is to make it a little bit more handleable for people to listen to. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because folks like you have helped us to stay on air and keep making that a reality every single day for millions around the globe. And we actually have more breaking news coming out at this very moment before we were about to move on to the next one.
Okay, so we have some breaking news right now. It looks like we are currently seeing that multiple Iranian drones have been spotted over Kuwait and are believed to be heading toward U.S. military installations. Also, shout out to Miss Disa in the live chat for letting me know about that. We have a video apparently showing the drone, and it looks like kind of an unusual one, so let's take a look.
Looks like a Shahed to me.
Yeah, actually, my bad. It is a Shahed. I saw it from the rear view, and it looked like it was a Peregrine Falcon at first. But once I saw it move a little bit, I was like, okay, that's just a normal Shahed. Run of the mill.
And then we also got this clip here, apparently, of a fire that's occurring near to the green zone in the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. Whoa, that might be a hit.
That's not a good sign. Yeah, that's not a good sign right there. I wonder, you remember the last time the hostilities got really bad between the U.S. and Iran? We saw there was like riots outside the embassy inside of Baghdad, and they were trying to bust through the fence, through the green zone and stuff like that. I don't know if they're starting to riot or is it a hit?
I wonder. It might be either. We're not really sure yet, but we haven't heard of any riots and we haven't heard of any hits, so it could be either one and it could go either way. But it does look like U.S. bases are probably going to be under attack very soon from the drones that are now in Kuwaiti airspace, so we'll probably have some more updates on that here in the following minutes. But with that, I hope we have addressed those developments well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Music Uploader, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Runch, as well, Music Uploader. He said, I've heard that shit so many times. Now whenever I go to offload my truck, the customers, instead of good morning, I tell them the deal is right around the corner and LSA.
Some people sat there and asked me, is a deal right around the corner? And I said, I don't know. Does the sun rise every day? And that's basically the answer, is that the deal is around the corner as many times as the sun rises, which is every other day. Or every day, really. It's not every other day. It's every day, because if the sun didn't rise, you don't have a new day, do you? But a big thanks to your support, and hope this channel to keep running. And I have to agree with you, Music Uploader. The deal of being around the corner thing, at this point, it's literally just background noise. Except for the oil traders. The oil traders consider that to be like an angelic chorus every time they hear that one, and they end up cooling down their trades. But here on this channel, we've just gotten to ignoring them because it's completely pointless to even mention them. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a support here from none other than Landon, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Landon, for that $20 support as well. He said, do y'all think the U.S. will be forced to get into a full-scale invasion of Iran or Cuba and war virgin infantrymen?
And I got to thank you for the support. And I would have to say, if the chances are high for a ground operation to be conducted, probably on Cuba, because generally they're probably going to have a lot more confidence dealing with Cuba than they did with Iran at this point. And also they would have the 60 days before they have to get a war powers resolution vote to be able to do something in. So they probably do a ground incursion into Cuba if they were going to do it on anyone. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Tal Gov, who put in a 10 and said, great job with the news, and you poor guys don't get a break.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support. We don't get a break. But we still make sure to keep at it and keep covering the news each and every day because we know that all of y'all are here to hear it and we're here to deliver it. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Maurice Sparks, and thank you, Maurice. They said 600,000 subs.
600,000. That's honestly crazy when you think about 600,000 people watching this channel. I think that's bigger than the U.S. Army at this point in size. I think the U.S. Army has only got about 600,000 active personnel or so in it. So the channel is now the size of the, let me pull this up, largest ground army in the world. It's going to be North Korea. No, it's actually the PLA. But let's see here. This is counting everybody. This isn't counting the branches. Let me go pull up the U.S. Army here really quickly. The U.S. Army. The United States Army. Oh, actually, we're way bigger than the U.S. Army, and we have been for a long time. The U.S. Army only has 452,000 active duty personnel. It then has 328,000 Army National Guard personnel and 170,000 in the Army Reserve. So in total, it has 946,000 total uniform personnel, but in terms of active duty personnel, the channel is actually larger than the active duty element of the U.S. Army, which is kind of crazy to think about. That's nuts, really. And a big thanks to you for the support, and congratulating us for 600,000, because we are absolutely gobstopped to have hit it. And so with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to I Will Eat Your Hot Dogs, who put in a 10 and said, Sir, I love my hot dogs. And fact check time, false. Who even eats hot dogs? Truth, I love wieners. And also that worm, too. But LSA.
I gotta say, well, I suppose that is your preference, and I gotta thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on the next one.
You know, as a wise man once told me one time, that's why restaurants have menus. You know, some people like the spaghetti, some people want the chicken. You never know what they want. That's why they have menus in restaurants. You know, a wise man once said that. A man who used to be able to ace the tiger, lion, and bear test for cognitive dementia. But moving to our next one here, this one goes to the Becca Fly, who puts in a 10. And the Becca said, for 600,000 LSA strong, and for going live early, and thank you. And the World Cup starts tomorrow, and which should be interesting, to say the least. Much love and gratitude to you, and LSA.
LSA, and I hope that World Cup is a blast. I heard it's being held in America, I think, or something along those lines. I think it's somewhere around that area. But a big thanks to you for the support, the Becca Fly, and a big thanks to you for the congrats on 600,000 subscribers. Truly, absolutely unbelievable. And I got to thank you so much for being one of those folks who's been a subscriber and been with the channel for an incredibly long amount of time, and hopefully will be the channel well on into the future. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Forgotten Onion, and thank you for the support. They said, do you enjoy getting the rotisserie chicken from Walmart or Costco? And if so, which one's your favorite? I like the lemon pepper one. And what say you?
I gotta say, I generally get mine from Costco, and I didn't even know there was different flavors of them. I just get mine like normal. Like I just get mine as the rotisserie chicken. So I hope that does address that well. I've never actually had a Walmart Costco chicken before. Well, a Walmart rotisserie chicken, not a Walmart Costco chicken, but I've never had a Walmart rotisserie chicken before, so I might have to try that out someday. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. Let's see. Well, hold on a minute. Let's see here. You know, you mentioned that gold bar scandal with the CIA officer earlier. Some new information apparently just came out about that. That apparently, allegedly, that the officer found with more than 300 gold bars in his home worked closely with an individual who worked on a covert spy program to spy on China. Kind of interesting. But also, back to our relevant news right now. We are seeing right now that the IRGC has put out a statement about their attack on the airbase inside of Jordan that houses U.S. forces. Iran's IRGC is stating that it launched 12 ballistic missiles at the Al Salti airbase and the command center in Jordan, claiming to have struck locations hosting U.S. F-35s, F-15s, and F-16 fighter jets, as well as other key military facilities in response to U.S. strikes. In addition to that, we've also seen that the U.S. Embassy in Jordan has warned Americans in the country that missiles, drones, and rockets are in Jordanian airspace and they should take shelter immediately because apparently they're roaming around all over the country of Jordan as of right now. So it does appear to be the situation is very active, and Iran's claiming victory in that attack on the Jordan airbase.
That is quite interesting to see. It does confirm, though, that they did attack the Muafak Salty Air Base, and hopefully we'll be able to see that their reports are incorrect at the moment, so that they're putting out right now. So with that, I hope we've been able to address that information and that development well on the attack on the Muafak Air Base. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Betancourt, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Robert, as well. He said, if you want to change, not war, get involved with sensible projects.
Thank you so much for the support, and that's definitely some good advice right there, getting involved in sensible projects. I like to think of projects that involve the senses being kind of sensible. Get what I did there? It's a pun on the sensible word, but a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also we have a 10 from the Nocturnal Overlord, who said tonight's matchup, defensive strikes versus imaginary strikes.
Honestly, it's a match made in heaven. It's like both of them are just absolute lies. Like the defensive strikes are offensive strikes, and the strikes that the Iranians claim they did on us didn't even happen. I mean, it's just all flat out lies. It's interesting. But a big thanks to you once again for support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support that just came in from Andy Adelman. And thank you very much, Andy, for that 50, by the way. It's very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. And Andy said, I look forward every evening to Enforcer Time, as my family calls it. Also, that's actually pretty crazy, by the way. Y'all's family calls it Enforcer Time. That's cool,
wild.
too.
That's really neat, yeah.
He said, put a poll up on the merch run. I know I'd rock some LSA gear and LLT LSA. And also, by the way, no poll necessary, by the way. Like, we want to do merch eventually again. The only catch is this, though. Like, it's a hell of a lot of upfront setup work to get the merch off the ground again. And honestly, with the stuff going on right now with Iran and how heavy it is, it's kind of hard to get around to that because this is literally taking up every hour of my waking day. I literally do nothing but this, and neither does Andrew. We literally do nothing but this right now while this is going on. And also, we have to stay close to the studio to be able to get back to the live stream and stuff. It's a lot of stuff. And honestly, if I did the merch right now, I'd probably go bonkers if I try to do that right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd thank you incredibly for the support. We do want to do merch. I'm kind of like shooting myself for a timetable of sometime around generally like the 5th anniversary of the LSA, which will be in March of next year, to hopefully have the merch store up and running by, or to have it up and running a little bit earlier than that, so that way we can try and get the pre-orders running, because generally we have to run it off of kind of like a, well, at least the last time we ran it, we had to run it kind of off of a pre-order system to be able to run it. But this time around, we're hoping to have a third-party distributor that can do it, but we're not settling for anybody. It's got to be a really high-end, high-quality third-party distributor to be able to do the merch for us if we're doing that again. So I hope that does address that incredibly well, and a huge thanks to you for the support. And also, that is really cool to hear that your family looks forward to Enforcer Time. I've never heard it put that way, but that's really crazy to know that we actually are a big part of your family's like entertainment and also news and information on what's going on in the world every day. That's actually really cool to hear. Thank you so much, your whole family, for enjoying and watching and making that an integral part of y'all's day. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Paratactorius, and thank you very much for that support. He said, just a heads up, the House passes the resolution, the Senate must pass the same bill, and then the President must sign it. So the President can absolutely veto a war powers resolution as compromise. And also, that's what I was explaining the other night, by the way. I was explaining that too. The House passed it. It's got to go back to the Senate, which it hadn't made it there yet. They gotta vote on it. Then it's got to go to the President. And then the President's going to veto it. Obviously, he's going to veto it. It's going to go back to the Senate. And then the Senate has to override the veto, which is pretty difficult. So that's why we say the bill is kind of dead on arrival somewhat, but at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. It's pretty much dead on arrival, and you're absolutely correct with that. That's the one thing that we pointed out a couple of times on the show over the past several days, is that even if it makes it to the office of the president, it's going to just get vetoed at that point. So it basically doesn't really matter unless they have 2/3 of the House and the Senate willing to vote to limit the president's powers via the War Powers Resolution Act. So a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Truckin' Chef once again, and thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that 20. He said, merch. He said, I'll take a flag. I'll put it on my semi-truck, and a shirt and a hat and coffee cup for me.
You know, a lot of people really want like all of the LSA stuff Generally, that's one thing that I really like is the LSA brand, like the LSA Eagle, and then putting that on everything. But I would think that would be really cool. Like, I would love to do a whole line of LSA merch because I know that that's what a lot of people really like when the merch comes around is the LSA stuff, not really the Enforcer branded stuff. So we're definitely going to be doing a lot of LSA merch here in the near future, and some Enforcer channel branded merch as well, directly about the channel rather than the LSA, which is the community of the channel. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel keep running, and we're definitely working on that in the background, hopefully here in the near future, folks, to make sure that that's operational by March of next year, hopefully. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a super chat from Shauna, who put in a 10. And thank you, Shauna, as well. And Shauna said, congrats on 600K.
And a big thanks to you for the support and the congratulations on that 600,000. We are proud as punch of it, and we thank you for being one of those 600,000 people and enjoying this channel and going out of your way to support us so that we can keep growing it even larger. And so, a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a super chat from Con45 once again, who puts in a 10. And Con said, the U.S. can't do a damn thing more to Iran except for more airstrikes at this point in time. The Congress we have has been closed for 2 years and won't grow the balls to open for a war vote. Now, Con, I will say this, Con. I am much so a believer, and we've gone over this thing quite a few times. I'm much a believer in making sure there's checks and balances, but at this point in time, if the Congress steps in and tries to halt the situation in Iran, that's going to do more damage than it's actually helping at this point, because I think most people can see, if you're familiar with the situation, you'll see that it's a quagmire. Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz, regardless of what the U.S. is saying about that, and the U.S. must regain control of it. I would say today was a good step in the right direction, but there's actually a hell of a lot of work still left to go. So it would be good for the Congress to check and balance the executive, but at this point, they might be acting against their own best interests at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with that generally. And so big thanks to you for support, Con45, and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory. He said, LSA bikini for the female fans.
I don't really know if there's like an audience.
They say like you put some thought into that. He said,
I was like, I don't really think there's like that many people who would want one of those. Really, like that's what I was thinking about. That I was like, I don't really think anyone would want one. I mean, like if there's like a huge demand for them, like maybe, but I don't really like. I know that like our audience is only like I think it's like 10% female, and then the other 90% is men, and so. It would be a very, very small market for like LSA bikinis, I think. So I don't think we'll make one of those probably, but if there's a huge demand for them, I don't know. Maybe we'll start looking into it. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Raphael Saya, and thank you, Raphael. He said 600,000 subscribers and more sooner than predicted, and the hard work and dedication is paid off. And LSA.
Hey, the big thanks to you for support, Raphael. And I got to say that it's really crazy to know that we hit 600,000 and that we're still on the march onwards and upwards. I just never believed that that would ever be the case. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Scott Carrier. And he said, quote unquote, the ceasefire is still ongoing. He said, my first ever super chat because you boys deserve it. And thank you, Scott, by the way. He said, thanks for the excellent coverage day in and day out and perfect take each time. And no left or right BS.
I got to thank you so much for appreciating their takes on the channel, Scott, and I got to thank you for supporting it as well, and also super chatting the channel for the first time ever. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of that, and we thank you very much for putting that much value and worth into our show to spend time watching it every single day and really listen to our takes and appreciate him at that as well, which is a high honor and high praise. I thank you for that. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Abu, and thank you, Abu, as well. They said, hi, Enforcers, your global war maps are excellent. And could you get an AI to read the linked news articles across multiple maps to produce a historical compilation with summaries, context, and narratives?
We've looked into that before. It's just that it didn't really turn out too well. It was kind of like buggy, actually. At least in the interface of how it worked. Instead of like scrolling in smoothly like this, it would be really herky-jerky to where it wouldn't really be accurate enough for you to go to a specific area on the map. You just kind of like zoomed in.
I mean, I was using free APIs. I was using free base maps, man. I'm not like a advanced coder. I was doing my best.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, that's what we would be able to do, though. Like, at our best, and it's like, that like sort of like a UI. It just really wouldn't work the map too well. It was cool though. It looked really cool. It looked even cooler than our normal map, and I think we showed it on air at one point. But after a little bit more testing in the background, we just abandoned it because it wouldn't be usable for me on air. Because for me on air, like when I'm talking and stuff. Usually I'm zooming into a specific point to talk about it, and it's really hard to do that when I'm like talking because I know how like the Google Maps UI works for myself. Speaking of that, because that's where like the map is generally made for me to talk about and cover on air, but it's also made as a supplementary thing for the viewers to look at themselves if they want to. So it's really easy for me to talk about things and say, we're going to Moscow and just start zooming in and keep my mouse pointed at a certain spot and I know it's going to go there. It's a whole other thing monologue wise because the monologue takes a lot of focus and concentration to do. Even if sometimes it sounds like it might not. It's really hard to have it zoom in down here and then think about being this zoomed in. Where is Moscow from here? And then having to scroll up there and think about that the whole time I'm doing it, which is also really frustrating. But we would think about doing something like that someday. Maybe we will be able to. But for now, it just seemed to be a little bit beyond the technical capabilities that we were able to produce. But we actually have some breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have a statement out of Israel right now. Israel has stated this. They said, following the alerts that were activated a short time ago in several areas of northern Israel, 2 launches were identified that fell in the area where the IDF forces operate in southern Lebanon. So it sounds like it could have been a false alert inside of Israeli territory, and instead of the drones that Hezbollah launched going at Israeli territory, they actually went at the IDF forces in southern Lebanon, it sounds like. So it might have been not that big of a deal actually at all with that whole situation. In the meantime, we have seen a video come out showing Israeli air defenses intercepting Iranian missiles over the Daraa governorate in southern Syria, which might explain why we heard the reports of the Israeli air defense, the Iron Dome, becoming active earlier, like I would say about 20 minutes ago, but yet there was no red alerts inside of Israel. Apparently, Israel's been helping out Jordan and Syria to intercept incoming Iranian projectiles.
Let's take a gander at this footage. And we see one of the interceptors being fired right there, most likely from the Golan Heights or near to Kiryat Shimona. We can also see the interceptions above in the atmosphere up there. Those actually look to be the same ones that were photographed near Muwafaq Salti. So I think this is just the same thing from many different angles, like from Daraa and then from Jordan and elsewhere. So it looks like we're finally getting more footage out of what appeared to be the Muwafaq attack down in Jordan. So very interesting stuff right there to see. There's also this long clip of them showing the Iranian ballistic missiles launching, which we will show here because it is something to note. So here's the clip.
Bro.
Okay, that kind of caught me off guard. Like,
Bro, what the? Yeah, I thought it was somebody like throwing up or something like that when I heard that first noise.
oh man, that's what it sounded like. I was like, God dang, man, it's like get a lozenge or
Play
something.
it again.
Wait, let me go back to here. Here we go.
این مشت‌های آهنی تا نابودی تک تک شما و اخراج شما از منطقه به حول
Damn.
Man, I tell you what, the freaking Popeye like sounding noise in the background here. Somebody said Satan. I don't know who the hell that is, but they need to give up that narration work. That's bad.
But anyways, getting back to the rest of the clip.
الهی به سوی شما نواخته می شود.
Oh my God, it's in the...
Oh my God, it worked.
Somebody said the missile was talking.
There goes one overhead.
Man, this audio is straight bollocks.
Honestly, it is shit. Dude, that audio's ass, bro.
enough of this garbage right here, honestly. Oh, I want to see the footage of them crawling in and out of the hiding holes. Like, how come we don't ever get to see any of that? You know how they come crawling out looking like they hadn't seen the light of day in like 5 years, like when they get done with the U.S. attack? And I'm like, how come we can't see that part?
Oh, that's because that would be an OPSEC thing for them. Like they don't want to show that. They could get bombed, and then they could get stuck in that tunnel, and they don't want that. That would be unpleasant.
How's the
Not
worst
good.
thing that could happen? I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? Yeah. Wasn't the ultimate thing for the Iranian extremists to become martyrs or something? What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, Matthew, you don't understand. That's what they tell all the goofballs, that they ought to die for their country. But the real ones don't want to die for their country. They're cowards as well.
Hey, you know what they say about them. You know what they say. Also, by the way, real quick, I was trying to do a real quick check of the news, and it looks like we're good beyond that. That's pretty much all the news for now.
Well, on that note, we're on to the next one.
Excuse me. We also have a 20 from Rigor Mortis, and thank you very much for that $20 support, by the way. He said, congrats on 600,000, guys.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, Rigor Mortis, and thank you for the congrats on 600,000 subscribers. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for enjoying this channel and supporting it and helping this thing to keep on running. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Barrett's Garage, who put in a 10. He said, not that new to the channel. I think I started around Midnight Hammer. And would you please explain the whole Leaf Spring Army and how it came to be?
And a big thanks to you for the support. And thank you for watching since Midnight Hammer. That was in the middle of last year, about a year ago. So in the timeline sense of things, you're actually still relatively new. You've only been around for about a quarter of the channel's history, which is crazy to think that that would have been a year ago, and a year ago is just a quarter of the time that we've been on air, which is nuts. But outside of that, though, the story of the LSA is one of great intrigue and interest. Up in the Chernihiv area at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, a Russian Pantsir S-1 air defense system had ended up getting bogged down in a Ukrainian field that was in the midst of its Razpetitsa, which means that it's incredibly muddy and most vehicles get buried in the mud, and it got stuck there. And so some Ukrainian citizens came by and just started chucking Molotovs on the thing and burned it to the ground. But when someone went by and filmed it, they filmed the wheel well at the rear axles of the Pantsir, which had some visible leaf spring suspensions. And I had watched before the war in Ukraine had started. It was very recent, right before the war in Ukraine had started. I had watched this 1930s Chevrolet suspension documentary, and it was talking about how leaf spring suspensions were all over the place during that time then, but the suspension of the future wouldn't be leaf springs. Leaf springs would be completely obsolete because they were already going obsolete in the 1930s. And I took that at face value, and I did not look into that to see if that was true or not, because it's like, well, if they said that in the 1930s, I'm pretty sure leaf springs probably aren't around today. So I said on air, wow, look at that. They're using leaf springs. Like, those are extremely obsolete. Like, no one uses those anymore. And I was completely wrong. The leaf spring suspension never went obsolete. It was used everywhere in the world, even now. And so I got flamed in the live chat for that day and the next day, and it became hilarious how people were taking that and making so many jokes on it about how I got that wrong. So we were like, wow, it's like the leaf, like the leaf spring people at this point. I think I said something along those lines. And then someone said we're like the leaf spring army, and I was like, yeah, leaf spring army. I was like, yeah, that's a really good one. We'll go with that. So then that's how the community got the name the Leaf Spring Army. And then since then, we've tried to mold it into being a lot more of a serious group, giving it a flag, an anthem, also giving it kind of a set of beliefs and values, in support of American and Western interests. And so that's basically the story of the Leaf Spring Army in a nutshell right there. And now it's become one of probably the largest news communities, or news groups that we see out there. I mean, the LSA is massive at this point, 600,000 strong and growing every day. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Snowbird Ski 1. And thank you very much for that support, by the way.
Hey!
And you wouldn't happen to be in Snowbird, would you? You wouldn't happen to be there because, of course, we're based out in Salt Lake City. So that would be pretty cool. I think there's only one Snowbird around here, I think. But Enforcer, what say you?
Snowbird! Hey, look, it's the Snowbird! Pretty cool place. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support. You didn't throw in a comment, but the support says a lot, and we're greatly appreciative of it. And we thank you for helping this channel to keep running every day. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Opie from Florida. And thank you very much, Opie, for the support once again. He said, I hope all is well. And thanks again for the consistency. Apologies for the other day. I didn't want you to seem, or I didn't want it to seem like I was questioning the knowledge on oil. But when I said you guys were confused, I was speaking on the stocks and LOT, LSA.
What happened yesterday?
Are you asking him or are you asking me?
I'm asking you. Do you know what happened yesterday?
Oh.
Because I don't know of a time where we were saying anything about that yesterday.
I think maybe Opie might have put it in a super chat about something about the oil or something like that. I didn't take any offense by it personally, but I think Opie's trying to like just clear out the air in case there was a misunderstanding.
Oh, I didn't take anything from it either. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, oil thing. I was like, I don't think we had anything heated about oil yesterday. So big thanks to your support, and you're forgiven. You're forgiven. Because I don't even know what it was about. But big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. Thank you so much for enjoying the channel, Opie from Florida, and supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing running. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
You see, I think what Opie was trying to do there is what's known as getting a pre-pardon. Some people try to do it. Some people out there, they say, some people ask me for a pardon. Some people say, sir. You never can tell. Also, I'm joking, by the way, Opie, just to make that perfectly clear. But honestly, you never can tell when you need to get out of jail free card these days. I wonder how much money it takes. But anyway, so moving into our next one here, this one goes to none other than Hoodoo, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Hoodoo, for that $10 support. He said, in August 2015, analysts for CENTCOM complained to the media alleging that the CC's leadership was altering or distorting intelligence reports to paint a more optimistic picture of the war against ISIS.
Man, imagine if they tried to do that these days. Like CENTCOM's a part of, kind of altering and distorting the intelligence, at least to the public. But yeah, that's true. They actually did downplay the threat of ISIS back in the day a great deal. And said, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's probably not going to turn into anything. And then it became one of the most threatening terrorist groups ever seen in the region. Which is kind of crazy to think that happened all back 10 years ago at this point, really. But a huge thanks to you for support, and that is absolutely true. But imagine if that situation existed today. It doesn't, because CENTCOM's a part of it as well, unfortunately, for the larger part. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hoodoo once again. He said, despite receiving the whistleblower complaint in May 2015 and receiving alarming survey results in December 2015, CENTCOM took no steps to improve the analytic climate within CENTCOM. There's the military intelligence group. I can't remember exactly what's the U.S. military intelligence agency that's out there. You know which one I'm talking about? It's the 3-letter agency.
I don't know the name. I think each branch has their own intelligence, don't they? Like Army intelligence, Navy intelligence.
They do, but then there's an overarching. There's I think 16 or 17 different intel agencies here in the United States. Like there's a hell of a lot. Like it's more than people even know about. For the most part, everybody's got an intel agency, including every branch. But they also have like an overarching one too. But there's been a lot of hell. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved in that stuff. DIA, that's it. Pam Rotella, thank you, by the way, for that. It's DIA. That's what it is. That's the Defense Intelligence Agency right there. That's the one I was trying to mention. I just forgot all about it. But there's been a lot of complaints over the years at many different intel agencies out there that the bureaucracy gets in the way of some of the analysis. I know specifically a former CIA officer who's a woman who goes around on some podcast from time to time. She complained about that too, and she tries to go around warning people about the threat of ISIS and things like that. And so, unfortunately, sometimes people don't listen. And unfortunately, the CIA didn't listen back in 2001, and they messed up big league, to say the least. And they got quite embarrassed. So they try not to repeat that again. So I think they might have maybe corrected some of their methods, but some people would say otherwise. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say generally that's largely correct from what I would know. I don't really know a lot about the intelligence side of things, at least how the intelligence agencies and communities work. I'm more so directly related to more so learning and knowing about the military side of things, of the military actions that were taken with the intelligence known. So a big thanks to your support, Hoodoo, and I hope that Matthew was able to address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from OK State 42, and thank you very much, OK State, for the 20. He said, hey, Enforcer brothers, and instead of making an LSA bikini, consider a special 5th anniversary mankini, aka he said, call it the something for the flamboyant leader over there, perhaps gold with lots of flair.
Dang.
I don't know. I don't know about that. What was that thing that George Costanza made? The
The
Manzier?
Manzia.
Yeah, that's right, the Manzier. I don't know about all that. But unfortunately, what say you?
I don't know about that either. Interesting idea, though. And a big thanks to you for support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Opie from Florida yet again. And thank you very much, Opie, for the second support of the night. He said, yesterday was my birthday. I'm 29 now. Also, happy late birthday to you. He said, one more year, but thankful for you guys. I feel it's almost a need to contribute because part of my job is to support this to help keep a well-informed citizenry.
I gotta thank you incredibly for the support, Opie from Florida, and I gotta say a big thanks to you for appreciating the show and what we do. We try our best here, and I hope that it's been a pretty good show again tonight, and a late happy birthday to you as well. I hope that you enjoyed your 29th birthday, and also, I've gotta say, we thank you so much for supporting. Nobody has to support the channel. It's never a commitment or a demand that people support the channel, and I always want people to never have to be under the stress of having to go out of their way to chuck money at the channel one way or another, which I've gone out of my way to make sure at the onset of the channel's creation that it was never going to be that way, and hopefully we've been able to keep it that way as best we can over the years. But I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running and helping to keep this channel rolling, so that way we can continue to hopefully keep a well-informed citizenry, at least within the scope of the people who watch this channel. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Lori Hill. And thank you, Lori, for the support as well. And Lori said the first night you were on the air, you were talking about the war. You didn't seem to have a plan and had about 20 subscribers, but you've come a long way.
There really wasn't a plan. Like, I've always wanted to cover news, but I was in the middle of a gaming stream, funnily enough, for Train Sim World when the war started, and I really didn't know how to cover something live yet. I never actually done it before on that night when I first started covering it. So I had to learn over the next few days, really over the next 2 days, really, how to do it. And really that model that was there on the 4th day of the show when the channel blew up, that's pretty much been the same news covering model that's been used from then to now, in almost the same way of how open source intelligence is gathered. Twitter is new, though. Twitter was added in a little bit later, but it uses a very similar process of just curating where you get the stuff from, having it kind of tabulated and collected in one area or one form, and then going through and making sure to put that down on a map, categorizing where it happened, everything put together in a day and how it works. So crazily enough, yeah, it's come a long way since that first day, and we've really perfected this sort of a news presentation sort of a format since the 4th day. So a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on the next one.
I don't know why, but when you said that just a minute ago, you reminded me of you know those like millennial hamburger shops that cost like $30 for a hamburger. They're like just two guys in a dream, and they're like they have like this like overpriced hamburger and stuff like that, and the fries are kind of like overcooked and stuff like that, and they have like the long beards, you know, like millennial beard and stuff like that, kind of like the hipster type. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Man, I'll tell you what, man. I don't know why, but it reminded me of that meme right there. Although it's really not a meme, that's actually real life. Like I've seen a couple of those around Salt Lake City from time to time. Like there's that two guys in the dream stuff going on right there in that hamburger store.
Yeah, honestly.
But anyways, though. Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I thought you were moving on.
Oh yeah, we were. So with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Shake. I hope I'm not about to butcher your name, by the way. I'm going to give it a best go, though. I'm going to give it a good faith effort, but I'm having a hard time here with this. It's Shake Mubdiel Slam Saiba. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name, by the way. I genuinely cannot pronounce your name, but we do appreciate that 20 euro support, by the way. He said, congrats on 600,000 subscribers and love the maps and the detailed coverage from Bangladesh. And if you want to go offshore with your merch, I've got a few plugs I'd love to support you.
Oh, and thank you so much for the offer and the recommendation there, Shaik. We're going to have to be trying to find out here in the future how it's going to work, and we'll have to see how the whole thing rolls and how to operate it best. But a big thanks to you for the offer there, and we might look into that at some point in the future. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Truckin' Chef once again. And thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that $10 support. He said, we'll be the first truck driver waving the flag off the truck off the country, LSA.
And that is really cool. I can't wait to see that. That will be really neat. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running once again, Truckin' Chef. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from Truck and Chef, and thank you very much, good sir, for the third support of the night. He said, wait, the Enforcer flag, your channel logo on one side and the LSA flag on the other side, rolling through the country. Sounds awesome.
That would be a pretty cool idea too, honestly, Truck and Chef. I don't know if that would work because the Enforcer logo probably wouldn't look good on a blue background. But maybe one day we could see about doing something like that, maybe. Or we could do like an Enforcer baseball cap and then the LSA flag and the LSA mug. Or we could do like a couple of Enforcer branded things like on their own, like t-shirts, mugs, and then have like a equal counterpart to that with the LSA imagery on it. That would be pretty cool. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Tacky the Pinecone. He said, subscribed since October 2003. What? Well, how was that possible? He said,
I was
and
1
now
year
have my,
old. That ain't happening.
he said, I now have my parents watching though, and it's opened their eyes to say the least. And congrats on 600K.
You know, I think I know what happened there. He was supposed to be writing 2023, but it came out as 2003. I think that's what it is.
That's gotta be. Because back in 2003, I mean, I didn't even have a computer.
Matthew would have been 2 years old, and I would have been 1.5 or so.
I was playing with an abacus.
I was so little. I was probably just learning how to walk. So definitely not 2003, definitely 2023. And I gotta say, really cool, Tacky Punko. Thank you so much for getting your parents to watch as well, and hopefully they enjoy it incredibly well for news coverage and what's going on in the world. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and keeping this thing rolling. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 6 from Plazoth, and thank you, Plazoth, as well for that support. He said, congrats on the 600K.
And a big thanks to you for support, Plazoth, and thank you so much for the congratulations on 600,000 subscribers. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 6 from Jason Curlin, and thank you very much, Jason, for the 6. He said, thanks for the hard work and the special breaking streams, and way to go and make 600K.
And a big thanks to you for enjoying the channel and supporting it. And thank you so much for the congrats for 600,000. We thank you all so much for having kind words to say about the channel. It means a lot to us, and it gives us the encouragement to keep this thing running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Vulture, and thank you, Vulture, as well. He said, how's the Gulf States doing economically?
Generally not too well. Like they're doing okay for now, but the economic damage is going to be there for a good while. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And Opie from Florida put in another $10 support. And thank you very much, Opie, once again. He said, clearly, there's a bias with this channel. Just listen to all the Western and American interest being spread. Congratulations on 600K and to another 600K on the way. And take one from the chat, if you would.
And a big thanks to you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying the pro-American, pro-Western bias on the channel. And I got to say a humongous thanks to you for the congrats on 600,000 subscribers. And hopefully we'll be seeing another 600,000 here in the future. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the live chat question in honor of Opie is going to go to none other than Valley, who said, how much longer can the Ukraine war actually go on?
Generally, as long as Russia can survive economically or supply-wise on the front, which doesn't look to be that long. I would say maybe another year and a half at this rate, unless if something changes, but I don't really see the Russians getting to hang in for too much longer. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Nefarious Technology, and he said that crazy footage in Russia looks like the old Atari game Missile Command, LOL.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you once again for support and how this channel giver. Honestly, it kind of does, really. And it's really weird how a lot of footage from war actually looks, because a lot of it is very odd looking, at least to me. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, we have another one here. Let me see something real quick, though. Let's see. I thought I had a piece of breaking news, but actually, it's old news right there. Honestly, folks, it looks like, thankfully, because our stream is about to be, I think, 5 hours long almost or something like that. Thankfully, it looks like most of the stuff has died down so far. Now, obviously, tomorrow is going to be probably insane. There's probably no doubt about that. But for right now, though, it appears to have died down temporarily. So thankfully, it's coinciding with the closing out of our stream here in just a second. But moving on to our next super chat, this one goes to Mr. Hamilton, and he put in a 5. He said, "I have a look here at a tunnel on the coast. There's attack boats as well at these coordinates."
And you found it, actually. Yeah, this is one of the tunnels, and this is on Kashima Island. I passed by this a couple of times. But you know what's interesting about this? It doesn't look like a tunnel, actually. It looks more like a concrete sort of a bunker, almost like a German submarine pen that you would see in, like, the Second World War. That's actually quite interesting, but that appears to be one of the places that they're held at. You can also see a lot of them up here as well in the wide open, and also on the coastline as well. So there are loads of these things around here. But this is one of those little IRGC tunnels that they operate out of. It doesn't look that big, though. It doesn't really look like they could have a lot of boats in there because the concrete structure stops about right here and the roadway is right there. So it looks to me like these sorts of tunnels are kind of a little bit overrated because it looks like they might be able to hold 10 fast attack boats, but most of them are in the wide open where they could easily be hit, at least from what we see on satellite in normal conditions. But a big thanks to you for supporting and sharing that with us and finding one of those, Mr. Hamilton, because that is really neat to know exactly where one of them is, because I was looking for them heavily earlier. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $70 support from BBF Knight. And thank you, by the way, for that very generous $70 support. We do appreciate that. He said, long-time listener, but first-time chatting. And also, welcome to the chat. He said, do you see in the news that China announced building a giant data center that would need chips that they don't have, and a prelude to war and take over Taiwan, question mark? I see it as a sign, and congrats on 600K.
They're definitely planning on invading Taiwan, but they might be planning on getting those chips by purchasing them either from Taiwan directly, because, crazily enough, while they both don't like each other, and Taiwan doesn't want to get invaded by China, and China wants to invade Taiwan, Taiwanese-Chinese trade is actually pretty big between the two groups. Taiwan is actually one of the largest trading partners of China, crazily enough, but they probably will just buy them directly from the Taiwanese, most likely. But also, the Chinese definitely do have ambitions to invade and annex the island of Taiwan at some point here in the future. So honestly, if you want to take that as a sign, that's not that far off. I mean, they probably are planning on getting them either from buying them from the Taiwanese or taking them from the Taiwanese after they've annexed the island. So, big thing.
Yeah. I'm not so sure about that taking plan because to address it, by the way, like for example, to answer Knight's question in my own way, if China goes to invade Taiwan, there's a 50-50 chance that chip manufacturing facility could be self-destructed to basically nullify that, so that way the Chinese can't use it. I think they had mentioned that Taiwan had mentioned that before, that possibly might happen. So there's no guarantee that even if they invaded, they would get those chips. So China might be counting their eggs before they hatch, essentially.
Yeah, they might actually be. That might be possible. But with that, a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and a big thanks to you for the congrats on 600K, and long live the Leaf Spring Army. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from Tammy, and thank you, Tammy, for the 5. And she said, why not crater all airports to prevent Russia and China from dropping off weapons?
Generally we can. I don't know why we haven't done that yet. And also, I think we did do that actually back in the past, but I'm guessing that the Iranians have probably been able to repair most of the airfields and get them back up to some level of operational abilities. And so they're running it, they're running them now. If we could bomb them, though, right now, that would probably be pretty beneficial. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from none other than Illuminati Prince, and thank you for the 5. They said, I'm at a bar. The bartender is from Ukraine. She fled at the start of the war, and is there anything I should ask her in LSA?
I would just generally ask her whatever you want to. How was Ukraine, growing up in Ukraine? Where are you from in Ukraine? Do you still have family over there in Ukraine, or did they all come with you? Stuff like that. It's always, I always just find it interesting to hear about people's lives in general. So I would just ask her really anything that you would find interesting about Ukraine or Ukrainian people.
What's your number, girl?
Let me slide over them DMs.
What's that number? Here,
Let's
let's
let's start working on some more Ukrainian American joint cooperation programs. Like give me that number, girl. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
See, I wasn't the only one that thought that's like Graham Elkins in the live chat. He said, ask for the number. I mean, you could ask the other questions first about the region, stuff like that, blah, 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 blah. And then, what's that number, girl? Well, anyway, so jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Drone Crazy, who put in a 5. And thank you for the support. He said, so we attack at night and just leave allies to fend for themselves. That's kind of crazy.
Kind of, but I guess that's how they're operating things over there these days. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, who was at your door?
I don't even know. I think it was just a sound near the door, and it sounded like someone like knocking on it or something. But when I went down there, there was no one there. Well, except for the American Fork Police Department. They were asking me what I said about them Legos, but I told them I ain't no rat. But anyways, all jokes aside, a big thanks to your support and help the show to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, did the enforcers have a plan to go to Ukraine after the war to meet the ladies? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Well, I think they have a name. Isn't that the Passport Bros or something like that? Like they do that kind of stuff like that. I think it's that Passport Bro thing. I don't know a whole bunch about that, by the way. I'm just name dropping something I'm not really familiar with. But I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm all right. I got my own thing going. But a big thanks to you for the support and help the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Carolee, who said, I remember day 1 of the war with the Enforcer. Some dark days, but congratulations on 600K and all the support that's been generated for Ukraine all these years.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for being here since day 1. You had to have been probably one of the first viewers that ever watched the channel. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for the support and enjoying the channel. And thank you so much for supporting and helping us to keep it running 1,568 days in the future. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Shannon, who said, congrats on the 600K.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and a big thanks for the congrats on 600,000. We're very proud of it. Honestly, blown away, really. And so with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Garrison Borrell. He said, Iran is messing with the wrong president.
Well, I mean, I guess that's your opinion. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from SCR357, who said, LSA, coffee boy, it's going to be a long night.
Oh, yeah, you got to have that coffee, You got to have that coffee to run these shows. Oh, man, I'm telling you. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Old Hednar, who said, Aloha Airlines, Middle East.
I wouldn't know about that one. That one would be wild, really. But a big thanks to you so much once again. What do you got? Let's see. You got Tourette's.
Have you ever been checked for Tourette's?
Black magic.
The little.
That black magic. That sick shit. Oh man, that guy was a great actor. But anyways, a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Hoodoo, who puts in a 2. He said, in war, truth is the first casualty.
Well, I suppose. And a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
He said, I suppose, sir, I suppose. But our next one here goes to Ramsey, who puts in a 2. Hello there. He said, he's not an idiot sandwich. He's a real man. Where's the lamb sauce? But he said, what happened to Peace by Week? And I don't know where this came from, Ramsey. I'm not really sure where this came from.
I never heard of that one before. I'm reading it myself. I never heard of that one. So a big thanks for your support. I don't think that went anywhere because I don't think it was around actually. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory. He said, how do you wind down after the show to sleep?
I generally don't.
Oh, you don't?
No, that's why I stay up so late after the shows. I really can't. So I just kind of got to get exhausted enough to go to sleep. And I really don't even sleep well then. So I don't really wind down too well.
Yeah, I flop on the floor.
Flop on the floor? Like the sea line? Like everybody do the sea line. Like that deal?
Yeah, I mean, I flop on the floor personally. I said wind down. It's like, honestly though, like in all seriousness though, like winding down from the stream, I don't know, like for me, like when I get off the stream, I usually like try to like get off the computer a little bit or something, so that way I'm not getting that blue light in my eyes like right before I'm trying to go to bed. But our sleep schedule is weird anyway because we obviously like go to sleep very late at night every night because of the stream. So honestly, I don't wind down. I just simply just I go hard personally. I just go to sleep.
I just I can't wind down. It's impossible. Like having to think about how to keep things straight on air to talk about something for like 3 hours or stay mentally involved in it for 3 hours and then figure out once like Matthew gets done saying something where to go with that and where to take it from there and all that. It's very mentally exhausting. That's generally why I don't like to talk or really think about the news once I get done with the show, because it's mentally exhausting enough that it just gets very tiresome to think about it after the fact. So whenever anyone asks me off the show, hey, how's the news going? I'm like, oh, it's going. Like I'm like, it's going, I guess. It's like I just like I finally got done and I'm okay with getting a mental break for a little bit before I have to start thinking about how to word that all and talk about it for another 2 hours or 3 hours straight the next day. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well.
Also, by the way, Miss Deesa said, Matt just collapses when his battery goes dead. Honestly, that's true. That's true, honestly. Like when I run out of energy, I run out quick. It's not like a gradual like let off for me. Like once my battery like starts running out, like it's like a drop off. Like there's no like gradual like, oh, he's just like kind of fading out. I'm like, "Brr," I'm like just gone. Like I'm just gone. And on nights like this though, where it's breaking news, I'm able to stay engaged and the adrenaline gets going for the breaking news because it's on one respect, I hate to see the war breaking out. On one respect, obviously there's a loss of life involved with that. But on another aspect, it keeps my adrenaline going. It's just breaking news to keep reporting on over and over and over. So like tonight, I stay energized through the whole thing. But some nights, like near the question segment, I just start crashing, like just out of the blue. Like I think the coffee wears off, and then I start crashing, and it's just like gone.
Man, honestly, like whenever how I do things is I wake up and I try and get about the day, and then something like this happens where we have to cover it live, or we just do a scheduled show, and then it's like, like right now it's 4 hours and 40 minutes. And honestly, the question segment, folks, is mentally the easiest part to do because we can just kind of do whatever there, and it's honestly just like really fun and enjoyable. But the news segment is actually like pretty like, it's not stressful, but it's mentally exhausting and requires a lot of focus and attention, at least on my end, to do it. And so when I get off of the show, I'm just absolutely mentally exhausted every day. And so I try and like stop like going at 100 miles an hour mentally, but it's near impossible. So then when I go to sleep, it's just in like, even in my sleep, like when I'm trying to like dream, it's just an endless circle. It kind of feels like hell, honestly, of kind of doing this thing nonstop. And then I wake up like 5 times throughout the night over like the 6 or 7 hours I try and get to sleep, and then I just wake up the next day and I wash, rinse, and repeat.
Oh,
And
man.
so like
You know what they say about that. Like if you wake up in the middle of the night with no like apparent reason, you know what they say?
what?
They say that means you detected you're being watched like at night. So you woke up because your senses like felt that you're being watched.
Well, I mean, I am getting watched. I always have a watch on my wrist. So I mean, I guess that's
Oh,
true.
diamonds on the grill, man.
Man,
He's
I'm
so
so
real.
real. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, folks, that's why like outside of running the show, I don't like in talking on the show, I don't really do a whole lot of the other stuff like talking to folks a whole load like on Twitter or anything, because like it's very exhausting to just even get through the show mentally, at least. So that's why that's kind of like the main thing, and really the only thing I do is videos and shows, is because that's basically my whole bread and butter side of the deal, and that takes a lot to do in itself. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, I'm BSing, by the way. Like I'm joking, by the way, about the thing about waking up at night, you're being watched, stuff like that. I saw one person take it serious. They're like, "What? I know, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking."
I mean,
Like, someone
honestly,
gonna take that seriously.
honestly, folks, I heard one time that I was like on a government watch list, and I was thinking that would be cool. I could get like a Citizen, a Rolex, like there's so many that I'd like to have. I'm kidding, by the way. I don't know if I'm on a government.
Well, I hate to tell you, but you're definitely on it.
Oh, well, I mean, hopefully they have a blast. Like, hopefully they enjoy watching my daily routine, which consists basically, folks, of just doing this and eating and sleeping, and that's basically it. So, I mean, they don't really have a lot to watch, honestly. It's kind of a little mundane, but anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one here goes to Giz Leminar, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. And we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for the support and appreciating the channel and helping it to keep on rolling. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. He said, have you used Claude Fable 5, the model that had to be regulated because it was too dangerous to be let loose? I saw that Claude Fable that came out, but you have to have Claude Pro to use it, which is like $20 a month. I'm a bit of a cheapskate. So I wanted to try it out, but I haven't. I heard it was based on Claude Mythos, which was the one that they like were worried was going to like, you know, start going berserk and stuff like that. And it was like so powerful that it shocked the developers and stuff like that. So I'm curious to try it. That was some pretty good marketing for that thing because I really want to try it. I don't know if I'm going to drop the 20 on it, but I might try it sometime around. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, I'm not really a big one for the AIs. Like I don't really use them a whole lot. Like at all, really. I just don't really like AI, you know? Like I don't like the data centers, and so I kind of looked at it as, you know, kind of a boycott in a way against the data centers by not using AI and giving the demand that justifies the existence of the data centers. That's how I kind of look at it. So I don't really use them a whole lot. And I've never even heard of that until right now, that new Claude Fable 5, but that sounds interesting. Maybe I'll try it out. I'll tell you one thing though that I've gotten back into recently that I haven't been into in forever is watching movies at the movie theater. The last time I ever watched a movie before The Backrooms and Obsession, which I watched recently, was 10 years ago. Actually, it was 11. Would y'all believe that? The last movie I think I ever saw in theaters was in 2015, which was The Bridge of Spies, if I'm not mistaken, and that was like 11 years ago. And since then, I never watched a movie. I was always told that they were too expensive and the waste of time, and turns out the movie theater tickets are like $11, which, you know, nowadays with inflation and everything, that's basically nothing. Like, you know, most normal meals these days are like $15 or $16, even at McDonald's. So, you know, it's like an $11 ticket. That's like a steal. You know, it's like what, $5 an hour or something to go into the theater and watch a movie, like a 2-hour long movie. That's not bad. So I've went and watched The Backrooms and Obsession because I like the horror movie kind of a genre. I always think they're interesting. Like not the slasher types, but the ones that are like really like interesting, and both of those were really good. I would honestly say that, in my opinion, I'm a huge fan of The Backrooms, love The Backrooms, but Obsession was a really good movie. If you haven't watched it yet, it's really worth the $11 to go get a ticket at a movie theater and watch it. It's a really good movie, and The Backrooms was great too. Like it kind of depends on if you are interested in The Backrooms. I think you kind of need to go watch that movie because there's some lore things that you might need to know to make the story a little bit understandable and like more fleshed out. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Blind Man, and thank you, Blind Man, for the 20. He said, hello, Enforcers. Working overtime tonight, and lightning hit my building. Oh, he said, fried an encoder that only runs 20-year-old decommissioned code. Oh, my God.
Oh.
He said, fun time. Yikes. He said, live chat on me and LOT, LSA.
Oh, that's no bueno. I'm so sorry that you're having to deal with that. That's so sad right there. So sad. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for the support, though, and helping the channel to keep running. And we're happy that we were able to keep you company while you've been working overtime. And we will make sure to get one from the live chat in ya Anna. So what do we got?
And this one will go to Lorraine, who said, how long will it take from the first boots on the ground to open the Hormuz Strait?
I don't know if there's ever going to be boots on the ground, but whether boots on the ground or not, if a military operation started right now, like at this minute, to start reopening the strait, I think it would probably take about 3 weeks to a month. That's what I'm thinking as a reasonable time frame. And even then, after that 3 weeks to a month, there would still be threats in the strait, but it would be at a manageable level to where the Navy could actually conduct convoy escorts through the strait back and forth. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for sponsoring the live chat and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Patrick Barnett, and he said, appreciate you, Enforcer Matt, Enforcer Bros.
And thank you so much for the kind words. And we appreciate you and your support to this channel and helping it to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from I Am The Real, who said, LSA plushie for the merch?
Honestly, I think it'd be cool if we did have like a plush here and there, like a marmot or a honey badger, which are basically the two animals of the LSA. I think that'd be really cool to do. It's just that we'd have to find out how to do it and how to make the marmot look like the one from Jacopo Lugosi's or Jacob Lugosi's painting of the marmot. Because if it doesn't look like that marmot, I really wouldn't want to do a plushie, because then it's just kind of like a generic marmot plushie. But if we could make it or have someone design it to look like that, I would definitely run a plushie of the marmot. Like, the marmot is a cool classic on the channel. And maybe also include like a little plastic fly with it that comes inside of the package. That'd be pretty funny. So you could have the marmot and the fly. But that would be a pretty cool idea, honestly. So we might do plushies in the future, maybe. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $1 support from Plazoth. And thank you very much, Plazoth, for the one. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And with that, folks, a huge shout out to everybody that super chatted tonight and helped to support the channel. We do appreciate you all for supporting it and helping to keep it on the air. And it is now time to get into our Morse code decoders and the live chatters of the stream. By the way, the Morse code is the same as the last night, but a huge shout out to Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffiness, Coach, Secretary, Sire, and Brian for solving it nonetheless again tonight. And we appreciate all the Morse code decoders. And our first live chat question here goes to DJ Fox, who said, what's your opinion on getting a special forces operation to fly in a Maverick to save the last F-14 Tomcat out of Iran?
I think it's highly unlikely, because really the Navy has moved a good bit beyond the F-14, and we do have some display ones here in the United States that are around at some museums, so we probably wouldn't be that interested in saving it. So I would say that, sadly, for many of the F-14 aficionados, it is a really cool plane, I do have to admit, but sadly the chances of that would probably be close to zero. But a good question, though. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Tomsky, who said, what could be the final way out of both conflicts, Ukraine and Iran, and also the rest of the Near East? I know it's a hard question, but why not?
Really, the only way out of the conflict is to push forward to victory. With Iran, we would have to continue the war and break the blockade on the Hormuz, and then continue to bombard them into submission. Eventually, they would submit at some point. And then with the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainians just have to keep fighting it, and we have to keep supporting them until they eventually achieve victory over the Russian Federation. That's really the only ways that I can see those wars concluding. And it's not quick and simple, and it's not ending the war tomorrow, which, you know, someone said a while ago that they'd end the war in Ukraine on day one, and the war in Iran would be over in 3 days, and it just never works that way. Wars are very tricky, nasty sorts of things, and basically the only way to round them out is to keep pushing on and finish them to a successful conclusion, hopefully. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the fourth to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Connor, who said, how are the Russians resupplying their soldiers at this point? I remember they were arming their army with BB guns like 2 years ago.
Oh, well, they're not really resupplying most of them, at least in the southern front. In the Donbass, they're still getting resupplied to some extent, and offensive actions are still being conducted by the Russians at regular amounts or regular rates within the Donbass area. But down on the southern front, around Zaporizhia and Kherson, generally resupplies are just not being conducted at all. And so we're seeing that the supplies that they have are dwindling, and they're going to be running out soon and most likely retreating. So I hope that does address that the best I can. In some areas they can, in others they literally just physically can. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Free the Turtles, who said, do you think AI could be used in the ceasefire for either side to make claims of the bombings to justify another strike? You know, they've talked about using AI to determine who violates the ceasefire. They've talked about using that, but the problem is not software. It's more of a hardware issue, because in order to do that and have nonstop coverage of an area to get a visual on it, for the AI to be able to analyze that photography, that information, you'd have to have nonstop drones forming a net over the entire ceasefire perimeter, and that takes a lot of resources. And also, obviously, it's very hard to keep that net working, because the drones have to land to refuel and things like that. So it's a little complicated on the hardware side. But Enforcer, what say you?
That is a pretty hard thing to do. Like you could use an AI in theory to do something along those lines, but it would just be very hard to have that in place in being 24/7 constantly over a given area, and that's really where the limitation comes in. So I hope that does address that well. And we actually have a super chat right here. So what do we got?
We also have that 5 from Clayton Wilkie. He said, good day to the both of you, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, and congratulations on 600,000 subscribers. Clayton from Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, and LSA Rules.
And a big shout out to all the folks out there in Australia that are watching right now. Look at that. Look at these beautiful, pristine waters that are right next to that river that's brown. Like, I just noticed that in the background. I was like, wow, that's beautiful water. And then I saw the river. I was like, oh. I was like, it's a pool, basically. But that's still really a nice pool. I mean, honestly, like, unbelievably nice. Really, this whole place looks great. I mean, I would like to go there to Brisbane one day. And I do thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And a big thanks to you for the congrats on 600,000 subscribers. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from Game Theory. He said, did you see the drone boat picked up those helicopter pilots who got shot down?
I never saw the footage of it, but I did hear about the reports, which is pretty interesting, and I think that's the first use that we've had of a drone to recover downed operators and pilots, weapon systems operators and pilots of any aircraft that the U.S. military has ever operated, which is really cool to know. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on, I believe, to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Quantum Fighter, who said, do you guys think everyone will be forced to dig every military, energy, and civilian installations vertically deeper underground in the near future because of drone and ballistic warfare?
I have a feeling that probably cost limitations will be the primary issue with that. So we're probably just going to see a lot more advanced air defenses. Probably a combination of laser-based air defenses, electronic warfare, kinetic air defenses, which are machine guns and missiles, generally trying to deal with and combat every type of threat that can exist in an airspace. Because generally the air defenses are not catching up to the air offensive actions that exist these days, but there are definitely going to be inventions and creations here in the next couple of years. We're already seeing them, in their prototypical phases, where drones can be dealt with a lot easier and a lot more effectively. So I think that that's really going to be more so the future, and it's also a lot cheaper to do it that way. So they'll definitely be going down that route for that reason, generally just because it costs less. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who is like the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Sire Productions. He said, where does the escalation ladder end for either side, and what does that last step look like before the unthinkable happens?
And I would have to say the escalation ladder, at least for the Middle East, there really isn't there isn't really an end to it, at least as far as where it gets to nuclear, because there really isn't a way, in my opinion, that the U.S. can justify a nuclear weapon being used against Iran. So I would say the escalation ladder is probably going to end up becoming a ground invasion of Iran at some point in the future if things went from bad to worse, and we would probably see the Iranian government would get toppled in that sort of a situation with that whole given outcome. So I hope that does address it the best we can. And while we did just address the final question of the night, we actually have a final super chat of the night tonight. So what do we got?
So this one goes to Chef Danny B once again, and a huge shout out to you, Chef, for that second support of the night. He said, Chef Danny again, and congratulations on the 600,000, and a big shout out to all the LSA for helping the enforcers and his beautiful community get to this level, the boss level, and LOT LSA, and haha, and JK.
And a big thanks to you for support, and thank you so much, and congratulations, Chef Danny B, on the channel hitting 600,000 subscribers. And thank you so much for having so many kind words to throw out to the channel, and a big thanks to you so much for the high praise of us and also all the amazing folks in the LSA. We greatly appreciate folks like you who have been around for a long time and are the official chef of the LSA. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. Long live the Leaf Spring Army. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to end out tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for watching over the course of the 5 hours that the show has been running. We've been able to see that we had a peak viewership of 20,500 people tonight, and 215,000 people watched this stream over the course of its entirety. We thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I'll be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, and I'm Slava. Long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the Short War video if there is enough news to cover, and definitely on the live stream at 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. And we'll have to see if there's going to be a breaking stream or not. We'll have to see about that. Of course, it depends on the news that comes out, and we have to do that and sort of play it by ear. But in the meantime, though, a huge shout out to the 215,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream tonight, and as a whopping amount of people, and we're glad that you all chose us as your news source. And of course, we'll see you all tomorrow, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Army shall